Yo, yo.
You funny, yo. How many times you gonna say?
Now we was live for about 30 seconds. I was like, man.
Yeah, we live now. I'm letting the people come in. You should have did that 2 hours ago. Sound check, 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 check. What's going on, Omar Reeds, man? Welcome in the building, man.
That movie had me.
Brandon Williams, man. What's good? Salute, man. Yeah, what'd you say? What'd you say, yo?
I said that movie had me entrenched, man. I was all into that jump.
I didn't think it was that good.
I still gotta finish it though.
Thought it was good. I didn't think it was that good for some reason. It sounded like it didn't make sense. It's gotta make sense to me. Mike Shabazz was good. No diplomacy. Well, I see you. 220. Love. What's up? 07. What's good? What'd you say, Smash? I mean, damn, what'd you say, Kent?
No, I said it reminded me of Avatar a little bit, but I ain't finished it, so I'm gonna finish watching it later.
I can't. It don't make sense to me. I don't know, man. Seems like with all that power, yo, you can just go get the lady. Or have enough sense to know that there's actually the Europeans, the people that was colonizing, like y'all should with all that power, y'all should definitely just go ahead and eliminate that threat instead of fighting each other. I never understood that. It never made sense.
Mm-hmm.
Never did, man. Let these people come in the building, man. Have a good show, man. This will not be a smut show. We will not do it. Somebody got to put some wisdom in their air. The great fallacy of let them people get up in the room, man. Man, appreciate everybody sliding through. See, if you had your thing ready, man, you can hit that theme song. Dun, 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 dun. So many people got in the building, man. Appreciate everybody coming through. Definitely appreciate that. Just hold tight for it, because it's definitely coming. I think we need to talk about critical thinking here a little definition of what critical thinking is. Oh man, need for critical thinking, evaluating ideas, realizing the differences. We had a long battle in the in the server, yo, about Pan-Africanness. We had a couple of people that popped up out of nowhere, and now they're the great speakers come out of nowhere. Say cool, out of nowhere. Who the hell is Say Cool? Where'd he come from? How did he get started? What's his background? All we know is he's trying to convert us, and I ain't figured out to what yet. Besides that, man, let's see who else we got in the room, man. Yeah, I'm with that. Hard life over here, man. People, man, they really pushing them fake lines, boy. They definitely pushing those fake lines. Yeah, man, we did a good show over there on the while we here, did a great show today around 2:30 on the Real Black Atheists on Fire, man. Go check that interview out. We got 34 people in the building, man. And y'all know what it is, man. It was a great show, man. We was talking about some work that we had previously did in Africa. And what I'm starting to find out is that people actually don't do real work in Africa, but they screaming and hollering to the top of their lungs about Africa. This is what I'm starting to figure out and find out. And I find that to be very interesting. A lot of slander, misinformation, and y'all just got to be careful for people popping up giving you the Marcus Garvey speech to the top of their lungs. Like y'all got it like this channel right here is for critical thinkers. This channel right here is for those who inspire, right? To practice scientific literacy so they can know their culture and understand their culture through the lenses of science, right? You'll be able to determine whether you should try to use writing in the sand to get a job, or you should try to learn what it is you need to learn to get that job. You'll be able to make that determination. Seems like a normal thing to do, but a lot of people just can't. They misuse cultural behaviors and try to use them out of place. Try to use certain things in the culture that's not even fit for evaluating certain things. So you're gonna need critical thinking. Yeah, man. Well, you definitely gonna need. Let's let the people come up in the room a little bit, man. Absolutely, man. Yeah. Well, I see you in there, Juju. Mika one, I see you. Man, I gotta give out some more, right? I think I can again. I see the people in the building, man. Let them pot up a little bit, man. We got 34,000 right now, man. Let's see who else gonna come by, man, to enjoy our show.
Jumped up to 46.
We'll take our time, man. We ain't rushing. We don't got rush, man. Yeah. We don't gotta rush it, man. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Appreciate y'all, man. Who I say? I say Immortal Truth, man. What it do? I see you, Sacred, Infinite Energy Empress. What it do? It was some good questions you actually put forth. Sure did. Great questions, yo. What's the difference? Oh, so we can do different levels of moderation now, yo. Let me see where everybody at. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on. We got the levels now. We can play with the button. Uh-oh. Let me see. You know, I always preferred a whole woman team of moderators. Let me see. Hold on.
Who's Sacred Infinite Energy Empress, yo?
She asked some real good. She asked some real good. I seen her teetering. I seen her asking some real good questions over on Sarnetta. She was asking some real good questions. I was like, okay. I see that. I see where you at. You know, man, we can actually see where a person development is on the historical narrative with different things that the African community have actually learned. We can see the progress by the questions they ask. You know what I'm saying? And so when you ask certain questions, I'm like, oh, I see you questioning that now. I see you kind of questioning that. And so what we're gonna find out, and Kent, you know it, Kent, we kind of talked about this, man. Cause you gave up a whole organization. You know, we was laughing, yo. What was the name of the thing, yo? But you had a Pan-African organization too, right?
UMPAI, yo, the Umoja Movement for Pan-African Independence.
You said that kind of low. You say the what? The
Umoja Movement for Pan-African Independence.
Oh man, boy, he was going at it.
We had Garvey Day. We were celebrating New Year's in March. we was red, black, and green. Yeah, we did that, yo.
Yeah, y'all built them tent.
He was stomping with the big dogs too, huh?
Huh?
I say he was stomping with the big dog.
Garvey, yo, Garvey, African for the Africans, yo.
Tell me we wouldn't
He
about
was
to
all
read.
in.
But I mean, when it, and one thing about it, yo, that's why I say some people, I think they actually believe it, because when you in it, when you entrenched in that ideology, you actually really believe you can do something about that shit until you wake up. Like, what the hell I'm talking about, man?
So well actually, yeah, of course you believe you can do something about it, but the things you're inspiring to do has either already been done, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you can't do something that's already done.
Right.
Or two, uh it wouldn't even make sense to do, because that's not how humans operate. You know what I mean? Hell, you want to unify a certain portion of Africans, like that's not how that actually works. Remember, diversity, and those who really understand and study evolution, it's the diversity that keeps this thing going. So if
Mm-hmm.
all Africans was alike, then this thing would not keep going. If all African cultures were alike, now they're going to have similarities in certain areas where you can make cultural connections. But then if you change that scale on what you're looking for, you can make similarities in all cultures around the world. So all cultures around the world venerate the dead in different ways. Some deify the dead, some enshrine the dead, some place the dead in the ancestral realm. Some have communications with the ancestral realm. Some fixate on one cardinal point, right? Deify that. Some look at things around them and deify that. You know, the earliest such thing is just dealing with your natural environment, trying to make some sense out of it. And that's exactly what you would have to do to survive during the Stone Age. There's no doubt about that. And so early humans sought to understand their world. And it's taken 350,000 years just to get to the James Webb. You know what I'm saying? Just to get to humans going interstellar, right? But these things, these processes, occurred at a very, very slow rate. So it's back to that question though. That question Shorty asked. The questions shows me that you're wanting to progress. And so yeah, though can't, I mean, so when you on your trail of progression, there's things you're just gonna have to leave behind, yo. It's gonna be a lot of things you told people that by the time they run back into you be like, nah, that ain't it. That wasn't quite exactly.
Man, that done happened so many times, man. It was like, nah, what happened to you, man? You was gun-ho about this, that. Nah, man, ain't that. You know what I mean? Like, and I don't have no problem, like, going against that now. You know what I'm saying? When people be like, yeah, what about when it was black first, this, and the third? Like, nah, we was just wrong, yo. We was racist as hell.
Jody Breeze.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, I was looking at, did anybody go check out the Godfather Harlem?
Yeah, I
Man,
like that. I haven't watched the new season yet, but the
what?
first two, I was, and they
Yeah,
changed the
it's pretty
Malcolm.
good.
And once I saw it was a new Malcolm X, I was like, I ain't know about this.
Nah, you good. By the time you get to going, you don't even worry about that.
Yeah.
It's the dialogue that Malcolm be having with Sheikh Rivera and all that. It was wild, right? It was crazy. He was like Malcolm. They say you. He said Sheikh said, "Hey, Malcolm, they say you're revolutionary." And Malcolm was like, yeah. He was like, what do you say I am? He was like, not a revolutionary. You're an advocate for revolution. He said a revolutionary going to actually participate in the revolution. Malcolm looked at him. He was just trying to get Malcolm, when he gave that speech, to kind of say certain things. Then he had the CIA on his back. It's the politics is interesting, man. But you got stuff like the African Union and all that, where Africans like governments, African governments come together, man, and try to work this thing out. And so it's just wild. It's wild and it's interesting, man. Let's see where we at, man. We don't got enough people to start up. We only got 26 likes. We definitely ain't starting with 26 likes, man. What we doing here, man? What we doing here? Y'all want somebody to get cussed out? What y'all doing? How y'all doing it? We ain't gonna get started yet on critical thinking. I don't know, Kent. We might not make it to the, let's see, 56? Where we at?
That's 56.
That ain't enough. Nope.
What we need, about 100?
Nah, at least about 60, close to 70. You know?
You know, everybody's still piling in. It's Sunday.
Yeah, I'm glad people are actually they're actually going back and watch the downloads for sure, man.
I like that show you did earlier today with old boy that went out there to Ghana, man. That was pretty dope to watch, man, to see his experience. All he had to do out there.
Yeah, it was about 5 of us, yo, to actually put that together, put the whole thing together, man. So that's why, you know, when people, you know, come bearing gifts talking about the Africa this and Africa that, y'all don't know, most y'all don't even know half the people coming in saying they did what they didn't do. So I just like to bring verification on minds, and you know, let me say this: I'll put my record up against anybody. Like, come on, man, supporting the Africans in Haiti. Had a clove drive when I had the blog talk show, constantly sending clothes there all the time, filling up those big containers, right? This is stuff that I rarely talk about. I just get offended when people overemphasize another African over another African or over a black American. Like, come on, yo, like, we know who Black Americans are. We know who the African American is. And we study and we show and we prove. So there was a, hold on, man, there was a, Wishcombe put a great paper. Where the hell is that paper at? Let me see. Yeah, Marcus put a great paper. Let me find this. Yep. Hold on, Marcus. Man, shout out to people in the server, man. There's great conversation in the server. I gotta find this. Where's this at? Nope. Hold on. And we definitely gonna do a show on the move. And I'm gonna bring up my sources on chitlins. We was on Smash Show talking about that. Everybody laughed at me. Let me see.
What about
Andy,
Chile?
what's going on, man? Pseudo Killas. I gotta find.
Yo, what's happening?
Yeah,
Everybody all right?
if
What's
we
up,
ain't
man?
starting, we just loose talking right now, man. Get ready to get into it. Dang, yo, I need to find it. Where's this thing at, man? God dang, man. So on your mind though, bro. I know you put a hell of a paper in there about the black holes, man. That was interesting. I didn't get to read that yet. That was interesting.
Oh yeah, man. It's just one of the things I like to follow about, black holes and stars, the processes. Yeah, I find that very interesting, man. How they finding them supermassive black holes at 800 million years after the Big Bang. So that's kind of deep. How did they get so big so fast? So that's basically what they're trying to figure out in in that paper. But yeah, it's pretty good read, man. You get a chance, check it out. And it's in the Discord server as well, in the Math and Universe section, and
That's what's that.
also on the Pseudo Killer Facebook page. Facebook group is in there too. I put it in there.
I gotta find this paper, man. I want to read to y'all, man. Goodness. All
Hey,
right.
and you think about that green comet, yo? I know you put a picture of that in there too.
Oh yeah, yeah. Hopefully, I can get a better shot of it here before the end of the month. I mean, by the end of the month, or 1st of March, 'cause I should be able to get a better shot of it while it's still close enough to get. But
Might be
yeah, them
the question.
comments, man.
But can you still see it with the naked out there? We can still see it, right?
I believe you can. I'm not sure. It's been cloudy here. Well, it's clear right now though, but I ain't going out tonight.
No, I'm
But
saying like without a telescope, like we can
yeah,
like so the Stellarium app and go
yeah,
find it. I can look in that direction and still see it, right?
Yeah, you should be able to. It just depends on where you at though, Kent. In the city, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be very hard with a lot of light pollution.
Got
But
it, got it.
yeah, if you somewhere where it's dark, you should be able to see it.
Man, it's crazy because like early mornings I be finding myself looking out, looking out the window and seeing them bright planets. You would think they stars, but like when it look like it's out of place, like it's a little too bright
Hmm.
and close. And I'm like, yo, what planet is that? I take out the little Stellarium app and it'd be like Saturn or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. You with that app, man, you just point your phone at whatever you see, and it'll
Yeah.
tell you what it is, what you're looking at. But yeah,
Interesting. People think they that planet.
yeah, them planets, they're gonna be the brightest things in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
They're pretty bright, and they move uniformly on the same path. So it's pretty easy if you look at it, you go out and see it, and you come back about an hour and a half later, and it's a move. You'll see the path that it takes. You can tell it's not a star. Stars don't move like that. The
Yep.
planets, you can see them jumping. They're real bright. Jupiter and Saturn right now, if you look to the west, the two brightest things in the sky to the west, Saturn closest to the horizon is getting ready to set. But Jupiter, you'll be able to see that pretty much all night, most of the night anyway.
Hey, remember that paper they put in the survey, yo? Let me see. Man, I need to find that paper. It was very interesting, man.
What was the title of it? Remember?
Booker T. Washington. I think I might got it.
Oh, they were
Um,
talking about whether or not he was a
no, man, it was. Yeah, that was crazy. Not that it was a paper, and it was actually not the one with Booker T. Washington. It was another one. It was on J Store. Hold on, rats. Man, it was a good one.
and it was in a general public joint.
Yeah, yeah. Marcus actually put it in there. Let me see. Was it about Booker T. Washington?
Was that today or yesterday?
Boy, no, it definitely wasn't. Hmm. You remember we was going back and forth about the Pan Am. Oh man, why did I do that? It's interesting. And we do reserve the right, man, to self-identify, man. Identify with who you are, man. And just because your ideas may sound like some other things, right? You can't make a person something they're not agreeing with. Yeah, man, I cannot believe I just can't find it. This is crazy. Man, yo. Man, I wanted to start the joint off with that. I cannot believe that. Over there,
You said that was today, right?
what? And the server? Nah, man, this is a couple days. We're talking about the Pan-Africanism and who was, who wasn't.
Oh
Uh,
yeah, I remember that.
and it
Yeah,
was a good paper. I thought I saved it, y'all. Cannot believe I just didn't say that. That's terrible, yo.
I'm looking at that now.
I normally be able to get right to it, you know. Man, and then the server is the people talking on the server. Keep bringing me back. This is crazy, yo.
He bring you back to the bottom of it.
I think I got it. J Store, yeah, it's called W.E. Du Bois, okay, and Marcus Garvey as Pan-Africanist, a study in contrast.
Got it.
Yeah, so basically you got African Americans being at the forefront of Pan-Africanists actually starting the daggone thing. That's interesting right there. It seems like an African American idea for sure. And just let me see. So I think a point. Can I get it over here? All right. Yeah, y'all can look that up on the web. I think I can. If I can do it like this so we can get to it. Let me see if I can get everybody, because I want y'all to read this, man. It was a good one. All right, then we can get into our study of critical thinking. Man. All right. I found it though, Kent.
Okay.
Well, back to you though, Kent. Yeah, you had a whole organization based off that, bro.
Yep. Yeah, we formulated together, man, and put some plans together, some events together. You know what I mean? Some good brothers and sisters, man. You know, we had, you know, all the BS aside, man. We had good gatherings and things of that nature. You know, it was some good social shit going on. But
all the BS aside, huh?
yeah, when I realized we was ass backwards, man. You know, took a step back and faded off into the sunset, man. I mean, at first I realized, you know, a lot of them wasn't, you know, as much as serious about it as they talk. You know what I'm saying? You come time to put your money up, you know, everybody starts scattering.
Yeah, boy. And you can read the chat. You can read the chat. Joe L. Armstrong said, "We should all be Pan-Africanists. We need to get look. We need to get on code."
Oh man, come on the panel, Joel. Let us know what you need to do.
Yeah, so why can't you just do what I've always done? What's wrong with that? As an African American, you know, got entrenched in the culture. You know what I'm saying? Like, how many people got entrenched in the culture a little bit there, a little something, something? How many of y'all practice some of the custom and traditions, a little something, something? How many of y'all practice the religion? How many of y'all practice the medicine? See? Crazy.
Yeah, I wasn't messing with them. What was the altars and all that? I couldn't get with that.
See?
I couldn't do the sage and all that.
Yeah, most people, I ain't talking about no sage. Sage. No, sir. We ain't talking about the sage. We talking about the real thing, yo. We used to go to the farm and get the animals, boy. Absolutely, yo. Absolutely. Wasn't playing.
Top off and all that.
Huh?
You said y'all used to go get the farm animals.
Yeah, the animals we were sacrificing. That's part of the tradition, right?
You got to do that in Pan-Africanism?
No, I've never been a Pan-Africanist, yo.
Oh, okay. Oh, you talking about the religion?
No, I'm saying if people hollering at how much they love Africa, then why not try the culture? What's the joke? Why not make it so you can send African Americans to certain African cultures? Why not put up your money to do it? I have, you right? And I never considered myself a Pan-Africanist. I considered myself an African American who loved Africa, who respected the most ancient ancestral grounds of our ancestors. You know, where we come from.
You kind of right there, though.
Huh?
You was right, kind of in line with it, though. You was kind of right there. Like that's kind of the.
Nah, no, it wasn't, because we felt that we actually felt, at least the brothers, we felt like they wasn't thinkers. They wasn't thinking. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. You gotta think your way through it. We just felt like they never kind of fit with my thinking. You know, they laughing at you if you don't believe in God, but yet you banging on everything European. You feel me?
Right.
You know, so yeah, my things never actually fit in there. Let me get right here.
Yeah, I think for me, when I started questioning the whole ancestor thing is when they started kind of looking at me a little funny. I was like, you know, the dudes I was with, they turned away from Christianity, but they were still talking about the ancestors was watching over us and shit. I'm like, was the ancestors angels? Is that what y'all, you know what I mean? Like, where's the difference? And then you got the Most High and this shit. Like, it was, I don't know, man.
Yeah, it started feeling like church to me. So that was pretty much my cue. Nah, this ain't for me.
The ancestors of the angels, the Most High or the Creator, they still had a Creator in this shit.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? And then what was it? You go to be with the ancestors, so that's kind of like heaven. You know what I mean?
Hmm. It was
Oh
all
no,
the
man.
same things with an African twist. That's
Right.
basically what it became, to me. So, and I was always, into the science. So it really didn't match up with me. So going back to Africa and all that, that was a quick phase I went through. That didn't last long at all for me. But I mean, I ain't mad at nobody who
Yeah,
with
you
me.
jumped out too quick. You should have stuck around on that, man.
Nah, I'm
They
good
get
where
get
I'm at on
a
the the critical thinking and the scientific, scientific method. That works for me. So,
you know
Yeah.
what I realized? Like a lot of the black owned bookstores that I used to go to all the time. 'Cause that's all I used to damn. After I got it in it, I started doing, buying everything black. Like I wouldn't buy no white authors, none of that. I bought everything black, black book authors and all that. And they ain't got no science section in the bookstore, man. In the black owned bookstore. Like ain't no Neil deGrasse Tyson in that junk. Ain't no Richard Dawkins, ain't no Bill Nye, ain't none of that in there. There's a lot of pseudo
mm,
books in there. Y'all don't believe me? Y'all go check it out for y'all. So see if y'all see a science section in a black owned bookstore. They got one, and more power to them. But most of the ones I went to didn't have them in there.
They might
I,
couldn't afford it.
uh, nah, man, them books cheaper than the damn. They cheaper than the Dr. Savy books, man. I think Lala Africa had a book in there that was like $50, yo.
mm. I never really paid attention. Whenever I went into them to get a book, I knew exactly what I wanted. And most of the time I would ask them if they had it, get it, and move on. So I never really just shopped in one of the bookstores.
Now they
It was
good if you want.
something.
My bad, go ahead.
No, I was just saying it was when I went in to get a book, I knew exactly what I wanted. So
Right. No, it's good. It's a good
So hold on, let's do this. I don't know why. I mean, I don't know why people in the chat confuse you. So you got to be a Pan Africanist and burn sage. I don't know. I don't know what people are talking about yet. So Juju, I don't know why you confused neither. I don't know why. Well, I don't know why the panel's confused. I think now people can't take it. It was a joke, yo. You can't even say they so sensitive these days. You can't even say a joke. You can't even say that's crazy to me. What I'm saying is, let me say what I'm saying. Black African power was good, was happening, a well-organized lie. Defeats a disorganized truth every time. Woo-hoo wee. Man, y'all already know what it is, man. Boy, it's wild on these YouTube streets, man. Look, we come to do, we got to do, and we're going to do, we got to do. We standing tall, we standing strong. Pseudo Killas on deck. What's good, Anthony, man? What's up with you, man? What it do? What it do? What it do?
what's happening with you, my brother? Peace to peace to you, Kent. Peace to the chat. Appreciate y'all coming out. Sit back and enjoy the ride.
Yeah,
Let's
enjoy
get it.
that ride, man. Kent, what's on your mind, man? Clark Kent, man, turned Superman, man. What's good with you, brother?
Man, what it do, man? Right here, man. Just trying to make it through the day. You know what I mean? You know, people might get a little offended every now and then, but what we be saying ain't done in malice. Like we ain't just seeking to hurt people's feelings. Sometimes the truth hurt, man. You know what I mean? But we still love y'all at the end of the day. We ain't always right. We might be wrong about something. That's why we got the open panels at the end. Might want to correct us on some things. But shoot right here, man. What's happening with you?
Hey, man, just sitting back, man, looking at the fake love for Africa. I think they faking out there, and I'm gonna call you on it. I hear a whole lot of talking about how much we love Africa. Put your money where your mouth is. I got receipts. Don't play me, play Lotto. This is where the rubber meets the road. If you love something, you can put your life behind it. I put 20 years of my life behind this thing we call Africa. That's 20 years. 20, counting. Damn, we 2023, from 2000 to 2023. Show your record. So I'll always be bringing friends from my past. Now, my friends from my past might not have the same development on certain things that I have. And I'm not saying whether it's up or down, in the middle, whatever it is, but they might not see the world the way I see the world. I've chosen to see the world through scientific literacy. Some choose to see the world through African spirituality. Some choose to see the world through religious beliefs, Islam, Christianity, Judaism. Who am I to judge? But what you're not going to do, this is what you're not going to do. I'm not trying to hear the bull crap or the bullshit. You're not going to Africa me to death and ain't put no money on the situation, because money talk and bullshit walk. This is what we're not going to do. We're not going to chatty patty in the chatty patty, in the chat about this, I'm Africa, whatever. Show your receipts. Prove to me you're not afraid to try an African spiritual system. Not the halfway do it where you stop right at the sacrifices and stop. Damn near fall, damn near kill yourself trying to stop. Afraid. Don't talk me to death. Entrench yourself in African ideas and concepts to see where you fall at. Let me see. Right? If you can't go, at least put your money to send the babies over, because I did that. And I never said one bit that, well, what I can't do, what I can do. But we hear people hiding behind profiles, just talking. Unk this, unk that, this, that, pseudo killers. I ate it. Don't talk me to death. My record is clear on said subjects. Man, wild out there. People talking, acting crazy. Makes no sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, you either going to be a part of it, you know what I'm saying? Lead, follow, or get the hell out the way. This is where I'm at. Don't talk me to death. You could always hit the button, right? And explain what you feel like a pan. I got people telling me, CK, because I don't hold back no names, telling me what I am and what I'm not. How you gonna tell me what Black African power means? I made this shit up. We do way too much with this crazy internet thing. We confuse people completely. You can't even crack a joke. How you gonna tell me what I identify with? Ain't my fault you confused. Study up. See, if you study up, you might get what somebody is saying. That's what I had to do. I had to study up. What the hell is James Small talking about? What is Leonard Jeffries talking about? What the hell is Malcolm X talking about? What do they mean? What are they saying to me? I had to study up. And guess what? I went and seeked out those individuals. Leonard Jeffries, James Smalls, Bobby Hemmets, conversated with them. I didn't stay on the sidelines. I'm a willing participant in this thing of ours. But we got people now the new thing is to sit back, hide behind a typewriter, can't even express yourself. Man, I know when to chill out. I know when to have a conversation. What you can't do is you just can't get slick. We got people getting slick, you know, talking that Baltimore talk, all that. For what? You know me, I'm the good guy. If you with the smoke, smoke it. It is what it is. But we can always share good conversation. So yeah, we here in America by way of the largest forced migration. And what I've learned over the years, money talk and bullshit walk. So if you broke, you can't help yourself, nor can you help your community. And you sure as hell can't help Africa. So I'm trying to figure out how a bunch of broke Negropeans think they're gonna help Africa. They ain't even helped themselves yet. Let's get this clear. Let's get this straight. Don't talk me to death. Go look in the mirror and ask yourself, What do I have? If you're looking at not much, then you ain't helping Africa. You need to focus on yourself. And me making this statement ain't hate for Africa. It's the damn truth. You're not paying rent with Africa jargon. Marcus Garvey speeches, nobody wants to hear it. Not on that level. Nobody wants to watch a loser play like he's winning, but you all see he losing. Oh, it's different now. Now it's about the whole smut. Like we can't even have a conversation without other people immediately making smut videos like you. So you just couldn't keep up, huh? You just couldn't really bring that home, huh? You really couldn't show your work and your receipts. So from time to time, I will be bringing people from my past, whether it's the owner of the Black Dot Bookstore and Cultural Center. Shout out to Kazende. Whether it's Brother Tariq. Shout out to Brother Tariq. Negas Footwear. Both of the brothers mentored me in my development as a businessman and an African. Don't hate me, hate the game. But y'all have allowed chatty patties to live somewhere over there and somewhere over here to determine whether somebody doing something or not. That's crazy. Y'all have allowed people who just popped up out of nowhere with the Marcus Garvey speech interrupt you in scientific literacy. How dare you? We work hard around here to lay this platform. So if I'm talking scientific literacy, then what am I talking about? Right? What's the rules? The foundation is to understand your natural world. Because last time I checked, maybe I'm missing it. Last time I checked, whatever culture you're inspired to be in happened in the natural world. It didn't happen somewhere outside of nature. So if that's the point, if you want to study that, if you want to study human beings and culture, if that's what you want to study, then you study it through the lenses of science. What are they using in 2023? And I keep doing it. And I'm gonna keep doing it till I just can't do it no more. They're using simple anthropology. What does the anthropologist do? The anthropologist goes and records empirical data and information on cultures. They don't always get it right. They bring their biases to the table, but at least they're there. No way you're supposed to be a Pan-Africanist, and I'm getting to that point of what are you saying? What is it to be a Pan-African? It takes more than just I love Africa to be a Pan-Africanist. It takes more than that. And if it don't, that's a bunch of crock. It takes more than just acting like you're fighting for your people, but all along giving them things that will not help them through a crisis. Last time I checked, we was in a crisis. How do I know we was in a crisis over the last 2 to 3 years? Because our life expectancy dropped 2.5 years in our community. That's a damn crisis. And if the communities and if the organizations that was claiming Black power and was claiming this and claiming Pan-Africanists and claiming Black nationalists and claiming this and claiming that, if they wasn't fit to serve and educate the Black community, then they wasn't fit to be thoroughly appreciated in the Black community. We do not appreciate foolery. We correct it. We do not appreciate and big up foolery. We correct it with the next generation and move the goddamn going forward. But no, everybody done got soft around here. You Africa, but ain't put one thin dime into Africa. You Pan-African, but left us vulnerable in the middle of a damn pandemic. How dare you? I'm gonna stand on mine all the way to the end. And if you come into the community, no matter where you from, you can be from Debliti, you can be from the halls of Montezuma, you can be from Australia, you can be from France, you can be from England, you can be from anywhere you want. Just because you got a Black face, howling Pan-Africanist, and science and then misrepresent science, I'm going to tell you to take your ass back home where you came from and teach that to your community. And if y'all can't handle that, if y'all think that's the same thing, when Africans was forcibly migrated through the transcontinental slave trade and was in these Americas for 500 years, and after 500 years, as we fought for our freedom, and Europeans made the ungodly statement of, won't you go back to Africa? See, that's the bullshit. See, that's the bullshit. Because we fucking knew where we came from. If we could ever know that, maybe we might go back. But since we don't know where we came from, we good, we right here, and we standing, and we fighting, and we putting pressure on. And for those individuals to get that, get those two things mixed up, to play that game with y'all, how dare you? It's a wild game. But see, when you got critical thinking skills, because that's the lesson for the day, critical thinking skills, you can say, well, hold on. That guy said, cool, he really, he was actually, he's a continental Africa. He's actually born and raised in Africa. Okay, and then why would Uncle Sam go back? Oh, because he's hollering about science. He's hollering about the two cradle theory. He's hollering about he also supports evolution. Now we got a problem. Now we got a Rizza Islam problem. What's the Rizza Islam problem? Rizza Islam routinely talks about the CDC in the middle of telling us vaccines don't work and vaccines will kill us. But wait a minute, the CDC does not agree with any of that. Let's apply it to say, cool. He's running his mouth about science and he supports evolution the whole time talking about the two cradle theory, which is bananas. I don't care who wrote it. God could have came down and wrote that. It's wrong. It's wrong. Weather does not make a human being evil. Weather does not make a human being a whole nother human being. Your geography does not do that. And this is what this man is talking about. And this is what this man is saying. But y'all try to put the pressure on me. You can't put the pressure on me. I'm going to say, stop hating. This is the problem. That at this stage in our development, as African Americans, we can't tell when a wolf is coming in sheep clothing. Man, apply scientific literature to the situation. Why would Unc say such a thing? This man, Sekou, just sat on his mouth that he supports science and he supports evolution, but then says there's the two cradle theory. How, Sway? He's double talking, and if you're not scientifically literate, you're going to end up in the cult of say, cool. That's where you're going to end up at, because it's clear. I'm going to say this real easy for y'all. Listen, man. Your environment, weather, all that does not make you good or bad or evil. Good, bad, evil, perfect, not perfect, warriors, it don't. Let me explain. Now we're on to critical thinking. Let's critically think why. What is it that I'm wanting to tell you tonight? I'm saying that there can be two groups of farmers living in the same environment. And I'm not going to mention the continent because I'm not going to say the people that really support me, but people who are on the outskirts, chatty pattying, y'all won't get this. You will apply your religious thinking to it. There's an area somewhere in the world where there's flourishing farmlands and you got groups of farmers in that area. Based off of climatic events, based off of weather's changing, based off of the tilt wobble of the planet Earth, over time period, that area that was heavily laden with farmland, now things no longer want to grow on regular occurrences. Now, it causes a crisis in the community. Famine approaches. Low yields in crop causes famine. These things occur. Now, how do these groups of farmers react to it? Do all of them become robbers and murderers and stealing everybody's stuff? No, that's not what happens. What happens is you'll see human beings rise to the occasion in different ways. Some farmers just move and try to find another place to farm, not doing anything to anybody. Some farmers try to stick it out and handle it. And some farmers will come and maybe steal the food that you have. These are three different things, three different responses to the same weather change. This is what anthropology teaches us. This is what geography teaches us. This is what scientific literacy and critical thinking teaches us. We don't just jump to, well, since they're there and it's snowing, now they're going to rob and kill and conquer the world. It's the most ridiculous thing ever. It's slap stupid, and we ain't going for it no more. Critical thinking, ladies and gentlemen. So this is why I'm on Sekou Head, not because he supports Jabari. Not because they banging back and forth with Garfield. Not for none of that. Because that man, while I was on the show, stood up like he was Marcus Moses Garvey, talking about science and this and science that, and then in the face of that, go against science. What am I supposed to do? And he did it with vigor, and he was talking that talk, and he was talking shit, and I raised up. If y'all can't handle that, then you just say you can't handle that. Where you at, Kent? Where you at, Anthony? Y'all want to add some of that, man, while I pull up this chart for critical thinking?
Well, basically, man, it's like a lady told me back then when I was in that jump, man. She said, don't follow nobody that ain't got nothing to lose. You know what I mean? Basically, can y'all hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, bro. I'm just being quiet.
I'm still damn picking this thing. Try to get this audio right. But anyway, she said, don't follow nobody that ain't got nothing to lose, man. And that kind of opened my eyes up a little bit to, know who I'm listening to when it comes to like information, when it comes to somebody trying to influence me to do something. You want to look at, okay, what are they doing? What they got? You know what I mean? Are they successful in what they trying to do, or are they just trying to get people to ride along with them so they ain't miserable by themselves? You know what I mean? So, I don't know. It just kind of opened my eyes up a little bit to that whole movement.
Yeah, well, for me, man, it's just mostly just putting a lot of thought into things.
My bad. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm saying I'll mute it out, but go ahead.
But yeah, for me, man, it's just putting a lot of thought into, whatever the situation may be. I mean, it's like prime example, when I want to get me another telescope, I don't just say, well, I'm finna get me a scope and just do it. I had to put some thought into it because it costs, and I'm a working man. So I have to put some thought into that process. I had to come up with a process on where am I gonna make a sacrifice at to get what I want. So that's just basically how I operate. I can't, when I go off of emotions and quick decisions, that don't normally work out for me. So I had to put a little thought into what I'm doing. Like I say, that worked for me. But I ain't telling nobody what they need to do or how to do whatever, live your life, but thinking critically and getting as much information about whatever the situation may be. Mm-hmm. That makes things a whole lot easier, man.
Yeah. I made it do, bro.
You say?
You gotta tap in, Ken. Can't say what you say.
You said something just now. I didn't hear what you said.
I ain't saying nothing. I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you listen. Pull this chart up. Oh man. Okay. So, all right. There's a few things here with critical thinking, man. At least 4 steps on this chart right here. I want to show y'all, man. All right. Okay. So so the first point is observation. So we got to learn how to start to observe things and see what's going on. Sit back. A lot of times, man, I'll sit back and watch some videos on conversations, and I'll see exactly, where a person double talking at. And just for me, I've been at it for a while now, and I study good enough, right, at least to hear where I'm either going wrong, right? I can go back and say, no, that didn't make sense. I got to fix that. You know how they say, Kent, you got to know enough to know when you're wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think Neil said that, right? Didn't he say you got to know enough about the subject? No, people know when they right, but do they know enough about the stuff to know when they wrong?
Right. And a lot of times that's what gets us, man. We get a little piece of information and then we think we know the whole shit. When it takes more studying and learning the nuances about what you learning, you know what I'm saying, in order to even know some details about things that people mess up with all the time.
Yeah, that's real. So, all right, the first step in critical thinking, all right, like I said, is observation, the ability to notice and predict opportunities, problems, and solutions, right? And that's what we're not doing, man. We're not observing the situation, right? We're not noticing. All right, we can't predict the opportunities in front of us, right? And dealing with the problems and the solution. That's what we're not doing. And those who become scientific literate, they start to see the world totally different, man. They not, so what's the problem? All right. So we talked about unifying all indigenous brown people on planet Earth. Okay, we observing that. And we've observed that human beings have for at least 350,000 years. Okay, we also look through the lenses of evolution. And the strongest suit of human beings is actually not everything being unified. Because if everything is unified, something can come through and wipe out that unification. It's the mix and match a little bit. It's the variation. It's the diversity in these relationships that actually push forward strong communities. 2, analysis, the gathering and understanding and interpreting of data and other information. What data are we interpreting when we talk about this quote unquote global Pan-African thing? Human beings around planet Earth are actually smart enough to unify together on ideas that work for their community. We've been doing it for 350,000 years. As a matter of fact, this is actually a strong point for Homo sapiens sapiens, where it's though Neanderthal, right? They stayed in small marginalized groups. They didn't have the ability to marry outside of their clan and their tribe, right? Whereas though Homo sapiens sapiens recognized the need to marry outside a clan or tribe, right? That would stop wars from occurring. That would bring into us my grandson over there, and it would make for a happy medium to keep things, first of all, the genes getting shuffled more, which actually helps you in the face of viruses and pathogens, right? And I know they didn't know that, but just to share relationships and learning from different groups is always makes your clan stronger. Those isolated groups, always fall apart. They always get outgrown. Watch this. Marginalized groups, right, who stand by themselves always get overran by diverse groups. It always happens. And the diverse groups, based off of the exchange of information back and forth, right, always outgrow this group who's just stuck on their ideas. And this is exactly what happened to Black nationalism. This is exactly what happened to Pan-Africanism. They got stuck in the time capsule because they wasn't able to analyze the what? The number 2, the data. We're going right there. Go ahead, Mr. Kent.
isolated themselves, yo. You can't isolate yourself from the rest of the world and think you're gonna come out on top. Like, you need to work with other groups and and share y'all strengths. What you might be weak in, they might have some, to fix a problem that you might have. You might have a solution for a problem that they might have. I mean, I think the world has shown that we stronger when we work together. Not just by just your own race, but like everybody.
I mean, hell, that's what the damn Egyptians did, and everybody loved Egypt. They showed us how they didn't isolate the daggone Hittites, did they? Oh, that's a Hittite chariot. I ain't doing that. No, they took it. They modified it. All right. Where we at? We on 3. Ken, why don't you read 3, bro? Can you see it? Or that's too small for you?
Interference, drawing conclusions based on relevant data, information, and personal knowledge and experience.
So what relevant data was they drawing from? Like during the pandemic, those particular groups, right? What was they drawing from? What data?
Conspiracy theories that the white man tried to kill us, and what was it? The Wi-Fi was trying. What was it? Was it talking about 5G trying to kill us and don't get the jab? And yeah, man, that's the data.
Crazy, right? Okay.
Go ahead. My bad.
All right. Where we at? Number 4.
Communication, sharing and receiving information with others verbally, non-verbally, and in writing.
You see? That's part of the critical thing is you got to do communication with other people. You would have to do that. See, so really, so they actually fight against the Pan-African thing. Think about that. They're not critically thinking about this. They want to be isolated actually goes against the very thing that they claim they want to do. I'm gonna say this again for y'all. They're proposed wanting to isolate, to do it all by themselves, to have the one world African, whatever they thinking they doing, is actually going against the thing that will help them do what it is they think they want to do. Craziest thing ever, bro. So if you want to bring indigenous tribes, right, to understand each other, because that's really what you're going to have to do. They would have to understand where you're coming from. You would have to communicate with them. And howling and screaming about the one real government, that's not going to be the thing, right? You go ahead.
And what's going to be the common factor to bring us all together? The fact that we just dark skinned.
Yeah, that's not going to be a good one.
You know what I'm saying? Like the fact that we, I guess, black and as far as what black is, you know what I'm saying? But go ahead.
Yeah, that's not going to be a good factor right there. That's not going to be. And you want to read the last one? Can you see it? Where you at?
Yeah, problem solving. The process of gathering, analyzing, and communicating information to identify and troubleshoot solution. Yeah, that just, I mean, to me, the best way to solve a problem is to get as much information as you can about it. Like I said a little while ago, that's what works for me. And it's different levels, for different situations. But when you get the information, just sort it out, go through it and see what it is you need to, but identify your problem and get as much help as you can on it, whether it's like we mentioned, communicating or, whatever way you researching. But for me, that's the best way to solve a problem. It's using this method here, man. It works for me.
Okay, watch this. What is critical thinking? And we're going to discuss each paragraph. It says people exercise critical thinking by using rationality to determine what to do or believe. Yeah, see that, right? What to do or believe in a specific situation. It say employees who can engage in critical thinking are what? Reflective, independent, and competent. So basically, we have organizations screaming Black power, but they're not actually using critical thinking. They're not scrutinizing things, and they're not reflective, right? Man, they're not competent. You actually allow people who aren't competent in said subjects to feed you a conspiracy.
That's right.
This is wow. Go ahead, Andy's ready to say something. Let's talk about that portion right there. That's a good portion right there.
Hey man, I mean, and it's all because you won't check into what it is you're being told. And it gets so bad to where some people can come out and say, I'm an expert. And then you'll go repeat that this an expert. And the stuff that he's spitting out don't make no sense to nobody, you know. But it's all because you didn't put any thought into what you heard. And you know, people go out and give money, you know, to these causes. You know, so that to me, that's the crazy part. It's the ones who actually support these kind of people and don't want to question nothing that they say, but then go back and repeat it. To me, that's insane. But you know, that's just my opinion, man. You know, but yeah, that's a touchy subject for me.
All right. If you practice critical thinking, you logically connect ideas, scrutinize, and evaluate arguments. Was we really doing that? Find inconsistencies and errors in your work and the work of others, solve complex problems, and engage in reflection. Them groups wasn't doing that, man.
No.
They wasn't doing that. The Nation of Islam wasn't doing that. Right? The Pan-African movement, most of them wasn't doing that. The Garveyites, they wasn't doing that. I've talked to all of them. I'm in contact. I'm telling you, I'm plugged in. They was busy arguing with me. They wasn't looking at my argument, right? They wasn't seeing what parts of my argument was inconsistent and what part wasn't. They wasn't doing none of that evaluation. They only was saying that it was wrong and the white man is the devil. How in the hell is that reflective thinking? How the hell is that critical thinking? How is that making any sense to people? How? Why y'all let people continue to get away with this? I will not know. And then they demonize a person who's trying to teach critical thinking, who's trying to teach scientific literacy, and they swear that I'm some kind of way trying to kill African culture. How? African culture comes out of people evaluating things in their environment, figuring out things that will work. It's just not the Stone Age, and African cultures have to grow with the growth of populations, and with the growth of populations, more ideas will be on the table, more technology. We have to grow with that. The ecosystem has changed, thus the way Africans think have to change.
What it is, you might be killing their idea of what African culture is, yo.
Oh yeah.
A lot of people have an idea of African culture that when they go over there, it's not that. It's something totally different. And you're not going to agree with everything that culture is doing. So, you know, maybe you come in and challenging whatever romanticized idea they have of that thing, you might be killing that.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to kill nothing. Read the next line. Can y'all get the next line? The third paragraph.
A critical thinker doesn't only accumulate information well, but they also know how to use the information to deduce facts and determine outcomes. By conceptualizing outcomes, critical thinkers tend to be better at solving problems than people who simply memorize information. That's a good one.
Anybody want to speak to that?
You know, remember at the bottom of the what was that chart Dr. Mayat put up that day?
The critical thinking chart.
I forgot the name of, but it wasn't memory.
I got it. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it.
Name of it. Yeah, memory was at the bottom of the list. Like that's
Yeah, that was it. That's what they do. They stuck at the bottom of the pyramid.
right.
Oh man, they definitely
Yeah,
stuck.
that's a good one now, man. You know, just playing out different scenarios, you know, in your head. Like I like to call it getting mental reps. That's what I tell them at work. You know, it's it's not always gonna be an instant. I mean, a situation where you know you can analyze or whatever and collect information. You know, a lot of times you got to make decisions quick, but in your downtime, you know, you can be thinking about those kind of situations. You know, well, what if this happened? What would I do? Or
Mm.
if this situation come up, how can I handle it? You know, and being a truck driver for so long, being in that cab by yourself, man, you have all kind of time to think about all kind of stuff. You
Yep.
know, and that was yeah, I know Ken, you drive trucks, so you can attest to that. I mean, you got the radio in your mind. You know what I'm saying? That's it. So it's for me, man, just in like I say, in my downtime, I'm doing a job and I've been doing this job. So I know there are things that can go wrong. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? So you can put some time in thinking about different situations and how would you handle it if it happened, you know, because people say expect the unexpected. That ain't never made sense to me. How in the hell can you expect the unexpected? But what you can do is prepare for different situations that may happen in your line of work. You know, you've seen things, you've heard things. Play those situations out in your head. How would I handle that if that happened to me? You know, that's pretty big, you know, in my life. I like
I think
to do that.
I think with this one too, it also speaks to like what we like to call them pseudo sophisticates. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
people like Young Pharaoh and them, like now, you know, the pseudos that we all know that just real good with the gift of gab, can spit facts, you know, can spit pseudo information real well as if, you know, it's true. And it make you sound, it sounds convincing when they do it, you know, but all they really doing is memorizing things and able to repeat them, able to regurgitate them. You know what I'm saying? They don't deduce facts and determine outcome. They don't make predictions based off of the BS that they put out there. You know, you can't make a prediction with the pseudoscience they be talking about. Um, but that's just one of the things to watch out for when you listen to a lot of these speakers. I ain't really heard too much of Sekou's rhetoric, but I could bet that he's not really conceptualizing outcomes and solving any problems with what he's talking about. He might be just saying a bunch of stuff that we done heard before, but what problem is he really solving? And that should be the
All right,
focus
man.
on whatever he got going on.
You should take time out your day. You don't just listen to one time. That's all we
Yeah.
have to do. But that's a good one right there, yo. But they do this, they do this though. Listen, look, a critical thinker doesn't only accumulate information, but that's all they doing is they accumulate information.
Memory.
That's exactly what they do. They actually just accumulate. Oh, yeah, there you go, Kyle. Good looking out, Kyle. All right, Kyle just sent it. There you go. Bloom's taxonomy. Yep. Boy, big up to Kyle, man. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to his channel, yo. There you go. All right, I'm gonna put that in there for y'all. All right, what you was talking about, Kent. All right.
Whatever.
You was talking about the pyramid, Bloom's
Joint.
taxonomy. Yes.
Yeah. Memories at the bottom of that joint.
Yeah. So they do. Listen, y'all, they accumulate a whole bunch of information. Y'all ever seen them? They accumulate all this information, all these facts about Africa and all that. But man, that's all they doing. But they say a critical thinker don't just do that though.
Mm-hmm.
See, now we seeing where the rubber meets the road at. See, so I know we the bad guys over here. I get it. I know. So that's why you don't hear me talking crazy about somebody they life, what they did. I don't do that because I use critical thinking. Like, how would I know? I'm not all the way over in Germany or France or Canada or California. So how I know? Not unless I'm working with some federal agency that's walking around tracking the person and tapping their phone. How would I know this stuff, right? How do they know all the stuff they know about individuals? How? You ever thought about that, yo? I seen the whole parade, right? Seen the whole parade make determinations on who should be locked up and who shouldn't be. Whole determinations, and then swear because you wasn't willing to dive out there with them, all of a sudden you supporting crazy behavior. That's crazy. No, we use critical thinking skills. We don't use yellow journalism. You know what I'm saying? Like those tabloids. We don't use tabloid information. We don't want to sound like a tabloid. And YouTube is filled with that, ladies and gentlemen. Filled with that. Somebody read the last one. Where we at?
Because of this, employers value critical thinking, especially in roles where preparing strategy is an essential part of the job. Critical thinking is considered a soft skill, which means it's a skill inherent in a person's personality. That said, it is possible to develop this skill. So everybody got the potential to be critical thinkers.
See, the white man can't stop you from being a critical thinker. The fact that you was enslaved 500 years from 1515 in the Caribbean to Mesoamerica. No, we can actually develop this as a community, man. Don't let them tell you don't have the power to develop critical thinking skills. Don't let them take that from you.
It's a mindset, that's all it is, man. And everybody has the ability to change their mindset. It's that, but that's all it is, man. And once you change your mindset on it, then it becomes a way of life. So now you live in it. But I don't know too many people that's living the things that they're preaching. And I try to stay away from them. Because how you gonna tell me to do something and you ain't doing it? So it's a mindset. That's it. Like you say, every person on this planet has the ability to change their mindset.
Like I was telling you earlier, and, when people are struggling, that shit hurt. You know what I'm saying? So when somebody comes along and give you some feel good information and make you feel special, make you feel like a chosen one, or that you can really make a difference on a whole nother level, they might settle for that instead of thinking about their situation realistically. And the only way you're going to solve your problems realistically is if you have a realistic outlook. And critical thinking is one of them core values that you got to have, one of them core skills you have to have in order to even look at a problem realistically and analyze that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But in that whole process you just spoke of, Ken, it's there's a change that you're gonna it's gonna happen when you start to change your mindset and thinking critically. You're gonna start seeing the world a whole lot different. It's like we was talking about with the scientific method. The reality is totally different. I don't know, man. It's hard to explain, but for me, things are totally different from when I was, believing stuff.
Right.
It's a totally different outlook on reality when you critically thinking and when applying the scientific method to your everyday life.
Right.
Applying, watch this, decision making improves. Applying critical thinking helps you to make decisions that require a lot of thought, big life-changing decisions. You know what I'm saying? Like whether I should take a vaccine or not, whether I should change jobs or not, whether I should go over here and live on the land, Malachi, York. You know what I'm saying? Whether I should charge that damn tank, right? Well, if I should charge the daggone the capital,
How
you know what I'm
about this?
saying?
How about this one? Whether I should kill somebody for talking crazy about me.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you
Yeah.
gotta like, man, is it gonna benefit me any if I respond to this type of
Yeah, I had to start. Yeah, I was not clearly. I was like, okay, I got it now. Okay, y'all ain't gotta tell me no more. I don't respond. So watch this big life-changing decisions, like whether or not to make a career move. Or look, aided by critical thinking, which encourages you to do research, see, and favor objective logic over your initial emotional response. So see, in reading that, right, I see things that I need to work on, and I don't have a problem with that. So when y'all see me calming down, man, because I'm clearly thinking, I listen to y'all. As long as y'all ain't saying nothing bad, crazy, yo, I receive, right? And so this is what we don't have enough of in these organizations. And I'm not banging on them. I'm simply saying, and I have the greatest example of them all in real time. We had a real time, right? We just had, and anyway, man, it's a Poison Show. Y'all want to jump on, man. I already dropped the link. It's pinned up the top, man. Y'all want to get into the healthy conversation, man. Y'all could jump in if y'all want. But yeah, man, it was a breeding ground for those who wanted to critically think. Like you had your opportunity to really put your organization at the forefront, where people are gonna be able to look back in history and say, yo, those particular group of people made the right decision. And they wasn't doctors and they wasn't none of that, but they was giving the community that right information. See, when history is written, right, they're gonna say, man, them pseudo killers, man. Them pseudo killers was in the right space, man. You know, you can say a lot about the pseudo killers. You can hate Unc. You can blame him for running around. You can act like he's supporting crazy acts. Y'all can act like that, but that man during a real crisis, like point blank, y'all, people listening, my grandmother, right? They ain't never seen the crisis that they seen 2 years ago. The last 3 years, the pandemic, they never seen that. They never seen that. Not your mother, not your aunts, they never seen that. I'm talking about y'all listening, y'all aunts and mothers never seen this before. So they're gonna look back and say, who really cared about the Black community? See, if you care about the Black community, right? One, you're gonna put your money where your mouth is, right? And I'm not just talking about donating cash apps and all that. That's nice. That's helpful. But if you love Africa, yo, you're gonna donate to that. And if you really love Africa, you're gonna fix yourself first. Because if you fix yourself first, then you can do the most work for Africa. Think about that for a minute. Critically think about that. It's just amazing, right? And put that, hold on. All right. So we put the link in the chat. Go ahead.
And if you feel like helping people that look like you, yo, we got plenty of African Americans right here that's down and out, man, that you can start with to get the skills to even know how to help a whole nother country that's down and out. You got people right downtown in your area, man, that just sleeping on the sidewalk, man. Go ahead, pick them up, ride them around for a little while. You know what I'm saying? Like, if that's in your heart to do that, and there's more power to those people that actually do that.
I have. Dr. Don't make me see, you know I could always pull the receipts, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yo, I done stood out in front of a whole line of people, bro. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Gave them basic food, cigarettes. Why you give them cigarettes? Man, because they were smoking. That's why I gave them cigarettes and handed out money. I'm start pulling my receipts. I got you, man, because I think the community kind of turned over a little bit. And you know, all we got now is a whole bunch of talkers. We don't got nobody really doing that. We don't got nobody really doing that work. What's going on, Juju? How you doing?
Juju? I ain't gonna argue.
Thank you.
I just want you to come on, man. What's happening with you?
Oh, you was in there beating up on what? Really?
Nah, she said I just want to fight somebody. I ain't trying to fight nobody.
I was joking. I was kidding, and I wasn't confused about what you were saying. I think some people who don't understand us who adhere to the Pan-African ideology kind of get it, and I understand you all's reasons not adhering to that ideology. I think they were confused in between those two notions, because the point that Pseudo Killas as a whole, I think we make, is some ideologies that we hold on to are also holding us back. So we all agree on that. And I think it has a lot to do with how they're defined. And but also people get it confused. It's just not by definition, it's by the work and practice. And I don't know UNCK's contention, but you know, if I would say that by the things that I know about you and the things that you've done, you're quote unquote a Pan-African, you know, not, even though you're not self-defining yourself like that. So, you know, and that's what I was saying in the chat, that those people were confused on what it means, but a lot of people are misconstrued on what that means also, because they see a lot of mumbo jumbo, people gish galloping and not seeing the work or people doing work. But I've seen people do some work, you know, and I also have a different idea of what Pan-Africanism means. So, I mean, it's not about total isolation. It's not about wanting to just move over to Africa, you know. It's more of it's more of coming together to gain power and authority and agency of people of African descent in the diaspora. That's more or less where I stand in the works that you do, whether it be for community or with social work or politics or whatnot, all those things that help put people of African descent, Black African descent on a level to be competitive and move forward, you know, to obtain those things like generational wealth and whatnot. That's kind of where I'm at with it. So, you know, everybody probably has their own definitions of it, and that's fine and all, but I always tell people it's about the work that you do. It has nothing to do with the labels that you carry. So, and I like to say that I've done some work. So I am a self-proclaimed Pan-African because I've done work, you know, for us here and abroad. And that's why.
So that's what make it, because you do work for people in African people here that make you a Pan-Africanist. I thought part of that ideology is you would want them all unified or something. Is that not, or is it pieces to it? I just think y'all spoiled. I just think y'all want to take all the credit. So, right? I think y'all just want to take all the credit, man. Listen, man, I ain't mad at you for taking the credit, but you know, I do not. I do not.
Well, I mean, but at the same time, Juju, like, what would be the difference in a regular person just doing that? Just like, because you got regular people that don't claim Pan-Africanism that help the homeless or help, you know, Black people and white people, and also send money overseas to help people in overseas, or whatever. So would they, is there a difference in that? Or I know there's a distinct difference in Pan-Africanism, that y'all only really truly want to help the Africans, right?
So okay, so my thing has always been how my grandmother taught me: before you running out your own house to help, like even when Unc speaks about it, before we run, jump to save somebody else, save yourselves and your family first. So I'm gonna start with me, my family, and people who look like me first, so people who I'm in close proximity with. And for me, it's other Black African people. And that's just how I feel about it. Also, being that, you know, what I went to school for, what I got a degree in, how I've been a mentor and advocate, how I've lived, how I've seen disparities, particularly amongst our youth and our children in the school system for different things. My focus is on Black African children first. I'm not excluding others who benefit from the work, but my focus is on them, and I don't apologize for that. I've done lobbying initiatives at Florida State Capitol for education equity, and some of my pushes were to expand the awareness of, homeschools, homeschooling, and what benefits they have. But I also do agree that when you do fight for these ideas in these institutions, that they hold a standard that is competitive and justifiable. Like, I'm not just saying take your kids out of the public school and throw them in a homeschool, and these people can't even, pass a test or get into college. I'm not saying that. Of course, pick homeschools that are reputable and that know, but I do know some that are quote unquote African centered. And that goes to the psychology of a child when we are discussing, trying to defeat some issues in the school systems, how they affect Black children in particular. And maybe it's my own kind of anecdotal experience in Florida, but those are the things that I'm working for until we have more equal inclusion, or more teachers who are more culturally inclined to deal with a child who's speaking Black English, and that teacher may not be, culturally exposed. So, different little things that I'm working on, but my focus usually is on, Black African children first.
So watch this. If your message is powerful enough, all the children will come. You don't even have to, like, your message can be for Black people, like Martin Luther King's message was actually for Black people first. But the message was so powerful, everybody came. So you never actually have to exclude anybody. You just actually got to work hard for Black people. Let me show my hand. Let me show you.
And
Hold on, Juju. Hold on, Juju. You don't gotta respond to that. Hold on. Let me just play this. It's my own money. I'm my own pocket. I'm down there amongst the homeless. African people, Black Americans. I'm not talking about it. I'm not talking that talk. I'm walking that walk. Y'all see the clothes on the side? We're giving away clothes. I ain't turning people away because they white though. White lady right there got a handful of clothes. But it's definitely more Black Americans there. It's a few white people. What do I say? No, I'm not gonna do it. I didn't set this up for them though. I set this up for our people. When you set something up, everybody gonna come. So trust me with this. I did this for Black Americans. I met them where they was at. A lot of these homeless people, right? They got legal problems, yo. So I gave them a card, right? Where they could call that card and get help with their legal issues. Gave them a couple dollars. They might need a couple of, I don't know for what. Some clothes, some cigarette. Why you give them cigarettes? Because they smoke cigarettes, a snack. Just to show them, yo, they ain't by themselves. And of course, when the white boy come up, I'm gonna crack a joke because you gotta crack a joke.
And he looked like he worked at Wall Street somewhere, man. What's going on? Hey, we can't hear the audio though. I don't know if you playing audio.
No, we can't hear the audio.
And he got a cigarette.
He saw it. He so did.
But that's what I feel like it should be.
Well, I mean, so our nonprofit, the nonprofit that I helped start here in Daytona.
Hey, Gigi, hold on for a minute.
Was not.
Gigi, you ain't hear the joke.
Oh, you couldn't hear nothing.
You couldn't hear the whole video.
We just told you that we couldn't hear the video, Unc.
But y'all can see it though. Hold on, y'all can see it though, right?
We can see it, and we saw the white boy getting a cigarette, and he was happy.
You ain't hear me to the white boy. I say, man, you looking kind of sharp out here with them new shoes.
He was looking
I say,
sharp.
There's always one.
You silly. I'd be like, they be spies though, but
listen, the point I'm trying to show you is, don't nobody talk me to death. I just pop out there, yo, and just do that. Don't tell me, I don't want to hear this shit from somebody from out of nowhere talking about we African for that. I don't want to hear that. But it's about the work, yo. Where your money at? Oh man, like come on, yo, y'all think I just started? I ain't new to this. I'm actually true to this, and I'd be offended. I'd be offended when people say so. You just say some of the meanest things to me. It ain't none of them putting their money out there on the line. They icons in the chat just talking. You know what I'm saying? I don't take, man, 99% of stuff I do, I never tape it anyway. I'm just thinking that y'all should know, yo, that I'm about my business. And I wouldn't come to you. I come to you with honor and respect, right? And that's why people get cussed out sometimes, because I know they fronting. And I ain't Captain Saberhole. And what you can't do, you can't come like Sekou come claiming science. See, once you say science, now you're on my radar. You got to know this, because I know this is the tool to get us where we need to get to.
Understood.
Right? You can't say science and then the next and say I agree with evolution, right? To tell our history, and then the next thing you talking about the two cradle theory. Now you messing it all up. Now I know you doing something different. Now I don't understand nothing you saying. And I'm saying go take that back from where you came from and give it to them, because I'm out here in these streets with these people.
Right.
But go ahead, Juju. I just, you know what I mean? Then Brother Reggie. Because
yeah,
I was interesting to me. I just
bang, Bobby, bang. You know how I feel. But the nonprofit that I helped create here, so we helped to get Malcolm X Day recognized on a county level, which is big for the area I'm in. And I only made the point about, you know, I focus on ours, but we don't exclude, to say that it's not like we're coming out as some, you know, radicalists, you know, white people and this and that. It wasn't that. What I'm saying is that we would start in our communities. What I'm saying is that we would deal with populations that had less access to the information that was needed to move forward in many different arenas. So we were trying to bridge that gap and things of that nature. And with that being done, everybody that needed something came to the table and we helped them, just as the Black Panthers did. When, you know what I'm saying? Like, whoever came to their free lunch programs or whatever, didn't matter, they didn't turn them away, they helped everybody. So it wasn't an exclusionary thing, but it's definitely a way for us to create some type of agency, to give some, what's the word I'm looking for? Some self-confidence to the community, you know, you have to lead by example. So to see each other doing things for each other, that would create a different kind of morale within the community and things of that nature. So that's mostly what it's about. And those are kind of the ideals where I lie on the ground and be unified with this whole Pan-African ideology. You know, some can be self-proclaiming, everybody doesn't have to, but that's just where it was for me. Especially when you're dealing in spaces, unlike Atlanta and Baltimore, I'm in spaces where, you know, Black people are quote unquote not prevalent, have no, you know, quote unquote power, real big businesses, things of that nature, things where they stand out. Like, you can go to Atlanta and you can go to some of these big cities and Black people can stand out, you know. You don't have that here. So it's also a way for us to stand out, have a bigger platform to be seen, things of that nature. So
Hey, Jude, I also feel like that's cool if that's what, you know, that's what people want to do, right? I think the problem comes in when they tell other Black people what they should be doing. You know what I'm saying? So, like, say if you want to help Black people, if you know whoever claims Pan Africanism want to help African people and put their money towards it, and you know make that their goal or their life work.
right.
You know, that's cool. I think they should just be telling everybody else they ain't doing the right thing by not doing what y'all are doing.
But see,
you know
that's talk. And you don't deal with talk, you deal with action. I'm always like, put your money where your mouth is. Don't talk about it, be about it. Those are my things. Right. So lots of people can talk and say whatever, but you know, what does the work say? You know, and you can let that speak. So again, a lot of times when I do speak on Pan-Africanism, I also speak about the work that's being done, you know, and the work that I know that's being done here in our neighborhoods here in America and, you know, on the continent of Africa. Like, you know, it's just the work that's being done and what we can do.
I don't like the shaming though, Juju. They shame us for wanting to be African American. Like, what the hell is the FBA? What is that? That's the what?
But like, well, see, I don't
know. What's the FBA?
Well, I don't understand. I don't understand none of that. I'm, you know, from Geechee, Gullah, you know, bloodline or whatnot. I'm from the South. I really haven't fallen to the FBA or whole ADOS movement.
I say, what is it though? What is it?
I mean, what's it? It's nothing. Listen, I think we again, like you told me a long time ago, we done got backwards, and that's why I still say that's why we have these discussions, because some of the ideas that we've held on to or that we've misconstrued it from our, you know, past elders, you know, from our past movements are holding us back, and that's just kind of backwards thinking. Like, we are African American. You know, there's nothing wrong with embracing the American culture and the things that we have created here. And I also don't see anything wrong with embracing African culture and things that were left behind. Like,
so listen, you got the link pinned up too, Juju. So anybody want to come on there? I see you. Everything is everything. I hear what you're saying. What is an African American? You're looking at it. I mean, what's your problem?
Right. Like, I mean, I'm African American. I mean, I think Geechee Gullah people are the best example of what an African American is, because they had both. You know, they couldn't help but be both at the same time. You know, honestly,
I was amongst them Geechees out there in Charleston, man. They all over there.
Right, but you get what I'm saying? Like, they're Americans. We're in America, but they definitely have some African ties that are very evident. You know, you can't deny that, and that's okay. But even when we speak on today, you know, even some of our slang, our language, just a lot of things that are African American, Black African, that it's ingrained in the culture, in American culture, period. You know, like stylization of dress, music, just food, like language. It's just everywhere. It is. We are part of it, and it's a part of us. So I get real. It's just, it's confusing to the young people to try to separate. Yeah, when I was more militant, but I became more scientific literate and started using my critical thinking a little more. So I digress.
When
I was more militant, when it was like, I'm an African in America, like, you know, like separating it, but I'm an African American. I'm an African
in America, but my passport say this and my driver's license say this. I'm a walking country.
Right.
Let me stop. Go ahead, let Reggie on. Let Reggie on.
Exactly.
I'm gonna go to the hospital and get sick, but I ain't African.
Exactly.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Do you actually evolve in your Pan-African ideology? You evolve from a militant position to a more, I guess, laid back Pan-African style or whatever.
Stop making sense, yo.
Pan-African thing, yo.
Well, I mean,
hey, Juju.
What?
You're a prime example of thinking having to evolve, right? You know, you would send me videos at times with you in the hospital, right? When you had nuts running around acting like you wasn't really suffering. You actually had people that Yacht and all them, you know, they the police now. They monitor everybody's behavior now and what you doing and what you not. But they how pious this person is and how pious that person is, and but Reggie is trash, Uncle's this and Sonetta, right? But they ain't monitoring their own damn platform, right?
Right.
And wild to me. People really said that about you when me and you knew what you was going through, right? And so I've seen these videos, right? But you up in the hospital with the white man needle in your arm.
Right.
So at a certain point, yo, you gotta just relax and realize, yo, it's bigger than, you know, this is not right. It's bigger than that sometimes. And people that don't look like you sometimes can actually help you. And if you can't grow on that and get that, you'll be a walking contradiction. Yo, I appreciate you still here, Juju. I'm glad you didn't go to the Pan-African Hospital.
But Unc, I was never like anti-science though.
Juju.
I hear you.
I'm glad you didn't go to the Pan-African Hospital. You still be looking for it.
Well, we gonna try to come and get one. You a joke, your ass.
Y'all still trying to get one.
You could have went to Stadium website, man.
You know I'm riding hard.
We got the red back. Hey, yo, when the ambulance, you know the red thing on the ambulance, they got a red going around the top of it, yo.
But what I can say,
and they jump out with the RBGs on, yo, with the.
If you really, but see, here's the thing. What I was trying to say in the chat, if you really understand, I mean,
we gotta
let's be honest. Like you don't. To be Pan-African is not to not use critical and logical thinking, not to be scientific literate. Like for me, that's anti.
Is that a new mantra? Is that something new you're starting?
That's new. That's new. Definitely.
My. Peace, everybody. Hold on, G-Lord. Look how
I ain't never heard that.
Now we find on the same page. That's crazy. Yeah. I just wanted to say that.
Pan-African James. We have
Pan-African James. Got the name Pan-African James, yo.
I know. Hey,
let Reggie in.
Yeah. Peace, everybody.
Peace, Mr. James. Go ahead. Hey, what's up? What's up, Reggie? You know, I've been fighting your battle for you all day. You know what I'm saying? Stepping up for you all day, Mr. Red.
I know.
Hey, well, first of all, I appreciate you even more watching you out there, giving them cash and things that they need in the street, and showing the love that a person he can call himself with anything that he wants, but he loves his people. So the labels are not as important. And you know, I'm mad. I got some dude that went on and got some sound bites. The Sonetta let him on the show to get some sound bites, and now he's saying that, what is he saying? He's saying that I defended a pedophile against Kemet. At the time, Nazi Yassafel wasn't a pedophile at that time. He didn't do what they say he did. And so he's running this narrative. And I want everybody, if anybody's inclined, please strike that video. Brother Reggie.
Nah, I ain't doing that.
Yeah,
it's like snitching.
I don't even know what
yo, go snitch on them.
Yeah,
Reggie,
no,
I got you back, Reggie.
We ain't
no,
doing
Reggie,
that.
I got you back.
It's power.
I got you back, brother Reggie.
It's power. So let me
I don't
you.
like your name being confused with that pedophile word. I think that's disingenuous.
So
I got you back, Reggie.
Right. So when there's first of all, this is not a court of justice. Ain't nobody going to jail. This is about power. But I'm mad. I'm mad. In general. And so I'm mad at a lot of things. What I'm mad about is fake people who never did anything in their lives for Black people on YouTube, acting as if people like myself who've been doing it 34 years, 36 years, for a person to say that I was a butler for Dr. John Henry Clark. If I was, I'm happy to be a butler. If I was a butler for Dr. John Henry Clark, I'm proud to be a butler, because if I'm a butler for Dr. Leonard Jeffries, who's in a rehab, right? I'm proud to be a butler because I serve my elders, right? I serve my elders, but for a person to call me a butler, to call me out my name, and I can't do nothing about it, right? Call me traitor, right? Most of these people would the elders would not speak. The elders would not speak to them. There'll be a pecking order. And you know how I know the pecking order, Ankh, is? Right? The pecking order is because I was on the pecking order. I had a hierarchy. You couldn't get close to Leonard Jeffries. You couldn't get close to Dr. Benny. You couldn't get close to Dr. Clark without people like me. You get pushed all the way back until you prove something.
It's different.
You get all. Say what, Unc?
I said it's different now. I couldn't even say when I first met Professor Small and he took me around meet Leonard Jeffries, I couldn't spit no knowledge, yo. Like, man. None of that, like all that you think you know it, yo, chill. You're gonna have to chill. You don't even get a shot at it. But go ahead.
No,
Reggie.
So for years, you're right. With Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, all of them, Jacob Carruthers, Asa Hilliard, you get to say nothing.
Nothing. So for all of these, so what is Pan-Africanism? Pan-Africanism is a ideological. Well, no, I'm going to say, listen to what I'm going to say.
I'm vaccinated.
Because I've been thinking about this.
Okay.
An African.
They got a definition on the internet. You don't have to wing it.
Shut up.
You don't have to wing it. They do have an actual definition. But they got an actual definition.
Shut up.
You don't need Brother Reggie.
Hey, you ain't got no training. You ain't got no elders. They don't speak to you. Shut up. I'm talking. Can you mute this dude?
See what I'm saying?
Hey, I'm talking.
Let it go, James.
Yeah, I am. Go ahead.
I'm talking. Okay, so let me break this down. So an African, right? We romanticize the word, right? The Africans that we are talking about, they don't exist anymore. They don't exist anymore. They are descendants, like we are, of the original population of Africans before enslavement, before colonialism, before neocolonialism. They don't exist anymore. What exists now is people who are descendants of that. And so the original African population is gone. Now, what you have now is after the fact. So we are all in the same boat, right? After the Berlin Conference, after slavery. So there's very few Africans that have never seen an airplane. There's very few Africans who haven't been to a doctor. Very few Africans who have not been inoculated at some point of their lives, right? Very few Africans who haven't learned mathematics, right? Some basic science, right? Have been to some basic educational system, right? There's very few of the, what you call the old ancient population. So we're all the new African, all of us, and we're all in the same boat. Now, Pan-Africanism, whatever that is, it starts where you are with your own family, your own community, right? And it doesn't exist until you organize. It doesn't exist till you organize in such a way that you can reach out, right? Now, I have had the privilege of going to Africa early in my life, 86 and 87, with both the great teachers, not on tourism, but I went with Dr. John Henry Clarke. He had not been back to Africa for many years. He was on a fact-finding mission himself to observe what was going on in the Africa that he had left during the time of Kwame Nkrumah, who was a Pan-Africanist, right? So I have training in Pan-Africanism from sitting in the classroom with Dr. John Henry Clarke. I sat in his classroom, right? I was able to ask him questions. I sat in Leonard Jeffries' classroom. I met African leaders, Thomas Sankara, Jerry Rollins, the Tufo Pakawari II, the king of the Akans, right? I've met so many leaders, Minister Louis Farrakhan, so many of them, right? But I get pushed through the mud in this unreal world called YouTube by clowns with no training. But when I see a brother like Ankh and I hear Sister Juju talking about what they do in their community, that doesn't get any emphasis. Unless, but what get emphasis is your latest YouTube video. That's what get emphasis, right? People are not trained. You cannot be a so-called Pan-Africanist in the real world if you don't have an organization. And I smell it when I listen to these people and they don't have a line, right? They don't have a line. Every political group has a line because it goes with their politics. Their politics tells them, if you're a Republican, you have a line. If you have a Democrat, you're a line. You have a line. If you're Pan-Africanism, right? What is your line, right? And what I don't hear from these fake Pan-Africanism, the Shakara, and I'm not gonna call James a fake Pan-Africanist, but I am gonna say he's untrained. I'm gonna say
please, Brother Reggie.
I'm gonna say he's not.
You don't know me. You don't know what I've studied or anything.
Okay, then talk. I'll stop.
You've been talking.
You talk. You tell us about your organizations and your leaders. I'll talk. Let's shut the hell up. You tell us who you are besides your little costume. What's your organization?
It's the costume. Okay.
What's your party line?
So peep this out, Reggie. I don't understand why you being so protective of your teachers. I don't think that they would want you to be doing what you're doing by saying that we can't speak their names any longer, or we can have an affinity or take the teachers, even though
you can have an imaginary friend.
Hold on, even though if it was via, even if it's via YouTube, those are college setting classes that we're watching. They're hours long and there are many of them. You may have been right there in the class, but watch this. What's so crazy about it is, what are your teachers? Your teachers Pan-Africans, yes or no?
almost all of my teachers.
I said yes or no. I ain't asking.
Wait.
See,
First,
I don't
all
need
of
an
my
explanation.
teachers. Yeah, but see, my teachers are
man.
not.
Are
No,
they
it's simple.
Pan-Africans? Yes or no?
It's simple, but they're not you.
I
They
don't
were
got
my
nothing to do with
teachers.
it. They taught Pan-African teaching. That's what
Have
they
you been
did.
to Africa?
Oh man, see, this is what I'm saying.
Have you been to Africa?
I'm done.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Jim-
That don't have nothing to do. See,
Hold on.
Yeah, it has everything to do with it. Because what it has to, because the next stage of Pan-Africanism is go see. Go see if your ideological ideas, if it can work on the ground of Africa. Go see. See, otherwise, if it can only work in America.
To go see. We got the
Hey, Reggie,
internet now.
hold on a minute.
So you got organizations like the
Pan-African
OAAU, you got the African Union, which is started through from Pan-Africanism. Its origins is Pan-Africanism.
Hey, Pan-African James.
Come on,
So
man, you can't do that.
Hey,
and then you won't even acknowledge that your teachers are Pan-African. You know they are. Why won't you say that, Reggie? You ashamed?
Yeah, hear me.
No, they just not you. See, I talk to my teachers.
Don't got nothing to do with it. I asked you a question and you wouldn't answer.
You can't.
Because it's too complicated for your mind. Too goddamn complicated for your mind.
I'm mute now, y'all. Go ahead.
Hey, Reggie.
Yeah, you mute out.
Reggie, let Pan-African James tell us what, because we let Yolanda explain her idea or what it was.
Yes.
Let's let Pan-African James tell us what he's doing and what his organization is about and his Pan-Africanness. So go ahead, Pan-African.
Let me see. Y'all see, people think it's a joke and a game and we just playing. And that we don't understand what Pan-Africanism is. It is just a thought that African peoples have for African unity. That's all it requires, that you understand that we are in the last place in this situation. When our people finally got out of the situation they're in, they gathered together and looked around and seen where we were ethnically on the planet. And then they came up with this particular solution to the problem, which is African unity. It's just that simple. You don't have to be in no organization. We're in this by blood. What are y'all talking about? So now we got to go to school, get a master's degree to know that we African and what our situation is. Dr. Clark and them taught this to us on the. See, you, like I keep telling you, so spoiled, Reggie, because you was in proximity. We in the South. We just learned this through the internet, but you demonizing us for being late to the party.
Won't you learn?
What you mean learn? I already know. I know what it
don't.
is. It's not as hard as you trying to make it out to be. See what I'm saying? You just
yes,
want to talk.
Is.
You've been doing this for 30 years. What have you done personally?
What do you mean what I've done?
You haven't usurped Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben?
What do you mean? Okay, so
you just
I wrote
showed
a plan.
Up on Sinetta, man.
No. That's later. Stop it.
Yes, talk about your plan, Reggie.
Oh, everybody freeze. Everybody freeze up. Everybody
I'm going to post it in the chat.
I'm watching slow motion.
Everybody freeze. Look. James said it all. He said he learned his Pan-Africanism from the internet.
I'm frozen.
I get it. No, I'm saying a lot of people learn.
Don't minimize what I said.
I'm not. Let me finish my point.
Hold on. Just hold on. I'm gonna show my camera.
Let me talk. I'm gonna let you talk. I don't want to get over each other. Listen,
I blame Umar Johnson, yo, and Hidden Colors.
But Reggie learned his Pan-Africanness from people like John Henry Clark. Like the man told you when John Henry Clark went blind, he read the damn books to him, yo. The man told you that John Henry Clark called him a fool in Africa while he was worrying about Islam. I'm like, boy, we're in a damn Islamic country. Shut the hell up. Right? So he had personal relationships with Dr. Benham. This is not an internet dream. This is not the 52 fake out. You know what I'm saying? Like that's real. But you don't think I sat down and talked to Professor Smalls about what Pan-Africanism is, what it ain't? He really be thinking the dudes on the internet be jokes. He might not come out and say it to y'all, but I had conversation. All you gotta do is sit down and have a good conversation with a brother on some off-code shit. On some, yo, I'm a black man in America, you're a black man, all that. I don't want to hit, because see, I like to get you to where the rubber meet the road at. In my conversation with people I seek out. Look, I don't want to hear all that. I want to hear none of the, and I want to hear what is it that you went through in your life. Let's talk about the whole situation. So I've heard the situation. So I'm not knocking you if you learned it from the internet, but I find it very funny that people like Reggie, people like me, is getting disrespected by people that popped up out of no fucking where. This is my confusion. Y'all actually seeing the work happen in front of your face. Why do you think there's a thing? Why do you think people are even talking about scientific literacy? Why do you think about people thinking about even not feeling shame not to believe in God with a red, black, and green flavor to it? Why do y'all think that? What's wrong with speaking on organizations that have failed us? They actually failed us. We've seen it in real time. Now it's your job. Those who claim to be Pan-Africanists, no matter where you learned it from, it's your job to upgrade it. It's not palatable for 2023, James.
Agreed.
If it was, yo, I had to actually debate people with the red, black, and green flag behind their damn head. I had to debate people and talk about their UNIA, and they in the UNIA office arguing with me over vaccines, yo. What do y'all expect me to do? Am I just supposed to sit here and act like they was slick with the talking? It's all love. Do you know what critical thinking is? Every time, yo, you refresh your ideas, you rework it. That's what Reggie is saying. You go to Africa and you're gonna realize it ain't what you thought it was. It ain't what you think it is. Go send some people over there. Go send people on fact-finding missions. I did. Only reason I didn't go because my babies was born. I felt that more important than going anywhere. So go ahead, James. We're not marginalizing how you came in contact with Pan-African. I'm not marginalizing that, bro. I'm just saying.
Just said I just learned it off the internet, man. I just spent plenty of money on reading books and stuff too, just like you, huh? I don't have no collection like you, and maybe you started before me. But y'all got to stop mentalizing people that's coming into the correct history because it's right.
No, you're not coming into the correct history. You're coming into ideological. It's not the correct history. Because see, Pan-Africanism really doesn't have anything to do with history.
Wait, slow down.
Pan-Africanism doesn't really have anything to do with history. History is the past. Pan-Africanism has everything to do with the future, but you have to define what it is. So I asked you what your line.
So your teachers went and did all that for nothing. They went.
No.
I'm just asking you a question. What was their purpose of going back and trying to tell us about
critical thinking? Critical thinking. Dr. John Henry Clarke says
it had nothing to do with Pan-Africanism.
No. So
why does he have a lecture called Pan-Africanism of Paris? Why?
Yeah.
Why does he have a lecture that says that?
Yeah, because what you don't know about Dr. Leonard Jeffries.
That's what's great. We don't gotta listen to you.
Listen to me. Listen to me, son, and learn something.
James,
listen to me.
Let him finish, please.
Dr. Leonard Jeffries, he teaches in 50-year turning points. That's his critical thinking. In 50-year turning points, Dr. Clarke thinks in 200-year turning points. So Dr. John Henry Clarke always thinks about 200 years in the future, right? So his concepts is large sweeps of history, right? Because he has a great mind to understand history, because he was just so how can I say, so involved in the subject, from writing from Freedom Ways to being with Leo Hansberry so his time frame is 200 years in the future. So he's already looked at the resources and the things that our people will need to survive and what we have to do 200 years later. Dr. Jeffries, he does sweeps of history 50 years. So when Dr. Clarke would say Pan-Africanism Paris, he's talking about all of our people in the future. If we don't get it together, 200 years from now, AI, artificial intelligence, they will have our resources. The world would be robotic. If we don't get our medicine together and our military together, we will perish. And that's all of us. And that's all of us. So now,
talking about humankind, I'm asking. He just talking about the Pacific people.
No, I'm talking about the people of Africa is not needed. The resources are needed, right? So whether it's Europeans, Asians, Russians, white folks in Africa, they don't need us anymore, right? And we haven't figured out what to do, and we can't even close our borders. The simplest thing is to close our borders and leave the stuff in the land. But the problem is Africa is so impoverished that that the leadership wants to extract the resources, steal from the people. And that's what's happening. So Dr. Clarke's Pan-Africanism or perish means that it's similar to Dr. Cheikh Anta Diop's federated state model, right?
This is crazy.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on. I just got to respond real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
This man got a whole 2-hour lecture telling us what he's talking about, but we got to listen to what you talking about, interpreting what he already said. We can go watch and see for ourselves. So how does that work, Reggie?
Oh, so the way it works is that people get to talk along the way and try to figure out what he's actually saying, because we get a chance to see. You don't get to talk back. You're like talking to God one way. So we have a two-way radio.
This is
right.
wild.
We have a two-way radio. We get talked back to, right? So when Dr. Clarke called me a damn fool in Africa, right? It was a two-way conversation.
Dr. Clarke, that's my guy.
It was a two-way conversation, because I am saying, me, him, and Dr. Jeffries, we've been going from mosque to mosque. We did 2 mosques. Now we're on the road again for another damn 2 hours to go to the Tuba Mosque. And Dr. Clarke all the while is talking to Leonard Jeffries and trying to teach Dr. Leonard Jeffries about the great Tuba Mosque. And I'm like, damn, I'm tired of Islam. I'm anti-Islam. And he's saying, look, shut up. Let me just shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. This is when Islam, there was a promise that African Islam, if Africans could take Islam and make it their own, that it would be unified, because the majority of Africans at that time in West Africa was Islamic. And if we could have used it as a tool, but we failed. So we're going to go to Tuba Mosque, where they wrote the Quran in their own language. And they told the Arabs, you're not fit for your God, right? And that was a great revolutionary movement, right? So he chastised me, but he's my extended grandfather. He just beat me up like I'm trying to beat you up, so that you
can't do that, because he's my grandfather too.
No, he ain't. You never met him.
You can't do that, Reggie.
Yeah, I can. You know why? Because Dr. John Henry Clarke. You know why? Because Dr. John Henry Clarke went to my father's funeral.
That's cool.
You know why?
Reggie, that's cool.
Because Dr. John Henry Clarke, he was sick and he couldn't go to my wedding.
From you, Reggie. What I'm saying is, let us embrace our elder too. You can't do that, Reggie.
No, because you know what? So many.
So nobody can say that they learned nothing from Dr. Clarke or Dr.
No. You know what happens? It's like Cyrus Sunsetti.
Yeah, you did that. That's what I'm saying.
Cyrus Sunsetti says that he was a student of Dr. Ben, but then he turns around and says the Meta-Net is not deciphered. You see,
did you learn anything from Dr. Clarke or Dr. Ben? Please.
Hey, we
Shit,
got
I learned.
Be honest. Be honest.
I'm telling you, I learned more from James Smalls because I could have a personal conversation with him.
Okay,
I'm
asking you, have you learned anything for Dr. Ben?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So what I'm saying, Reggie,
yeah, study your
please.
We learn how to make fire from the cavemen.
Can we embrace Dr. Ben?
No, because you know what?
You
You can embrace him.
Oh my
Let's
God.
break it. Let's bring in another voice. Come on, Reggie.
We got Brother Kyle in the building, man. He ain't speak yet. What's up, bro?
Go ahead, man.
Hey, Reggie, you know I got your back on this. I get your point on that. The Pan-African said, can't we just, of course we all gonna learn from them, but there's a uniqueness to your situation. You supposed to wear that right there. You supposed to let them know that. Like, they don't really know, bro. They don't know that when you spend time reading to an elder, yo, that's time. That's quality time, bro. You get the inside out, yo. You get to hear him tell you the mistakes he made in the whole struggle and how he shouldn't have did it that way, dog. You get all the inside juice. You get to know what women they was messing with. The women they wasn't messing with. You get all that. See, if you put out all that, that'd be different. But, we got our private lives.
But when you were speaking of Professor Small, this is important. So you get a chance you heard all his lectures and you hear what he says on TV, you see how charismatic he is, right? But then when you're up close and personal, this man is from South Carolina. This dude eats peanuts all the damn day, right? He's a country boy. He's a country boy that loved Malcolm X. And when he was in the military, he had heard Malcolm X died. As soon as he got out the military, he walked up to Ella Collins, Malcolm X's sister, right? Because he was living in Harlem with his mother. His mother was on 147th Street. And he walked down and he found Ella Collins and he knocked on the door and he says, I want to help. I want to help. I want to volunteer my life. And Ella Collins is Malcolm X's sister, by the way, who I have met, right? And I'm telling you, she is a black gangster. She ain't nothing to play with. And so this man walks to her house after Malcolm had died 2 years earlier, right? And they are fighting with the killers of Malcolm X. I'm talking they're hunting them down, right? They're hunting them down, right? Everybody and so many people left this country, went to Mexico because of Ella Collins, right? Because she was going to put you in the cemetery. And I know a lot of people that came back, right? A lot of people, elders and stuff that people love that came back. And the first thing they did was apologize to Professor Small, right? Just to make sure that he ain't hold no grudges. So I know Brother Small's trainer. Brother Small's trainer. I'm talking about his military trainer. I'm not going to mention his name, right? But I'm saying there's a difference. Now, when Ankh was talking to Professor Small, he walks away from what the people need to hear, right? To talking to Ankh, right? As somebody that needs to hear something else, right? Because our people are shattered. Our people are distraught, they're shattered. And so some of this stuff is just for the internet and for the YouTube. It ain't, huh?
Y'all don't want the, what Smalls, Professor Smalls always tells me? He was like, man, I got to teach you how to communicate better. You give it to him too raw. He was like, man, and now he right though. But I remember him saying, yo, I ain't Dr. Ben, yo, I'm gonna come a little more meaning than Dr. Ben. Remember that, yo. I actually remember him saying that on a video. And I asked him about that. Right? And for him, for me, he just always felt like I just give y'all too much. Like y'all not ready to handle that. Right? And he probably was right. You know what I'm saying? Like if I say, look, Pan-Africanists or being a Pan, like in 2023 need to be space age. What are you talking about? I said, yo, it wasn't fit, right? And we got proof that it wasn't fit. None of those groups were actually fit, right? I probably shouldn't have said it that way. I probably should have said, well, you could, but I ain't got it in me to do that. I just don't got it. I don't have it. I don't have the time to waste, right? It's on my bill, right? This be my bill. This be coming out my pocket. This what I do. See what I'm saying? Like if y'all give
And
me
you
time,
have a right to be a Malcolm X.
it'll get spent into trying to, you know what I'm saying, put something back. I ain't shopping with the couple dollars. You know what I'm saying? I ain't going partying nowhere with the couple dollars. I'm not. Trust me, so it's on my bill. Hold on, Reggie. I'm just saying, look, whatever I do, yo, it be on my bill, yo. And hopefully then I get brothers around me that want to help foot the damn bill. Because there's a bill to get this. We don't have free information. Kent, do we have free information, Kent?
Yeah, we do. We do got free, and we can go on the internet and look this shit up.
No, Kent. I'm talking about us, Kent. Stay with me. Because that $300 bill I got wasn't free, Kent.
Keep up.
Go ahead, my bad. What you said?
Nah, it ain't your bag. I'm serious, yo. That was a $300 fucking bill I got. That shit wasn't fucking free.
Oh yeah.
Right. See?
Definitely.
Right. Okay. That shit wasn't free.
Keep up, Kent.
Nah, I had to think of what he was talking about just now.
No.
We definitely got to pay for the courses and the apps and things of that nature. To get that.
Free.
The journals. The journals
free. How's that free? We do better than that. We do better than the free information you Google. That's not what I'm doing. I'm not doing the free information on Google. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just not doing that. That's why most people can't even keep up, because you gotta spend money to keep up with me.
Right.
If you're not spending money, you're not gonna keep up. I see Marcus. Hey, Kyle, you want to say something?
Yeah, Kyle been waiting.
Kyle and Marcus. Yeah, Kyle was waiting.
I'm gonna mute my mic for Kyle. I'm gonna mute my mic.
I appreciate that, brother Reggie. How you doing? What's up, and peace to the panel. What's up, Kent, Pan-African James, the whole nine. I guess I have concerns, and my concerns are based on time and what's current right now, and it doesn't seem like that nobody is basing what their liberation is, their freedom, their ideals for like what we need based in 2023.
That wasn't a conversation. Conversation. That wasn't really the crux of the conversation, though. The conversation we were having was kind of like how people define Pan-Africanism in a sense, we were talking about critical thinking. We weren't really talking about moving forward, but that's another part. I'm just trying to keep it, in line.
No, I respect what you said. I get it. What I'm saying is wholly that we're having a conversation that's antiquated, right? And so we don't live in the same type of society as our ancestors that formed Pan-Africanism. They live in a socialistic environment and a more egalitarian society, and we don't live in that. And so our response needs to be according to our current and future state of being. And we're talking about some things that are not going to be beneficial because we're not living and we're not responding in a beneficial way. We're like, for instance, right? If I'm playing basketball and if I get dunked on, I'm not going to come back down the court the next series and only defend the dunk. I'm gonna defend every position that I possibly can, and I'm gonna also, try to make some. Anyway, there's future changes. But what I'm saying is that we are responding to something that's not necessary.
Basically, you saying Pan-Africanism is outdated.
Absolutely, bro.
2023, and that's what I kind of was trying to tell them in the Discord. What it did for us in the past. It did its thing, right? I guess whatever they put in there, it did its thing or whatever, right? But in 2023, the rhetoric isn't really beneficial.
Okay,
what I'm saying? Where I was coming from.
Wait a minute, I kind of disagree with that because I know my work and me being of that, my work
You
is
got a
relevant
different kind of
today.
Pan-Africanism, Juju. You got that. You got that.
Okay, but
that
let me
nice.
ask-
Okay, so but wait,
Right.
stick on
Go
that.
ahead.
So if we're talking about evolving something and pushing it forward, then I would say that I will be the vehicle to do that. That's what I'm working towards. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
What is the problem with that? Why is that an issue? And I don't think all Pan-Africanists are separatists or want to be isolated. I just think it has more to do with focus and
that it has to do
What we
with
want is fair trade. The CNC, we ain't thinking about just what's going on here in America because it's a global situation. It's called Pan-Africanism. When your homeland gets straight, maybe they could turn around and look out for you off in this situation and help get us straight. But nowhere in the world do you separate. Hold up, nowhere in the world do you separate from your nucleus and talk about you gonna achieve some power. Dr. Clark said this, and that's what I'm saying.
But that's what I'm saying though.
That's crazy saying. You know what I'm saying? The mission ain't never been finished.
Pan-African James. When did Dr. Clark say this though? When did he say that?
I'll put it in the back chat for you, man.
What year? I'm saying like what time frame?
I don't know what year. Reggie can probably give you the dates, but the man, I wouldn't lie on our ancestors.
I know that. I'm not saying that you lie. I'm just saying, would you agree that things are different now than they were back when he was?
But see, that's what you got to understand. Pan-Africanism lives within us. We the hold on. We the ones that gotta change and see, okay, because they're changing, they're gonna adjust to whatever you're doing. You gotta adjust as the times go on. You don't kill off what they don't scrap everything and then start all over. That ain't how Europeans is moving. That's what y'all telling us to do. Scrap what the original plan was and let's just start over again. No, you take the best of what your elders and your ancestors assessed what the deal was, and you add on. You don't kill what they already did assess.
No, that's not true, bro.
How that work?
That's not true.
Let Kyle finish his point, though.
Like,
let Kyle have the floor.
So, like, if you ever have been in a competitive environment, you would know that yes, you actually do scrap your plan if the situation changes around your plan. Like that's not even a wise thing to tell somebody to stick to the original plan. Like there's books that they teach. Like the one book that was impactful most for my life is a book called Who Moved My Cheese. It's a book about a rat going through a maze and they used to change the maze. And it's about adapting to what your surroundings are. And what we're not doing in this environment is we're not adapting. We expect our environment to adapt to us and our movement, and that's not the right way to approach anything at all, as far as liberation or shit, really anything. Period. You can't expect things to change for you. You have to change for it. You have to observe your environment, understand the situation that's around yourself, and make the appropriate changes to be able to conquer said environment. And we're not doing that. And what I'm saying, you can pull up James Smalls, Dr. Ben all day, and these are great scholars. They were great in their time, but the information that they had back then is not useful for us for social liberation in 2023 and going forward, because they made a statement based on their conditions then. And like I don't understand why we can't get this. And if anybody on here does business, your business changes every year. Unc West does not have the same shirts that he did when he first came out with Bourgeois. Like nobody does this, bro.
Abju, get it right. It ain't no
Hey man, you know,
no, come correct.
Abju, man, but I support Unc, man. You know, I ain't no disrespect. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no disrespect. We know.
Come on, man. You good? Good.
Just kidding.
But you know, but every year you come out with new merchandise because you keep up with the trends. You bring in like the no religion shit is hot. You know what I'm saying? But that ain't what you first came out with, because you changed with the times and you had to be relevant. You know what I'm saying? And it's obvious.
New things.
You know what I'm saying? And Pan-Africanism has not changed because we're so blickety black that we don't want to disrespect our ancestors Lick me.
Yo, say, I didn't say that. That was Kyle said that. Kyle said
He did,
Look,
and you gonna
that's how
use
you
it
get a lot of them
again.
called. That's how
You
you get a
gonna use
lot
it
of them coming
again.
out. That's how you
let's
get a
get
lot of
Marcus in
Pan-Africans
here.
coming out saying that we not free.
Hold on. Marcus, listen, man. I've gained a profound respect for Brother Marcus right there. Right? Marcus, we had a great conversation on Pan-Africanism. I mean, he was up for the challenge, yo. He was raised in a Pan-African household.
Yeah, that's my man, Marcus.
So he's
Yeah.
definitely that had a conversation. And you know, we went at it, but at the end of the day, I was like, man, that's a good conversation for me. You know what I mean? I learned more about, I've never actually sat back and just, you know what I'm saying, studied and all that. I was like, nah, I already know. I already can tell. I can smell a religion, right? I was like, a little religion right there. I always knew it was a little bit religion right there. You know what I'm saying? Like if a person say science is stupid and dumb, I don't get mad at that. I'm like, all right, yo, okay, what you want me to say? Where you at, Marcus? Speak up, yo, forever hold your peace, Mr. Pan-African himself. Where you at? You got to unmute yourself, Marcus.
Marcus be having trouble.
Yeah, I struggle with the phone, getting on here with my phone and not the laptop. But peace to the panel. How everybody doing?
Peace, yo. You the greatest Pan-African I ever heard. The greatest American story ever, yo. You think I got a story? Nah, yo, got a good one.
Leave him alone, don't do him.
I'm not.
Go, Marcus. Go, Marcus.
Man, y'all missed. Go ahead, man. What you got?
I agree. I think that what happens is when it comes to the Pan-African that is predominant in this community is that people get stuck, right? And so they then begin to I think it was like James Baldwin who said that Americans hearification of their past experiences, or like George Washington, the founding fathers, that we have a difficulty seeing where some of the faulty arguments come in at. And I think that in Pan-Africanism, that's a prime example, right? That in our community, there are a lot of people who don't really know the history of Pan-Africanism, its origins and what's happened, nor the many people who are involved in Pan-Africanism throughout our time here in America, and then globally or whatever. So I think that's one of the issues we have a conversation. But when we talk about updating information, right, I need to know what information is actually inaccurate and that needs to be updated, right? Because in the first Pan-African Congress, they did talk about scientific racism. So is that no longer relevant now?
You say what?
In the first Pan-African Conference, they talked about things like scientific racism, scientific literacy, economics, economic development, right? So all these things were also part of the con, but somehow or another we only stick to the to the outskirts of what people are talking about. So
can I answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
They obviously didn't believe it.
Who didn't believe it?
It was actually unable to do it.
They did do it though.
The first conference, and now hold on, the first conference in 19 when, yo?
I think it was like 9. I gotta think. It was like 19. Let me see.
Boy, see,
19. Yeah, it was like 1900 in July or something like that.
1900.
Wow. So they actually talked about these things, but was unable.
So there was 6 Pan-African conferences, right? And Dr. Clark will talk about the last of them, which didn't fulfill any of the others. It was the worst of the Pan-African conferences. And so it itself had changed. Pan-Africanism had changed from the first to the sixth conference. And I'm just trying to look at where he actually said that. But one of the things that Dr. John Henry Clarke, if you ever read his book, he ends his book with Africans on the Crossroads. And that is a profound thinking, right? Can Africans save themselves? And he goes into technology, and so he pivots. He actually pivots from a lot of the idealistic ideas into some concrete things that we have to deal with, which is science and technology, right? So it's here, can African people save themselves, right? And so that is where this is where Dr. John Henry Clarke ends his life. His life ends in these last pages. It's not many, but it's his final thoughts in his notes. And I was just trying to pull out something in it that I wanted to talk about, but you have to understand that Pan-Africanism can only work if the sectors of people in the diaspora, right, and in Africa, do some particular work. So everybody in every sector, right, has to do some work that can strengthen the concept of Pan-Africanism. So Pan-Africanism is just not the unity of Africa. It's not that at all. It's the unity of Africans worldwide. The current organizations, the AU had strategically, for their purposes, separated out the diaspora. So the AU has destroyed the concept of Pan-Africanism with the help of diaspora. They only are trying to control Africa largely for their vassals, right? They are vassals. They have sovereignty, but they're using their sovereignty as vassal states.
Hold on, complete.
And you know what I'm
let Marcus finish, Reggie. You got
Yeah.
Go ahead, let him finish. Go ahead, Marcus.
No, that was me saying that. Because
I know, but Marcus has said he wasn't finished speaking though.
Okay, go ahead.
Kind of dove through him. Go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, so like when we look at the wide variety of Pan-Africanism, right? You do have these large swaths of groups that tend to drive the conversation, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's all Pan-Africanism is.
Okay.
And that's my main point. So when we talk about George Washington Carver, right, and his scientific mind, because he was a scientist with a laboratory performing experiments, right? When you read his papers, there's a reason why he was making all those products with sweet potatoes. There's a reason why he wanted the peanuts to become part of the Southern agricultural system, right? There's a reason why. And when you read their papers and read what they're saying, you realize that they're really forward thinking in their ideology and how they want to perform their version of Pan-Africanism. And when you read W.E.B. Du Bois and others. So what I'm saying is Marcus Garvey and that sector, while they have a lot of the sensationalism, and he was a dynamic speaker, and he came at a time in which the Black population here in America was under great stress, violence. I mean, I think they call it like the Red Summer. Like, it was just ridiculous at the time that Garvey is really ramping up his ideology and his rhetoric. And a lot of people ran to that due to the circumstances that was in existence here in America. But that is not the accumulation of what Pan-Africanism is. And so I personally
So they tricked us though? They tricked us.
It wasn't a trick. It's just like what happened with George. It's like what happened with George Floyd. That's not a trick. It's his human nature.
It's
so what happened with
that it took
How
me
did it
this long for me to know this, yo. Just so that mean you tricked me, yo. Like, I didn't know that. Who knew that Marcus Garvey had a whole different Pan-Am? Like, who knew that? Crazy, yo. But go ahead. I'm just saying.
A lot of people don't know that it's a different movement for real. Garveyites and Pan Africans is a totally separate things.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
what was the point of bringing up George Floyd? Like, why did you bring that up, brother?
Because during the moment of George Floyd, you still had the protests of Black Lives Matter and all like that going on. But if you really pay attention to what happened, that was a global movement due to a incident or a situation that caused people consciousness to somewhat change. So people see, I'm going to explain, people seen that and they moved accordingly. Well, when Marcus Garvey was here, Black people was under the same type of stressful situation. You had tons of riots going on throughout the United States, and they needed something different. And so they grabbed hold to Garveyism because he was saying, this is how you save yourself. You got to look at the cultural context and the time that he was doing it on why Black people ran towards Garveyism so strongly and neglected all the other forms of Pan-Africanism. And I'm saying that in human nature, this is what they do.
Okay, so
this is what people do.
The George Floyd protest had nothing to do with Pan-Africanism, and
I'm not saying it did. What I'm saying is that people's emotions got involved due to seeing this man lose his life.
In contrast.
And I'm saying that during the time of Marcus Garvey, Black people were being killed throughout the United States. And so they moved to Garveyism in large droves. So it seemed like that's all Pan-Africanism was. But I'm telling you, that's based on the time in which he was here. In other words, if Marcus Garvey had came in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, I doubt too many people would have been following him. And that's my point. That's my point.
And what you said, brother, I appreciate what you said, and peace to the Marcuses out there, because I actually was named after Marcus Messiah Garvey. My first name is Marcus. You know what I'm saying? So, but
that's me too. My grandfather was a Garveyite. I told him in the Discord about that. But I'm named after Marcus Mosiah Garvey as well.
Well, can I add one thing? Marcus Garvey's movement was in the North, but it was very popular in the South. It was very popular in the South because there were many Africans in the South who had not forgotten Africa, because they were importing Africans into America into 1865. And so there was a close relationship. So Marcus Garvey had a Back to Africa movement. Believe it or not, there were several Back to Africa movements. Garvey absorbed those. And there was one woman, she was, I think, from Ghana. They shot her in the head, the Garveyites. The Garveyites shot her in the head. But there were several movements of Back to Africa, but Garvey absorbed them because many of the people there still had Africa in their heart. They could, their grandparents came from Africa. And so then you have people like Malcolm X's, whose grandfather was from Africa, right? You even have Thurgood Marshall's, whose great-grandfather came from Africa. So Africa was still in the hearts, and people simply wanted to leave America and go home. I'll stop. I'll come back.
I agree that Marcus Garvey absorbed other movements like Bishop Turner's Back to Africa movement in Atlanta. I mean, those people, as soon as Garvey came on the scene, without a doubt, heavily supported him. But even in the Midwest, where that's not as prevalent, you still see them drawing heavy towards Garveyism. And we can get into the necessary why Marcus Garvey's movement was very strong. But my core point is that it ended up overshadowing people like Herbert Harrison.
Yeah.
And that's my point, that the Garveyism overshadowed all these other Pan-Africanists. And now that's charismatic. The whole conversation. Yeah, he was.
Well, he was charismatic. He had a cult following, right? There was money attached to some of the other people, there wasn't those things like money attached. Garvey had a printing company, he had a shipping company idea, a transportation idea. It was very idealistic, and there were a lot of people who was interested in the money. Hubert Harrison and the rest of them, they were they had ideologies, but they weren't putting it into the money didn't follow. So Garvey's movement had an economic wing, right? People were getting paid in the Garvey movement. With Hubert Harrison, people weren't getting paid. So
Hubert Harris, that's my man. One playing. That atheist was not playing with Garvey.
No.
Same way I'm not
playing. Am I mistaken thinking that Garvey came up with the RBG flag, or is that true?
Come on, you know the answer to that stuff.
I'm just asking. Did he
well, he came in with he came in with the Haitian Revolution. So the undercurrent of the Garvey movement was he was taking aspects of the Haitian, the emperor, Dessalines, right? Toussaint. That's how he dressed. That's how he looked like a black Frenchman, right? The red, black, and green flag is a Haitian war flag, or a Haitian voodoo war flag, right? So he borrowed those things from Haiti, because he was the emperor. Garvey was going to be, yeah.
My bad, I didn't mean to cut you off. So basically, if people rocking the red, black, and green, by default, they're representing Garvey's version of Pan-Africanism, man.
Yeah. They were there, or his ideology, right? But it wasn't. Garvey's movement, unlike Booker T. Washington, Garvey's movement was a African American movement to Africa. He had very little connection at all to the continent of Africa. So it was an African American movement. It was staffed largely by African Americans. It had nothing to do. He wasn't really communicating like Booker T. Washington with African leaders.
Next, you know what I'm about to next about Garvey.
So let me get this straight. It was the African Americans that started the Pan-African movement.
Yeah.
Let me get this straight. So why not just be an African American? We have great ideas.
Do you know what the idea that the African Americans had?
Hold on, James.
Whoever said it started in Africa, though.
No, it didn't. What
was the idea?
I thought we knew that Pan-Africanism was an African American created ideology, though.
And hold up, when he say African American,
we gotta stop it. Do you know we gotta stop this right now? So it seems like the most powerful thing we got that generate ideas and religions seems to be the great African American. Don't run away from that power base. Don't. Hold on.
Hold on. How
we, Marcus? Hold on, Marcus. Hold on. I need to talk to Marcus. Marcus.
How can y'all say that Garvey?
I'm trying to ask Marcus. Marcus, unmute yourself. I need the document you gave me. What is that document you gave me that clearly said that it was either Booker T. Washington? Was it Booker T? It was Booker T. Washington that actually went to Libya. I don't know if he went, but he actually Liberia. My fault.
He sent from Tuskegee. He sent Dr. Tyreen Wright.
I want to read it. I want to read you. Where's that document at, Marcus?
I'll drop the link for Dr. Tyreen Wright's book if anybody wants to get it and have a better understanding.
Yeah, we got a great understanding now.
I actually have a copy of the book, and I'm gonna read it and do a nice little review for you all.
Yeah.
And Dr. Tyreen Wright is probably
Marcus. Do you hear me, Marcus?
Marcus ain't paying you no money.
Marcus, can you give me the name of where's that doc? You put it in the thing, yo. Where is it?
What was it talking about?
You know, it wasn't the one where you tried to fake us out with the Booker T with the Pan-African. You tried to fake us, and not that.
I'm not
wrote
changing
some letters in support of Pan-African. He's a Pan. Okay, same way CK did me. Right.
Oh my God!
It was talking about how Ethiopia and Liberia, right, colonialism, right, actually end up colonizing Ethiopia, but they didn't get Liberia, and it was because the works of, I think it was Booker T. Washington, he uses political sway to kind of, and you know this, and then I forget, where's that at? So I can read it. This is very interesting. Where's that at?
Oh, okay, so that's one in Dr. Tyrene's book, but there's also a part of the congressional record. So I'm gonna pull it up. I think I put it in the Discord.
You pull that up. I don't read that, but I'm just letting everybody know. Don't hate me. Hate the game. Don't get mad because I go straight to the power source, to the one that's creating these great ideas. Don't hate. Y'all need to participate. Don't hate.
Can I read something?
Hey, brother,
Can I read something important?
Unc is a trip. I can't
Don't hate.
right now.
Brother Reggie,
Jesus.
don't hate.
Question.
Hey, Brother
No,
Reggie,
no,
they can't
I'm
hate,
not gonna
Reggie. They can't hate.
I'm alarmed.
They
Reggie,
can't
I
hate the
got
great
you.
African.
Can I read something from Dr. Clark?
Go ahead.
Just want to make sure.
All right, now listen.
Hold on. Just to all the Pan-Africanists, don't hate on the African.
Stop it.
Hey, look, let me ask you a question.
Don't hate your father and your mother. Do not hate.
Reggie.
Thou shalt not hate thy father and mother.
Reggie, go ahead and read yourself.
All right, thank you.
Are y'all listening to me? Hold on. Are we listening? Are we playing?
We heard you.
Being serious.
We heard
I love
We
the serious
hear you,
conversation.
You saying that you didn't know that Pan-African
Hey, but look,
starts in
Hold on, Kent. Don't change it. No, I didn't actually know it the way y'all would talk trash about African Americans. I really didn't know this. I didn't know.
No,
I didn't
because
know.
no, because see, we all inclusive of all
man, see, now y'all see him
But
back
hold up.
coming around.
Man, see, you scientifically literate, right?
Now I'm
Which,
scientific.
hold up, but peep
Reggie
this
was
out.
not.
You know
quick.
that
Go ahead, Reggie.
genetically you are an African.
No. I'm gonna show you what Dr. Clark says. So
Reggie
go ahead.
So learn.
go, y'all.
Page
Reggie,
4.
did he try to tell me that genetically what is he saying?
Let him go.
He's saying we ain't really.
Read.
He thought some say cool stuff. That's some say cool stuff.
I'm trying to
Let me
find
read
out.
this. Listen. These are the last pages of Dr. John Henry Clark's life. He says, after the middle of the 19th century, Black Americans in the United States were no longer considered to be African. What to call them has always been a dilemma. W.E.B. Du Bois reminds us that we were brought to America as temporary immigrants with the assumption that we would eventually be returned to Africa. He also reminds us that our first institutions bore the names African, such as the African Methodist Episcopal Church and the African Lodge that became, that became in actuality the first Black Masonic order established in the United States. But in the closing years of the 19th century, we began to refer to ourselves as colored or Negro. However, neither word had any meaning in reference to the national home base of a people. We did not begin to use the word Black until the middle of the 20th century. During the period of Supreme Court, okay, so the word African again became part of our conscious speech after the African independence explosion, starting with the independence of Ghana in 1957. What Dr. John Henry Clark is saying is that we was using the word African, right? But it wasn't in the context of Africans on the continent. It was in the context of something else. There was a dilemma as to what to call ourselves, right? So some of these words that we use, things like Pan-Africanism and things like that, well, you have to understand that the people who brought it forth was at the crossroads because they knew that there was something else, right? So either I'm not reading this right, like some people like Osage would say, I have reading comprehensions because I don't read what he wants me to read, right? But I do know that he definitely says what to call them has always been a dilemma, right? So we went through different names, Black, right? We named our institutions African, right? But those institutions that we call African had another connotation that had nothing to do with the continent of Africa, had something to do with what we were doing here. something that we was doing here, that we were associating it. We were using this word to Africa because we were in a dilemma as to what we should call ourselves, and our dilemma because we knew that we were not the same people. We were immigrants in this country. So that's what I wanted to talk about, how Dr. John Henrik Clarke is teasing out this dilemma that sometimes we will call ourselves something, but we have to search for what the deeper meaning of it is. Just because you might read it in the textbook, oh, the African Lodge, African Methodist Church. No, it means something. It was us trying to associate or find ourselves. You hear Dr. John Henrik Clarke talk often about finding ourselves, saving ourselves, finding our identity. But all these things are happening in America.
Hey, brother Reggie,
Wonder why.
in your honest opinion, right? I know you probably was more familiar with this than anybody else. Do you feel like Marcus Garvey was scamming people?
That's a whole nother show. Golly, Kent.
Let him read his bill real quick.
Put some hate on the red, black, and blue flag, Kent. I'm still
I think that
flag, Kent.
Let me see.
Well, to answer his question, let me answer his question.
Flag, James.
Let me answer this. Hold on, let me say this. Everybody stop for a minute. If a person asks me, right, was Dr. Ben pseudo? That's actually not a red flag, right? That's a question, and we could have a conversation around it. If a person asks me, Dr. Ben wrote this in his book, does that still stand true for 2023? And I say no, then I'm not hating on the elder at all. I'm simply saying that the information that he had at that time has to get refurbished. Some of the things do not still stand. All information, especially if it's scientific, right, doesn't necessarily have to stand the test of time, okay, for it to be right at that time and based off more information, right? Now it's changed. I think we have we think it's Jesus Christ or something. Like, you sure as hell can't ask if Jesus Christ walked on water or not. Yeah, that's the sacred cow. You can't do that. But if you're teaching things from Dr. Ben's book, watch this, that are no longer considered scientific, then you're the damn pseudo, not Dr. Ben, right? And not the great Shigante Diop. See, Sekou is the pseudo because he's going into the work of the great Shigante Diop, who was a scientist, who was actually at the Cairo Symposium, which was a scientific conference, and using information that's no longer can be empirically collaborated. See that? See the difference there? So it's not Dr. Ben nor Dr. Shigante Diop, that's the pseudo. It's the people still promoting that shit. It's the pseudo. Now, when they got things right, then we still stand on that. Simple as that. So the question is, Juju, I know you think it's a red flag. It might be a yellow one, right? We're going to pick it up. We're going to pick it up.
It's all good.
You know, you throw the flag and had a little meeting.
Yeah, I got it.
That was a little meeting solving up. Reggie, was he scamming? You thought he was scamming people. Now, he did what? Go ahead, Reggie. You're already the bad guy. You just stay with it. Don't change.
No, I'm not going to change. The fact of the matter is, what defined the security was being formulated in those particular periods, right? Mm-hmm. You know, penny stocks and things like that. Mm-hmm. It was innovation trying to work within a system where the laws were not regulated, right? Oh, and in those contexts, things can go out of hand. So Garvey learned this from I think someone who was a scammer, right? And so
slow down.
Yeah.
Just paint the picture, everybody. There's some kind of security exchange going on here, some kind of stock, some kind of ain't no money Like you sell some stock that ain't worth nothing yet. But
Wall
keep
Street
going.
type.
He learned that from who? Who did
Yeah,
that
so
from?
yeah,
You said he learned it from a scammer, right?
I know.
yeah, he learned it from a
I
scammer.
like the way you hold
So-
on. Ladies and gentlemen, it wasn't Garvey. He never went to
Nah.
Africa. That's not his fault, right? And
No.
he sure as hell ain't scammed nobody. But he did learn what he ended up giving people from a scammer. That's
Right.
interesting.
Right. So yeah. So again, I think the what we're dealing with is something like it wasn't formulated until we have this case called Howie. So Howie is the case where first it was the blue sky laws, where every state had a law against scamming and securities, and then it was this whole thing about oranges, these orange groves, somebody selling orange grove, but selling how can I say, so that you could sell oranges. So the scheme became a what do you call it, a illegal security, not the actual oranges. So these things with penny stocks was in a time period, selling certificates was at a time period where there weren't hard, fast rules. And so what happens is you could be scamming, or you could be in a gray area and be associated with scamming. But the fact of the matter is, selling securities, any type of security certificates, was really problematic at that time period, because you was basically investing. You was making an investment contract by buying those securities, by buying Garvey's securities. So according to the laws of the United States, yes, he was selling illegal securities, unregistered securities.
Knowingly, or you think it was intentional?
Knowingly, because he was in a gray area. But a lot of innovation, like Tesla, a lot of XRP that I'm invested in right now is in front of the court as it trying to evaluate it, whether from the court standpoint, if it's a legal security. But people were taking advantage of it. And so where the money is, remember, a lot of people buying these certificates, right? So there are scammers coming into the unit, because see, Garvey's just one person. He's not doing all of this by himself. He's got other groups of people, and it gets out of it certainly gets out of hand when you don't see anything coming to fruition.
Well, Reggie, you can't bring XRP, because I have XRP as well, and I know very well about what's going on with XRP. With XRP and Ripple, the issue is they're not releasing their information and making it public, so other blockchain technologies can replicate their technology. What we're referring to is an actual scam that's going on, which is a pyramid scheme of some sort, which Garvey perpetuated by learning a technique from a known scammer and then putting that into the face of the people. These are not quite the same thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, and if anybody out there listening,
oh man,
if invest in XRP, that's gonna be the move for
the concept, the concept is what you call a scheme.
Wow.
If there is an investment contract, right? They call it a scheme, and it could be very complex schemes. So in the Garvey period, these regulations were very, very young, but there was enough guidance to say that they should not be having, they're having hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars at that time period, of people buying this scheme. And so some of that got out of hand enough for them to target them. Now the government can target and indict anybody, whether they are right. They pick winners and losers. Garvey's situation was obviously going to be a loser, right? Because America had no interest in what Garvey was doing. And
Brother Reggie, I have a question about the situation. So he was scamming, so to speak. And
I'm not saying. See, I'm on the fence.
Let me finish the
It is a
question.
black Wolf of Wall Street,
Let me finish the question. So
let me get my I gotta get my research.
Yeah, let
But
Juju finish asking the question.
But what
Hold
I'm
on, y'all.
saying is, was he okay? So the government was after him. So was he like scamming the black folk, or was it other folk?
Got him
Or
in
was
there,
it some of both
anybody that bought
reasons?
that.
No, I gotta get my research.
And then,
Because I'm already the bad guy.
Hold on, let Juju
no,
finish.
Anybody that bought into that dude.
I keep an open mind. Like I'm all
Ken
for
say-
the truth.
Ken say
So
he got
you know,
everybody.
sometimes
Hey,
I'm gonna
Juju,
be
he
beat
said
up.
Ken say he got everybody. He got the
But that's
United States
that's
government,
okay.
black
Okay,
people.
I'm
church-
you know, sometimes I'm like
church
interested
folk.
in, you know,
Gotta
what
let it
was
go,
like.
Juju.
Hey,
No,
Juju, you ever seen
it's
the
not.
Wolf of Wall Street?
I'm not letting
I'm
I'm
just
not
messing
letting my
with
red,
you.
black,
I'm just
and green
messing
go. But what I'm saying, if the
messing with you.
government was like, you know, really trying to shut him down, you know, he probably got some of the white people like really good. And then I'm trying to figure out like how did he learn this
Well,
and where
no.
did he learn it?
Oh,
Listen,
so
what-
you
where
trying
did
to
he
get
learn
right.
it
No
from?
white people
Finish
investing
talking.
into
What's wrong
the
with y'all?
But who taught him this? And like, how did he figure it out? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to get on game.
Hold
You
on,
feel me? That's
if
all.
polite teach you how to scam people with what he got going on, you gonna do it to everybody else just because he taught you that?
Well,
Well,
let me
polite-
ask y'all something. 'Cause this
It
is what's
depends
tripping
on-
me out.
listen,
Hold
it
on.
depends on who you are.
We
Put that man in the
persecuting
same
our
category.
own. But how was America formed? Was it formed out of everybody was just doing checks and balances around here? How did this
so now
thing
you
get?
you
How did this
justify
thing get to
scamming.
where it got to? Let's
Hold
talk
on,
about
I know who
let's
knows.
talk about
Hold
the
on.
enemy instead of our own people. Let's see how that works.
Hey, James, let's stop.
See what I'm
We
saying?
got one
Miss
person on this
Tiffany
panel who
said he was
definitely knows.
Jamaican. They be scamming.
The Jamaicans be scared. Hey, Juju.
Yeah.
I mean, my phone. Marcus, unmute yourself, Marcus. Your help is needed right now. Come on, Marcus.
That was funny.
Marcus, answer the question. Come on, Mark. Hey, Marcus.
Yes,
You're
sir.
the only person that knew. You. I don't know if we ain't gonna talk about you being raised in a Pan-African household tonight. We don't want to do that. But I'm
already talked
asking you,
about it.
based off of your thorough study of based off of being named after Marcus Moses Garvey, right? Have you ever heard? What's your true understanding of the situation? Because I know you know, yo. Don't put no cut on it. Don't do it. Give us come on, bro. We listening.
From my understanding, he unwillingly scammed people. He didn't do it deliberately. Yeah, because listen,
that was a beautiful laugh. That was a beautiful answer, Marcus. I love that.
I ain't never
Hold on. Don't nobody say nothing. Everybody stop. Whenever you start off, well, you know, I'm done. Y'all leave me alone, man. All this, nope, we're not doing it.
Hey, I did.
Hold on, so let me
ask.
So did he have big Marcus? Did he get land? Did he have anything? Did he buy some ships? Did he do anything?
Get them high.
Or he just scammed people and didn't do nothing with the money?
James, James.
I'm just asking questions, man.
He didn't. It wasn't like that.
Where was he living at? He was living in the lap of luxury. Well,
but Marcus, I need you to point out.
Yeah, where was he
Marcus,
living in the lap of luxury? Like, what was going on? I need to know.
No, see, that's when you don't want
Forget about it. James, you're trying to vilify. Don't vilify a village. But Marcus, make it important to know that this is.
I'm gonna change the title.
Pan-African, because we focused on the negative and we focused on Marcus Garvey, but there were other Pan-Africans besides him. So Marcus, like, you know, hit on that point too. I mean, he's the one that stood out.
Yeah, he got the idea. He got the idea before, because Pan-Africanism was in America before he even got here.
But did he or did he not scam, bro? Like
hold on. Let's just see. This is how it works. The most charismatic
bro.
speaker becomes the leader. So that's how we get Malcolm, and that's how we get Khaled.
Cool.
Ain't that how that's done? That's done based on
if I am in my neighborhood, right, and I'm selling dope, I'm like, hey man, I'm selling dope because this is the only way I know how to make money. Did I do something wrong or did I do something right?
That's a deep question.
It's like Paul. He said, because
you can't ask me a question like that, because I was raised in the dope game and part of my life. So you know, I have very different. Yes, I have a very different perspective on that.
So you know, is now right.
Everything
We're
right.
doing this to
Listen.
protect Marcus Garvey. We're
Hey,
trying to
dope
say
or
that
cold?
this is right.
First of
Dope
all,
or cold?
don't
Well,
please
you
don't
put that off
misconstrue,
into a
and you're being
context,
very
whoever,
disingenuous to say that's what it is. This has nothing to do with defending Pan-Africanism. I'm only speaking on a personal note,
All right,
an
one
anecdotal
sec.
experience to
All
say
right,
that
hold that.
people have
Juju, hold
different
that real
ideas
quick.
on what's moral
Public
and what's
announcement.
immoral, what's right and what's wrong.
Hold on,
Right ain't
public-
always
Juju.
righteous, is what
Juju,
I'm
relax.
saying.
Juju, relax. Public announcement. I will be in Baltimore in 2 weeks. I have a certain phone call that I will be making when I get there, and I will welcome you to Hilltop. Love. Practice love, not hate. Go ahead, Juju.
Be careful, man. I got shot.
Well,
with some
like I was saying,
I'm just saying,
right doesn't always make you righteous, and people have their different thoughts and ideas on what's moral and what's right and what's wrong. So, you know, like, I don't know, that type, I get what you're saying when you're using that example, but I'm not the person you could ever ask on that, because
What are you
everything
saying?
my
Right or
mom
wrong is
did
subjective.
was to right.
Juju, I'm gonna tell you what I did for damn near 20 years in Baltimore, Maryland was wrong. That's what I'm gonna tell you. I'm not gonna skate around it. I'm not gonna say, yo, I didn't make the drugs. I'm not gonna do none of that. I just was wrong. Right? And hopefully my work in the community is making amends for that.
Understood.
It's wrong, dog. And I'm not making no excuses. And everybody got caught doing it. You know what I'm saying? You got caught. Some got caught, some didn't get caught, right?
Some of them got killed.
And some of them, a lot of my friends lost their life, right? And you know, place the blame where you want to place the blame. But yes, I'm saying for me and my role and what I did, yo, I'm just saying I was just wrong, yo. Like I'm not gonna, you know, and it is what it is.
I mean, but we can make this argument go in a circle, because someone said like selling dope is wrong, period. Right.
Yes,
but also
wrong.
selling types of certain foods that we sell in the supermarket that's killing people. Like that's an issue too, but we still sell it, you know, like, I don't know. Like, you know, you can pick and choose, but I also feel the same way. I can't speak for my mom, but I can say that, you know, I was afforded a position where I was able to go to college and graduate and not have to repeat those same bad choices and different things like that, is what I'm saying. So you know, I'm sure she would think what she did at the time was wrong, but I'm saying now that hopefully I'm making amends to that, but I'm not going to judge on how she raised a child in Miami during the 70s and 80s. That's all I'm saying. And what choices she had to make sure that I went to a good school, but I had clothes on my back and that I was fed. That's what I'm getting at.
No, what you saying?
Juju.
You still can be wrong and good can come out of it though, Juju.
Right, all right.
I never said that.
Malachi York housed plenty of
we
people.
We came out of it. What do you mean?
We
pretty much all of us come out of the crack era. If you survive that, those some great odds. And you know, like, so what I'm saying is the miseducation and all of this. And see, people say we making excuses, but all of that played a factor in our decision making once we got into that situation. So you can't overlook that.
You know what?
You learn as you get older.
I'm taking a far left turn. Let me also explain something. Like, I'm a criminologist. My degree is in criminology. So a lot of the things that have to do with drugs and criminality are some things that I really studied on. And why do we say it's wrong, and should like drug use and things like that be criminalized anyway? Because in our system it is, and the majority of the people that are affected are Black and brown people. Maybe that's changing a little bit, but the statistics usually say Black and brown people mostly for many things, for the conviction. I'm not going to say for use, but clearly for conviction. So if we look at other models, European models in particular, like Czech Republic, I think Switzerland and other places, where drug use and different things like that are decriminalized, you'll actually see the usage and incidences of crime associated with it are decreased in American society. So, I mean, it's so much that can be said about that. You get what I'm saying?
You proving our point though, Juju. Well, like you prove everything that you said.
Because in the just you know, it's wrong, but you know, what's moral and what's immoral, that's up to people, and your choice to do drugs or not is a personal one, is what I'm saying.
Yes,
and
but there's
people have different thoughts on that. Okay, that's all. That's a whole nother conversation. And we can visit it later, and it's not a popular one, but it's something that, you know, maybe we should think about a little harder, especially when we look at the statistics. And that's fact. I mean, I don't.
No, I'm just saying the
what the
extreme
facts
that we
say.
have to go to justify a man scamming his own community is just ridiculous.
So you're just saying what I said has to do with a man scamming his community? It had nothing to do with that.
No, that's not what I just
Okay.
said. Because you made the compare. We started off talking about Markham Side Garvey having his security scams, and I made a comparison about drug dealers. And now we're defending drug dealers just to defend Marcus Garvey's ability to scam African Americans so that he can become powerful and rich. And like I think we're going way too far.
Whoa.
You took that over
Boy,
the
this is
bridge.
what I be saying.
Time out. You added a lot to that. You added a lot to that.
I'm narrating the conversation. I'm going back. This is how we got here.
Can we listen to Dr. Clark on the same subject after this?
How did we get here then?
Tripping.
How did we get here then, bro?
I'm saying you added a lot to my statement. I didn't say that he scammed people to make a lot of money. That is not. We said that. You didn't say that, bro. We're talking about the facts. Like you are a Garveyite, so you're defending him. Who?
But in every you, sir.
I'm a Garveyite? No, sir. I'm not a Garveyite at all. I can't stand Garveyism.
Okay.
I can't stand Garveyism.
You don't like Garvey? Yeah.
Wait.
Huh?
Why don't you like
your name? Hold on. Let's do this. But you're named after Garvey. You was raised in a Garvey. How Marcus Garvey household? Talk to us. What's going on here? Now we can get where the rubber meets the road. What's going on?
You talking to me?
Talking to you.
Yeah. So I am not into Garveyism. I was named after Marcus Garvey. True.
Wow.
I do.
Wow.
Practice. Oh, my grandfather was a Garveyite. My dad's dad was a Garveyite. My dad's mother was a Jehovah's Witness.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so when my dad came up, he came up in a Garveyite household. Mm-hmm. That's what he knew. And then he had some rough experiences in Gary, Indiana, and he ended up in Delaware. Mm-hmm. And he had some issues that he dealt with. And when I grew up in a Pan-African household, my dad was a little throwed off. And so
what?
He went from Garveyism to the BLA and then kind of went into the push program. But for the most part, my dad practiced and talked about Pan-Africanism, and the version he knew and understood was Garveyism. And that kind of I'm not gonna give you the whole life story because there's a heck of a lot to it.
Yeah, but I got a lot earlier. I know. Go ahead. I like the punch.
But that led me to make some crazy decisions. And what ends up happening with Garveyism for the most part is it becomes hate rhetoric. And that's why I don't agree with it. Because what ends up happening is people take it and then they run way left with it and become cautious behavior. You see what I'm saying? And so when you look at the individuals who promote Garveyism today, right? What they saying is utter foolishness. It doesn't even make sense. It's no different than a Moore Science Temple. None of that stuff doesn't make any sense, It just doesn't make sense. They got guns and stuff. Why would they need to lie about paperwork to say they stole your ancestral land? They took the stuff. They just took it from you. They took it. You see what I'm saying? Garveyism is talking about something that has never actually existed in the world, which is a unified African people. That's never happened. It's never happened. It just does. It doesn't even make sense. Would the Igbos and the Fulani and the Mandikas give up their cultural identity and just say the African? Who would do that?
Exactly. And I peep your name, you Igbo, and for me, like, I understand that, bro. Like, the Igbo and the Yoruba have never been one consistent people. Like, why do we make this? This is a American construct.
Okay. Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? We're trying to make.
Hold on. But what about us?
Look at James talking a little more quiet.
No. Because see, y'all want us to talk at all.
James, I'm gonna let you talk. I'm gonna let you know after what you just heard, yo, you came, your chest sunk just a
That's
little
just
bit.
his personal opinion.
This
I mean, his
African
Oh, can
personal
I
opinion.
read?
He got
Hold
three
on,
generations.
no, it's somebody
Hey,
else. Hold on, Smash on the
Y'all
line
gotta
too.
y'all gotta
Hold
let
on.
African American James talk, yo.
Yeah.
Hey,
Let me talk for a minute. Y'all been doing a little talking,
You're right.
so let me
Go ahead,
do a little
James.
talking. You know what
Go
I'm
ahead,
saying?
James.
So
Yeah.
what the
African
brother Marcus
American
is
James.
talking about is what his personal experiences with his father was, and then his later on analysis after the fact. But Pan-Africanism starts before Garvey, and it's based on the ideal of Africans uniting all over the world. Now you saying, well, damn, but why would Africans?
That was Garvey's.
Hold up. You said, hold up. Someone just said, why would you have to think about uniting all over the world?
Hold on,
Because we got
Marcus just told us that was Garvey's version.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. So, but what I'm saying is, just because that's his version, don't mean that what the real Pan-African mission was wrong. Because that's all it was Africans looking outside. Once they got taken outside of Africa, they was trying to unite with their homeland. That's simply what it is.
Okay, so let me. Can I read a newspaper clipping?
I just say it as simply as it is.
Can I read a newspaper clipping? It'll clear up a lot of this shit, right? So here it goes. The article is from 1928. It says King Kenesibe is said coming to shift ideas. The father of Prince's Negro War victim expected here. A flare-up of Garvey and his anti-Garvey feeling at a Negro church here, March 8th, was resulting in 2 deaths and numerous arrests, which will be invested by an African, King Kenesibe, from the famed Gold Coast of Africa. According to the cablegrams received here by members of the majority faction of the church, who had started a civil suit to get possession of their property, according to members of the law firm Collins. The cablegram said that the father of the princess, Lori Coffey, who was shot down from the pulpit as she opened the Bible to read from the 13th chapter of Isaiah, and who is said to have been mingled politically and race propaganda with her religious teachings after being sent here by the 7 kings of the Gold Coast to investigate Garvey's activities and try to open up a profitable trade with the United States in ivory and other products. Another investigation is underway by the Dade County Grand Jury into the killing of Laura Coffey and another Negro, Maxwell Cook, said to have been sent here to train Negroes for military service in Liberia, and connection with whose death by Claude, American Negro, is charged by the sheriff's office with the murder in the 1st degree. And this person, James, okay, I'm getting to it. But this is in my way. Okay, so basically, it says both Green and Nemo were sent to Miami by Garvey exiled Negro liberator, now in Jamaica. So the other part of this is funny when you read English at another time period, it sounds so strange. But basically, it says over here, it says told the attorney state that the 7 kings of the Gold Coast repudiated Garvey and his plans some time ago, principally because Garvey wanted to keep the Negroes to themselves in his colony. Whereas the 7 kings thought they saw an opportunity for opening up a profitable trade with the United States. After Garvey's repudiation by the 7 kings, Princess Coffey was sent to the United States. They declared to ascertain the extent of the liberator's duplicity and to warn Negroes to beware of him. Also to prepare them for the proposed opening up of commerce between Negroes and Africa in America. Garvey, who had been deported by the US government as an undesirable alien because of his money-getting plans, is said to be scheming in his Jamaican abode to stage a return to power. And when he heard that the princess was checking up his activities, he decided to put an end to her career by a bold strike, which Negroes say resulted in a shooting at the Negro church. Letters, which is claimed here, sent through mails from Garvey to Jamaica to his agents in Miami to kill Laura Coffey, said her staff at any cost, or said by these Negroes to have been discovered and turned over to the federal authority. So basically what happened is Africans from the continent, there's another part of this, right? it says, it says, many Miami Negroes are poorer because of Garvey and his machinist mechanisms, some having given $500 to $600. The attorneys are informed. The only thing left to show above for the millions said to have been collected by the Negro leader for the establishment of a new kingdom in Africa is said to be $60 worth of machinery. 3 ships purchased by Garvey to transport the Negroes back to Africa were not turned over to the colony, it is claimed. So basically, Africans from the continent, 7 kings grouped together to do trade with Black Americans. Garvey had it that he wanted to create his own colony. The Africans on the continent, this real Pan-Africanism, James, right? The Africans on the continent want to do trade with African Americans. Garvey has a scheme, right, of his own colony, right? At the same time, he has agents in Jamaica, money's flowing, right, to his cause. And so they sent the princess, one of their children, to investigate and warn Black Americans about Garvey's scheme. Garvey's supporters shot her in the head, right? She was reading the Bible. Now that's some real Pan-Africanism right now, where you have Africans from the continent. Now this king, he came to the family member's funeral. A king. You talk about Eddie Murphy's Welcome to America. Well, this king came because his family member was shot in the head by Garvey supporters, and she was sent to warn Black folks because they were trying to do it the right way, and Garvey was doing it another way. So if you can't show me something that you have to clear this shit up, I will listen. Otherwise, you just.
What paper is that from, Reggie? What paper is that from?
I'm gonna show you right now. I think it's from.
Oh man, yo.
So
Pseudo always dies at their source. Boy.
Don't mess. Miami News. So this is the Miami. So these are Black Americans, right? The paper is not a Black American paper, but these are Black Americans in Miami that are being scammed, right? And so it's from the Miami News, March 20th, 1928.
All right, man.
You believe everything you're in it.
Shit! Now we believe everything that we hear.
So hold on, watch it. Hold on, I'm gonna ask the question, Reggie.
Hey, James.
Who do you believe? I'm gonna ask.
Everybody relax.
Who do you believe killed Malcolm X? Who do you believe killed him?
Let me get the smash next, man. Did you change that? Now you devolve.
No. I'm gonna ask him. Who do he believe killed Malcolm X?
Why not stay with this one, yo?
Because we're gonna ask him. Do he believe if he believe everything that he reads about Malcolm?
Bro, why are you moving the goalpost? No, we talking
because you gotta understand that these people will write anything about you if you were their enemy. It's called propaganda.
I agree.
Come on,
man.
Hey,
Smash. What's up, Smash?
I have never seen an enemy warn somebody about getting defrauded. Like I've never seen that happen, bro.
Right. What reason would God would he have to shoot to go to that length to stop?
Hey, listen.
To shoot a princess in the head. Like you think he would go to that level?
I don't know, man. Let me get smashed on him, man. I ain't saying that.
What reason would he have done that? That's what I want to know. Everything has come. You saying that he did that because he was because of money. He went and shot a woman in the head.
Reggie didn't say that, bro. He just read the article, bro. Like what do you mean? Like we're not saying any of this stuff. All we are doing is regurgitating history, bro. Like you are the one.
Right. That's right.
Yeah, but James, you didn't hear this man say he grew up in 3 generations of Pan-African households, though, and it was always bananas and radical, and it was easy for you to jump off the ledge. You didn't hear that? So people following Garvey could have absolutely did that, yo. I'm trying to let you know, yo, that I've been in situations, yo, where people act off of your influence. You don't even tell them to do it, yo. They do it, yo. You be like, damn, why you do that, yo? Yo, I was just protecting you, yo. So they could have felt like they was protecting Garvey in the movement, yo. Sometimes things get real radical and real shifting, real out of order and control, yo.
Okay,
that's all we're saying, yo. And what you saying is always plausible, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's plausible. What Smash? Where you at, brother? How you doing? Welcome on the panel, man.
What up with y'all?
Magi, the
So-
Magi in the building.
Let me stop sharing my screen. Smash is on. Peace, Smash.
I ain't got much to say, but how y'all doing? I just was tapping in, just woke up from my old man nap. What's up with y'all?
Good, yo.
Chilling.
So, but let me hear something. I just be hearing how we be messing up source material. I was listening closely to what Reggie was reading, and I agree with James about all of the propaganda they was putting out against Garvey at the time. But even in the context of what we was talking about, I didn't hear that article mention fraud. Was I wrong? Was I not? Did I just wake up? They was talking about Africans who had a different way of doing something, and Garvey disagreed with the way. But we took that source and applied it to claims about fraud. So
Oh no, it said money getting. So
yeah,
it
but
was a
it didn't say
scheme.
nothing about fraud though, right? It didn't say the word scheme, did it?
No, but so what's your point, Smash? That was just one article dealing with the murder. So what's your point?
I thought I've been speaking very clear since I started talking about how we pulled out a source. We was talking about, I wasn't listening to people saying Garvey scamming and scheming. Then we pulled out a source about one of his supporters supposedly shooting somebody who wanted to do another deal in the head. I wouldn't say that even in the court of law, we could use that to say he was scamming or nothing. And so if we want to just vilify or muddy up some history on a black leader, cool. We could pull out hella dirt, but the second thing we just pulled out didn't say anything about scamming.
Oh, because the article wasn't, the article smashed, with all due respect. The article was about why the woman was murdered, not about, it was about why the woman was murdered.
I used to got some salad.
Yo, you got it.
Okay, so for further reading, you can look up Laura Coffey murder, right? And in here, you will find the reason why it's almost all says that it was Garvey supporters, and there was a trial, and the trial found that they were Garvey supporters. They admitted it. So you could look at all of the sources on Lori Coffey, and then you can even go to Each One Teach One, to Story in them, because I think that they actually wrote an article here. So Each One Teach One. Now that only had something to do, Smash, about Africans on a continent, right? The Seven Kings, the one that we're supposed to be working with as far as Pan-Africanism, they had their own deal, and so they sent the princes to work on that deal that conflicted with Garvey's organization, some of his members. Not saying that Garvey ordered the hit or anything like that, just saying that it was a threat to some of Garvey's supporters in Dade County, and she got murdered. So all we have to do is look that up. Now, as far as the so-called fraud and scamming, I had said probably before you got in that it was in a gray area because I don't think the Howey test was defined yet, and it was working on the state blue skies laws, but there were many penny stock certificate schemes going on. And
Reggie, let me ask the question.
I'm not talking yet. I'm not finished talking.
Okay,
and that Garvey may have been targeted for irregularities. But the fact of the matter is, at the end of the day, people did put up millions of dollars, and where are the millions of dollars?
Black, I mean, I would say that Marcus Garvey is very similar to Umar Johnson, because both of them. Man. Come on, bro. Give me the respect to let me finish my sentence, bro. So like both of these individuals have noble end goals, but neither one of them are able to get to that goal. The reason why Garvey was actually I guess you would say was accused of mail fraud or whatever you want to call it, is because he was getting money for a company that did not yet exist. And this is like, basically, this is fundraising, you know what I'm saying? And so like, if you would have made the company and followed through with those things, and the people got their money back and got returns on their investments, it would not have been a fraud. You know, this is just my personal opinion. But these people didn't. He did not have that company. He did not have an end goal. He would just get money from people. You know, the same way Umar Johnson is. Like, I don't see his school.
Yeah, he sold them stocks, so that they had no value to him.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna wait till y'all finish. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. Go ahead. I'm just putting that to the conversation.
We messing it all up but let's start at the source of how we messing it up, just to give some clarity, because y'all not wrong. A lot of the stuff that we say is true, but we got to keep our point of view in talking about this, because we remember, right? First of all, it wasn't even no Securities Commission when Garvey got prosecuted in the state. They set that up about 1934, but they started doing all type of governmental things just to address Garvey. So we know I'm not making that up. Like, the white boys set a whole mission in place. They started the FBI and all of this stuff just dealing with Garvey. Let's see, is we clear on that?
We absolutely, and I said that they was
No,
doing
you didn't, but yeah,
area.
we clear Smash.
Okay, so first we know that they had a plan to bring down everything he was doing. Now, when we start talking about the difference between Umar Johnson, and let's include myself in there for a sense of clarity, because we don't understand the laws and what's going on since the Security Commissions has come in, and what we can do nowadays with crowdfunding, where you see, if you don't attach a person to, like, if they don't got a piece of something that say, look, I own this much percent of it, it's not so-called considered a security. If we heard Brother Reggie talking about a Howey test, there's this test they put into play that got there are 4 points to whether you know whether you're selling a security or not. Now, if we think about it, in today's science, we got stuff like Kickstarter and all of these things that do allow you to crowdfund projects. But again, just how y'all pointing out, it was a little different in the past. Nevertheless, we got to point out the difference. Like Umar and my man Tariq ain't on no shaky ground if they doing things right, because they're not saying you own this much of the organization. Now, that might have been a mistake Garvey made, but we got to keep it a buck. Look up the Securities Commission. Just like Reggie said, these laws wasn't well defined for the nation. It would go by each state or whatever. You see what I'm saying? And so, just to be clear, he collected that bread, and they never got to float the boats, but they actually bought them. They really did bought them. And so the question of where, and it was in fact, they got ripped off by people that Hoover put in place to make sure, because Garvey didn't know shit about boats. So they put people in place to make sure he got bad deals. He actually spent the money on a boat, and the boat was supposedly only worth like $200,000. They charged him like $1 million, and it all came down. But in history, when we go to pull up the source and to get the facts out, the information, we got to make sure we not only getting the information from the side that was intent on tearing him down. So if we a scammer, it'll be Black people who gave money to the UNIA that we be able to pull up things, just like people send book money to Polite. We could pull that shit out without going into anything that the government got about selling books and not sending them. You see what I'm saying? And so, yeah, but go ahead.
No, but the reason why I was saying what I said is because the intent of the people giving the money, because it was an investment. When you give an investment, you expect a return on your investment. Right. And the difference between him and Umar's asking for donations. Now, both of those people are doing things that has never been brought to fruition. Now, Garvey definitely did have the boats that was going to drown niggas, but yeah.
But that's crazy.
Well, okay. I want to share my screen one last time, and then I'm gonna go.
Just let's close this out, because what Kyle was saying is actually true. Like, that is the difference. But again, when we talk about moral character of one of our leaders, and whether we could throw that in the bag with what we consider
scamming are failing and not actually being
Well,
able to beat
well,
the opposition. You know
well,
what I'm saying? That's
I
all
want to
I'm saying.
address this. So
Thank
real
you,
quick,
Smash.
I want to put on
Thank
this article. So it's called Jailing a Rainbow, the case of Marcus Garvey, right? And so Justin Hansford, he goes through all of the aspects that it was rigged. The judge should have recused himself, right? He had personal reasons. Problem one, the judge had personal reasons to convict Garvey, right? Legal issue, Judge Mack wrongfully failed to recuse himself for committing a lie on admission. That's the judge. Legal issue two, Judge Mack erred in not addressing perjured testimony by prosecution witness. That's another issue. Problem two, understanding mail fraud. So this is where we are right now, trying to understand why the court, right, convicted him and trying to understand mail fraud, right? But legal issue one, the BSL Black Star Line was not a scheme to defraud because Garvey had no intent to defraud, right? So that's what one of the issues is. Maybe he didn't have an intent to defraud. But the major problem is that legal issue two, Garvey could have not have known that his advertisements was misleading because the BSL's failure resulted from circumstances he could not have been aware of. So, okay, then it's the market turned down, things that happen, and then it says this major thing right here, treason from within. The problem with Garvey is that he's the head of it, and you got scammers coming into the bay, into the scheme, and they're getting kickbacks, right? So, but he is the top man, so he's going to find himself on the indictment because he's not savvy enough to manage what was going on, right? So this whole article talks about what Garvey did, what Garvey didn't, the appeal, right? The people, the true scammers underneath Garvey, they could have been from the government, they could have just been crooks. But the fact of the matter is, Garvey was not how can I say, educationally educated, right, to understand what he was asking for in this scheme. So that's one of the things that can happen if you're not fit for that issue. You can find yourself on the wrong side of it because you're the point man. And there are other people in his organization that are the scammers. So I gave you the article. You can read further. It would be a Garvey scheme, not that Garvey himself did it per se, but the people who he is working with did it. And so you have to take that into the context. Like, he's the head. It's his idea. He hired the wrong people. He hired the scammers.
Yeah,
right?
but the tone that y'all was giving out before was like he kind of like knew about it.
I'm giving the same.
He
I'm giving the
was-
same
cleared it
tune.
up.
I'm
We
giving the
just cleared
same
it up.
tone. I'm gonna give you the same tone. Ignorance of the law is no excuse.
That's correct.
Right, so
Oh,
you can have an
man.
operation all you want, and so how many keys did you actually think I went hand in hand with? How many,
All right, but-
how many
but-
$50 bags do you think I stood on the corner and actually gave people?
See, you making a good point, but that's not what happened. It wasn't ignorance of the law, as Reggie pointed out. They said intent to defraud. So I just want to clear this up because we're making some real ground, and y'all made 100 points. We more or less speaking to how we can be penalized as a black man trying to move and maneuver and thinking we can still do the I ain't tripping off one piece of paper and find yourself in legal trouble, basically. You know what I'm saying? But just to stay on track, when Reggie read the article, they said, and this is what we should all know, because sometimes we can fail too, right? Say you
Correct.
had a project and you failed, right? But what was your intent? See, that's the difference. And I know it, and we all know it because we deal with scammers and businessmen too, right? They might both preach the same talk, but one of them don't intend to deliver. That's the scammer. The one who got the true intent to deliver, whether he mess up or not, could not be considered a scammer though. And that's really, I mean, you can look at any walk of business. If a man come to your front door, say, bro, I can fix your car windows for 200, and you give him the 200, and then even if he outside trying to fix them hella hard, and he do such a poor job, you might think it's a scam. But if the motherfucker excuse my language, but if the dude take your money and just cut, he never had the intent to do it. And I know what I'm saying is ignorant.
Right, but if your name is on the paperwork, and you was duped and you call yourself the CEO, you're gonna go down. Now, now you can mitigate after you're found guilty, right? About how much time that you're gonna do for your being in.
Yeah, but I get Smash's point, because like I mean, I'm not saying that he wasn't a fraud or he was. I'm just saying that intent. Like, okay, so manslaughter and first degree murder is based on intent. You know what I'm saying? And like, we got to understand that when we're dealing with this conversation, like, was Marcus Garvey intent to defraud the people, or was his intent to get the money to do something positive, and he just went about it the wrong way? You know what I'm saying?
Correct. So you mitigate it, but the fact is that when people lose their money, then they become the creditor, right? I mean, they go after the people.
I have no doubt in my mind that he was not. I don't see how he would have possibly been able to return an investment to these people. So in that point, I don't see this as being like, I don't see him having a actual plan for a return for their investments. So in that aspect, I would say that this is a scam. Now, do I think that he had positive intentions?
Schemes, not scam, scheme. So that's the problem. There's a gray area.
Well, that's just how I say. That's how I talk.
Okay.
Like, I live in Atlanta, and I hear it's scammer, swiper be swiping. You know what I'm saying? I get it. You know what I'm saying?
Swiper be swiping.
but down here, you know, it's like, okay, so like, what's the point? Are you trying to do something like okay, so like, it's like a whole thing, right? Send me $30 and you get back $300, you know, that type of shit, right? And if you don't intend on ever sending me back my $300, you a scammer. But if you get something that happens where you can't send me a $300, okay, now you did a bad business deal.
But that example was one of the because that's actually mostly a pyramid scheme, and so you can't cite that example. Even if they do send you the 300, that's still a scam. You feel me?
You don't think nobody gonna send you back no $300?
Yeah, just everybody know all of those things we got to in the hood right there. Those is pyramid schemes. It required the next person they talking to provide them with some money to pay us. You feel me?
That's Bernie Madoff.
We had not ventured into that waters in this conversation, nor did Marcus Garvey and his thing. But you're right. Issuing that certificate, he did issue. Well, you might not be right on that. The reason why he got in trouble was issuing a certificate that got sent through the mail. And that's the difference between Umar and what we're allowed to do today. We crowdfund projects today, but we not, basically the language is something like, there's a one point in the Howey test that you can conclude that if you think you're going to get some type of monetary gain from the success of the organization or the entity, it could be considered a security. So if those people got certificates in the mail that said once the Black Star Line is floating, you own this much and it's going to be worth this much, then that could be considered a security. You see what I'm saying?
Right, but that was in a gray area. That was a different time period, and Garvey wasn't savvy enough to actually run all the pieces of what he wanted. And he didn't have a good team around him, and that's what happens.
It's crazy when we able to look back at some when people just coming up out of slavery and talking about what their education level was and all of that kind of stuff.
See, that's because you don't try to solve it.
No. I do try to solve it, but
there ain't no critical blaming. The fact is that it happened.
It seemed like y'all be doing stuff to demonize people that was trying it. I don't think he had bad intent and what he was trying to do. I think you coming out of that situation and that time.
I gave you the evidence. All you doing is talking.
Okay, I'm done.
You see, all you do. I try to give you the information. I try to give you the information, and all you want to do is wrap it around your mind.
Demonizing from the Miami Herald paper. You know what I'm saying? And we already know that the brother was under
I
attack.
gave you. I not only
I
gave
lived
you
in
that.
America. I know how these people do. You know,
Yeah, no,
murder is
you know,
what-
and I know
I
how
just
you
don't take
people do.
everything that I read from their
I know
sources.
how you
as
make us
fact. That's just
gullible.
how I am.
Now,
No, I'm not
I know
gullible.
how you make us
I
gullible.
don't think that the collection of money was necessarily the bad thing, but I do feel like the murder of the person that was associated with that, it gave a bad light in that connection. So it made people have a different view.
And they were kings they were Africans. It was their princes. There were 7 kings. And they were upset. Africa was upset with Garvey. Like it fails when Africa is upset with Garvey.
Let me ask you a question. So they sent
No, you got to do some reading before you ask me a question.
No, because you already read it. I'm just saying, for what you just read, you said they sent her over here as a diplomatic person to be a bridge between African Americans and Africa, right? To start set up trade. So who would they go? They sent her to meet.
No, you missed it. No, you missed it, yo. He said they sent that lady over there to say, yo, they was getting beat, yo. Now, didn't you hear him?
No, I thought he said he sent them over here for trade. He said
no, he sent them over here to warn us.
Hold on, let me ask Reggie. Didn't you say something about she was sent over here to try to set up a trade bridge with the Pan-African here in America? Didn't you say that?
The Kings wanted to do that. They sent her.
Okay, bam. So that's why they sent her over here.
No,
man. Okay, bam. You cut him off like that.
Okay, so
you cut him off. You see that's a sucker MC move.
We could do the replay. But
sucker MC grabbed the mic. It said that she was sent over here to warn African Americans. Right.
But you didn't say nothing about trade.
I read the article. I ain't doing it.
I remember. You said, this is what you said. You said,
James, hold on.
This is what Reggie said. He said they killed an African coming over here to try to do trade with the Africans.
No, that's not what happened.
That's what the Pan-Africans did.
No, that's
what Reggie said. That is what he said.
That's fine. Listen, what we heard was, now we understand that you're a bad listener. What he said was, he was trying to put together something for African Americans in Africa, right?
Right. That's what I said.
Hold on. The Kings had it all set up. Garvey changed it up.
He killed it because he wanted
they would know.
Reggie said that he killed it because he wanted the money for himself.
Over you, James. I can't
mute him.
I mute myself.
No, I'm just simply saying that with the article said, the article clearly said,
I ain't gonna do no sleep at work.
All right, man. Appreciate you, bro. We're gonna get that.
No. I'm still on. I'm sorry. I didn't know I was unmuted. Go ahead.
Oh, so what the article said was they had something set up for the African Americans. They had it all worked out, right? Of course, they're in their own land. Of course, they know how to work with their own land. Garvey said, nah, I got my own idea. He did the Umar Johnson thing where people trying to help him. He want to do his own shit. Okay, red flag number 2, right? Then he said people tried to actually come over and actually warn us of what Garvey was doing, and that's when the lady lost her life. That's how. I don't know what you was hearing there, James. You like Captain Save-All or something.
I heard exactly what Reggie said. That's why I repeated it. Reggie said that somebody came over here to set up trade with African Americans from Africa. We can trust me. Just like Shaka, that's on tape. That's what he said. So I'm trying to figure out.
You're gonna bring in that. You're gonna bring in that.
Watch this. What I'm trying to figure out.
You're gonna bring that sucker.
What I'm trying to figure out.
I don't want to call him no names. You gonna bring in Shaka?
If they send somebody over here to help African Americans, why would they kill her?
Hey yo, you haven't read enough.
You said that he did it because he was incentivized because he wanted
all
the money for himself.
All the information you got.
That's what you're saying.
Hey, can you mute him?
Okay, so I don't understand.
All the information that you got on this subject, I gave it to you.
But I'm just repeating what you said.
Why don't you read it?
James,
why don't you just
James?
Yeah, I'm out. Hey, it was a pleasure.
Reggie, chill. Sir, don't go away.
I got to go. I can't do it, man.
Reggie, chill.
Yeah, chill.
Listen, Pan-African James, you misunderstanding what's going on. Garvey and his followers, for the most part, were like a cult. They were straight tripping. You not getting it. I'm trying to tell you what they were, what was actually going on. Like literally what was going on with the Garveyisms and the Garveyites, bro. Listen, They had already been doing that. You have to know what happened during the first Pan-African Conference and all that. Africans, African Americans, and those along the island of diaspora were already trying to establish trade. They were already doing that. They were coming over here from Africa to go to Tuskegee to learn trade and stuff like that. And they supposed to be going back to Africa, establishing schools so that we can trade with one another. That was already established. When Garveyism came, he switched the game up. Now, of course, you have people like Bishop Turner in Atlanta who was also trying to take them back to Africa. So Garvey wasn't the only one, but for the most part, that wasn't a primary attitude in Pan-Africanism. And when the Africans sent that young lady over here, those Garveyites said, nah, she trying to throw shade on my man, and they killed her. And we shouldn't be surprised because people in cults kill people all the time. It happens all the time. And I'm telling you that today's society, today, right now, you could have a Garveyite sit on YouTube and say Black people ain't got no power. And I'm telling you that's some cult stuff.
Marcus, you better cook. You better cook, Marcus.
And so that's where we at, Pan-African James. Now, if you want to learn about some Pan-Africanists, some different things, read Booker T. Washington. I put it in the back chat. Don't just read the bold print. Go read the small print under it, where it's Africans, and read that section, and you'll see what actually was going on without Garvey.
See, so hey,
I'm
Marcus,
already
my point,
okay.
James.
Here it is.
So I catch all the heat, right, all the time, and I'm tired of it, man. Like, no, I ain't tired of it. I'm actually up for the challenge. But I'm saying there's no way in the world that after all this time of putting together the Amara squad, putting together this, putting together that, you know, preparing us to see where we went wrong at, right? To see where you actually in a cult and when you're not in a cult, man. This is what I do. So a lot of things gonna fall, man, but the new people trying to push forward, man. I got my man from Baltimore jumping on. They should be able to see this and make something better. Make that better, yo. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You could do it, but if you keep staying stuck and won't admit the faults of what you did, I still be selling dope, yo. If I ain't realized that I was doing something wrong and wasn't willing to admit it, yo, I still be stuck out there on the corner on Rogers and Town, right, Belvedere. You know what I'm saying? If I didn't realize where I was and how to change that and fix that. Hey, Ifa, you got to actually connect your audio. There you go. What's going on, Ifa? That's my man from Baltimore, man. What's going on, Ifa? You got to speak up.
It's still connecting.
Oh, what is he
We
doing?
hear you.
Hey, but check this out, though. I'm going to say one thing. Marcus Garvey is the African-American Jesus. Y'all, I'm just gonna leave it like that. Y'all can figure out what I mean later.
Oh man, Ifa, can you hear me?
You might have to go out and come back in. And that's another point I wanted to make after Marcus to say, you know, we can't be stagnant and just focus on one person or one thing, especially when it comes to Pan-Africanism. There's so many people, whether self-proclaimed or not, did the work that exemplifies what Pan-Africanism is. That's all I have to say. So, you know, just got to broaden our scopes.
I'm trying to get my man Ifa, go out and come back in. I can't hear you, bro.
Yeah, so what do we use for cultural continuity globally? What do we use?
There's I mean, the Homo sapiens.
I'm talking about right now. What do we use for cultural continuity?
That's not going to be able to, you could never get that. You know what I'm saying? Because then the culture would actually die. You actually need diversity. There's diversity within the culture. There's diversity outside the culture. These are the things that help maintain planet Earth. All this diversity is mix of ideas coming together. actually makes you stronger, actually make the thing stronger. So I think the brother Marcus said it well. Like, it was a crazy idea from the start to think he was going to unify Homo sapiens sapiens all together. That has never happened. Not on Africa, not off the continent of Africa, right? But there are the African Union and things of this nature where African kings and queens and leaders come together. That is actually happening right now. So I made the point, how you going to try to do something? They know when to come together as governments to work for the betterment of Africa. They do this. And the African American act like they're not doing it. That's the most crazy thing ever. Maybe we don't like the way they're doing it, right? Just say that. But don't say they don't have no power. You only hear African Americans saying that. The African, they recognize their power. They understand their power. They're doing what they want to do despite what the African American is saying. So, man, come on, at the end of the day, we got to fix ourselves first, right? And then worry about that later, So I heard a lot of chatter in the chat room. I heard a lot of that. I heard a lot of people saying this and saying, I heard a lot of that. Heard a lot of people falling for say cool, cult-like behavior. Crazy to me, bro. Like, I don't understand it, This man Marcus got 3 generations of Garvey households. Wouldn't he know? He would definitely know better than me and you, James. Wouldn't he know? Wouldn't he know the ideology, how it worked, how it's dangerous, how it affects his family? Man, come on, They fought me. I'm gonna pull that debate back up, They literally fought me, on whether, on high-level medical science and how that didn't make no sense. Boy. Crazy me, man. I'm trying to get my man on here, This is my man right here,
Yeah, well, the cultural continuity that we developed, man, coming up out of slavery, whether we like it or not, is Pan-Africanism.
All right, man.
But see, now I'm not saying that it doesn't need to, it's a living and breathing thing. So as they adjust and do things like murder our leaders, like Malcolm and Khaled, and you notice they don't murder the Muslim leaders. They just only murder the ones that speak Pan-Africanism, even on the continent. But as we, then we start talking about where is Pan-African leadership on the continent. Well, they killed the ones over here in America. So just imagine what they're doing to the ones that was on the continent. So we know all this stuff. So when we start looking about what happened and why we ain't as far as what we need to be, you got to put that into the equation, because they don't kill people that's not talking about, being like African unity and stuff like that. And then I be looking at Reggie, and Reggie is a direct student of Dr. Clark. He knows about the OAAU. He knows that Malcolm got killed 6 months after it was formed. He knows that J. Edgar Hoover put out a memo that said that was a threat to the United States government.
Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. I would say it a different way. The Organization of Afro-American Unity was started before there was one Black city, right? So then the conditions of Black America changed after Stokes in I think Cleveland, Ohio, became the first mayor. So then the issue is actually, how do we deal with cities, right? And so I pivoted on Dr. John Henry Clark's work, or the Organization Afro-American Unity, to create the Black City Plan. Malcolm wasn't killed because of that. Malcolm was killed because of frictions between what he had said to cause the Nation of Islam not to protect him and actually move away, allowing the system at large. Malcolm was also international. So him talking to Lumumba and the rest of the Africans was problematic to the State Department. Malcolm was in a lot, and Malcolm didn't have to die. Africa offered to take him and his family, and Malcolm said, no, he's not going to run. But Malcolm had a chance to save his life and his family's life. But what happens is, this 39-year-old man, because he was only 39 years old, you have an international world. The same thing with Garvey. The Garvey situation, he's a man of his times. He doesn't have lots of Black lawyers that are proficient, right? And lots of people who who believe what Garvey believes. So you have a man that we're looking at, but you're not looking at the operation. And so the failures are in not just the man, but the failures is in the operation. There are people coming to get the money, right? And so now we want to glorify the man and we want to make these people messiahs, but we forget that they are, none of this is perfect. Marcus Garvey had severe problems with Du Bois. And Du Bois had some problems with Booker T. Washington, right? Du Bois ended up going to Africa, living there and dying, even though at the beginning he was disagreeable with Garvey, but Du Bois wasn't a person to create a movement. Garvey did, but he wasn't prepared for the movement that he created. He had a lot of ideology, a lot of speeches, but he wasn't practical.
I had to add something. Look, hold on for a minute. I got brother Eva on here, man. That's my man from Baltimore. How you doing, Eva? How you doing, brother?
I'm all right, bro. How are you?
What's
you hear
going
me?
Good, man. Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, man.
Yeah. I don't want to be on here for a long period of time or anything like that. I just want to say, I know you all ain't in denial because you know Marcus Garvey was a scam artist. Just plain and simple. I don't know why nobody can see this. The evidence is there. It's clear. It didn't work in Jamaica, so he came to America where there was a void of that type of talking and speaking and doing things like that. That's how he got over. It was a pyramid scheme all day long. Noble Drew Ali picked it up after that, and then Master Farad picked it up after that. Confidence scheme, pyramid scheme, all that stuff.
So now I definitely respect your opinion, right? Because I know you're a reader, a ferocious reader, right?
Oh yeah.
Always been at you was actually reading before me.
Yeah. Real
Mr.
talk.
Ifa. Yeah, so this is my man Ifa. I actually grew up with him.
Yeah, let me ask Ifa a question.
Stand-up guy.
Can I ask Ifa a question?
Right, let me finish my point though,
okay.
James. I don't get a chance to really introduce some of my friends that I grew up with though. But yeah, man, I appreciate your tireless work, yo. Shout out your group real quick, Ifa.
Yeah, I'm just saying it. So he had a question, right?
Yeah, he didn't. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jay. I want you to shout your group out.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Yeah,
you wanted me to shout? Yeah, I got the group New Black Informative study group. And it's all about giving the correct information, dispelling misinformation, because it's a lot of people now in the Black community that's not being informed properly. So it's called New Black Informative Study Group. It's right on Facebook.
Fire.
Yeah, that's it.
Fire. Go ahead, James. Ask the question.
So this is what I want to ask. Was Pan-Africanism formed before Garvey?
Yes, it was.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
So, I mean, your point?
That it's not about Garvey. He just was the one that came in and was the most charismatic speaker. But the ideology that he adopted comes before him, which was African nationalism and Africans taking back their land. That is the mission. It doesn't have nothing to do with Garvey. What he did, if that's what he did, that's what he did. But Pan-African, the thought of Pan-African thought is bigger than Garvey. That's all I'm saying.
But I was just speaking specifically on Garvey and Garvey's movement in general, because he had the largest movement in history, actually, in Black history, right? Am I correct?
Yeah.
There was no other group that ever matched it as far as the numbers he had. Now, you talking about two different things. You're talking about Pan-Africanism itself, but nobody has actually came to a consensus on this platform of what Pan-Africanism really means.
I just pulled up the article, but they pulled it down.
I'm saying
it tells you exactly what Pan-Africanism is. You can go look it up. It ain't hard to do. It got a whole history on it.
No, I think you misunderstand what I'm saying. what I'm looking on the panel and on the chat, a lot of people are having a misunderstanding of what it is. So many people are adding on to it.
Correct.
So it's not like it's a fixed ideology that people can go by.
Yeah, but let me suggest to everybody in the chat to just do a quick wiki search of what is Pan-Africanism or Pan-Africanism.
Can I talk
That'll
to
give you a general idea of what it is.
Ifa, can I talk to you for a second?
Sure, brother Reggie.
All right, how you doing, Ifa?
All right, my brother.
All right, good. All right.
Hey, Reggie. Hey, Reggie. You know, we was raised up around each other.
Yes, we was. Park Heights.
Hey, Unc, watch this.
Hey, Reggie. Hey, Reggie, hold on, Reggie.
Watch this, Unc.
Nigga ain't never lied. Hey, I ain't never lied. Look.
Hey, Unc.
Hey, Ifa, tell him, Ifa, I ain't lying.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
okay.
No. Ifa, tell him.
Yeah. You don't know.
I have a question after Reggie.
Okay, so.
I'm in trouble.
No, it's real simple. Hey. It's real simple. So, Ifa. Okay. Some people are idealistic.
Y'all ran over that. I want everybody to know y'all ran over that. But go ahead.
Some people are idealistic, right?
I hear you, Unc.
Nah, y'all ran over it. I'm just trying to tell you.
This is a complicated time period now with laws, right? With laws, with international oversight. The American government is, how can I say, it's a well-oiled machine, right? And it's control over not just Black Americans, but white Americans, everybody. Right, the Monroe Doctrine, South America. America is on top of this technical game. Does that sound right?
Yes, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so
keep it coming.
Yeah. So, it would be wise, I think, and I'm just trying to get your opinion, that we get our aptitude of management together, get our shit together for our best interest here first, before we go anywhere else with our shoelaces untied. Does that sound logical to you?
Of course. I agree with that. But what I'm saying is then you got other people see it the other way, like Dr. Umar. He's talking about.
Okay, we're not talking about Dr. Umar.
I'm just using that as an example, Reg.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Don't give him no airtime.
Yeah, so what happens is, look, I met Dr. Umar several times. I actually met him when he was first starting out speaking. One of his first speaking engagements was in ASCAC. And he came there with a flash drive, but he didn't have a computer. So I gave him my computer, right?
Oh, wow.
And so me and him, that's when I met him. When he was young in the game, before way before talking about the schools, but he seemed to be genuine at that time. He did, right? He was just starting out. Then he became Papa, Prince of Pan-Africanism.
I met him too, Reggie, and because I couldn't buy his book at the time, he wanted to take a picture with me.
Okay, so he becomes like a Michael Jai White, right?
Right.
You don't sign, you don't pay, right. So now, what I'm just trying to say, Ifa, is that because we have all this technology and education at our feet right now, right? And we have people like Kayal who absolutely studies to be the best. Right? Studies everything he can to be on the top of the game. Well, if we don't have our shoelaces tied here, right? And we don't know international law, right? And we're running over to Africa. And I will tell you this, most of my elders, they don't have dual citizenship. They don't want it. You know why? I'm gonna tell you why. They don't want it because if anything happens to them in Africa while they have dual citizenship, Africa's responsible, not America. You understand? But if you're an American citizen and you go to Africa, then America's responsible. But people don't understand that. I learned that from my elders. So they don't have, when they function in Africa, if they get into trouble, they run back to American laws. If there's COVID or something like that, they getting out the country.
Right.
But if you're a Ghanaian citizen, they're gonna treat you like a Ghanaian citizen and you stay put, right? Because you got dual citizen. My point to someone like you, right, is if we don't have our stuff together here, what is the point of this chasing this biblical Quranic Pan-Africanism?
You funny, Reggie.
Wait, let me put my face on. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Ifa.
I know, but I'm talking to you.
James,
everything you're saying is in direct opposite of what
you're saying. Pan-African James.
Go ahead, Juju.
Were you finished, Brother Reggie?
No, I'm still trying to
go ahead.
Conversate with Ifa. So if we have all the resources here, and Africa has only 25% of the resources of knowledge, technology, computer systems, accounting systems, spreadsheets, Excel, PowerPoints, right? Databases, libraries, and all of that stuff, right?
Right.
What are we running to them for?
Resources.
Right? When they don't have it, what they have is the resources, right? But we can't run to them as individuals and organizations, right? We can run to them if we run cities like, Black cities, they can do a deal with Africa. But individuals, in my opinion, Ifa, they get robbed all the time running to Africa.
Right.
Okay, right. I'll stop.
I just wanted to ask a few questions to Ifa.
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you consider yourself a Pan-African?
Banger first before you start.
Gotta ask about Bobby Banger, huh? Hey, I didn't mean to cut you off, Jolanda. Hold on a minute. Reg, are you under the assumption that I'm a Pan-Africanist?
No.
No. Oh, okay.
No. Okay. I'm under the assumption. You didn't see me. Ifa, look at this. Ifa, look at this. Hey, look at this.
I see you. We see you.
See, I'm under the assumption that you can see, right? See me and Unc? Yeah, we see. Do not under. I didn't. Once Unc gave me the sign, you're a practical. Get it done. Survive. Don't get arrested. Don't put yourself in a situation to tell.
You wasn't doing none of that. Yeah, see, he wasn't doing nothing. He wasn't. Yo, this man actually. See me at 12 years old playing baseball. That's how far we go back.
Exactly. Yep.
So once introduced me,
he never do all that. He probably has always been an intelligent. Definitely was smarter than me. Yo. I went through the rigmarole. Yo,
no, you smart, but Ifa, I'm looking at you as a intelligent Black man. That is, I'm not even gonna call you African. I'll call you a Black man in America, right. and understands the ways and means of how these systems work. Okay. And then we have to deal with people who are idealistic, who read a few books and never even talked to the authors of the book.
Right.
This is crazy. So this is really hypocritical, right here.
Wait a minute, Juju.
Okay, Juju, exercise him. Exercise that dude, Pan-African James.
It's really hypocritical. No, that's all I got to say.
Y'all get triggered too easily. We can't get triggered easily like that.
Okay,
let's have some control.
Yeah, I didn't say you at first, but it seems like you need an exorcism, bro.
This is real hypocritical. That's all I gotta say.
And you know what? You know the funny thing is, Ifa, is that I actually was trained
so you don't forget
by some of the best of the ones that they read, Dr. Clark, Dr. Leonard Jeffries.
That's why this is
Dr.
so
Jacob Carruthers, Dr. Ben. I was actually trained by them.
Right.
And what I'm trying to do is trying to make my people understand the difference between reading books, right, that are idealistic, and putting plans. So if I ask Pan-African James, what plan does he have that he could point to? He could point to a book of ideas, but he can't point to a workable plan. Except for my plan, the Black City plan, he can't point to nothing, which I wrote. Okay, I'll stop.
That's cool.
All right,
Reggie.
the sister has something to ask me, right?
Go ahead, Yolanda.
Well, you answered the first question. I was going to ask, did you consider yourself a Pan-African or not?
No.
The
no.
second, I got that adamantly. No. Second question is, how did you get your name, Ifa? What does it mean?
How did I get my name?
Yes.
Well, it's wisdom and intelligence, right? So it's in honor of the ancestors from West Africa.
Okay.
So I just attached that name.
All right.
I was formerly in the Nation of Islam, and that's another story. But
okay.
Anyway,
my third question is, you're not a Pan-African, but you said, so is it your understanding, I won't say issue, that watching the show or reading the chat that you've gotten multiple definitions of what Pan-Africanism is? Is that what you're leading to?
Yes.
And if so, do you have a definition for Pan-Africanism?
No.
Okay.
No.
Those were my questions. Thank you very much.
Or
and
were
why
you
would you
actually
feel that
asking me, do I know what Pan-Africanism means?
Okay, answer that one. That wasn't a question of mine, but
well,
you can go ahead and answer it. Do you?
According to my opinion, Pan-Africanism is to me an ideology that is about the unification of Africa and the diaspora, right?
Okay.
The whole continent and the diaspora, right? Economically, politically, and that's about it. That's my opinion of it, and it has yet to be put in practice.
Understood.
I wonder
you have 54 countries in Africa. You got so many languages. How many languages? Over 2,000, maybe more. I don't know offhand, right? And you got different cultures, right? And they all don't see themselves as the same.
Never will.
And never will.
Bobby Banker.
Like I said, I think Pan-Africanism is over-romanticized and not realistic. My opinion.
Bobby Banker.
Thank you for your opinion.
What's up,
Thank you for the
Daddy?
questions.
How you doing today?
This is sad,
great.
Yolanda.
I just want to know, when you go to Baltimore, will you be making videos doing the hilltop strut?
Nah. Nope. If I know I ain't gonna do it that way, tell him if I do it that way.
Hey, is Bryson still open?
I just want to know one thing.
On a hilltop, baby.
That's the hilltop. Hilltop hustler.
Hilltop hustler, baby.
I watch any damn video. I see them doing that damn dance. I love that shit.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
Park Heights strut.
Park Heights strut, yo.
That's what they call it.
Well, yeah.
Knock it off, Garvey. Because I've been trying to get on since the Garvey situation. And I don't know, is Smash still here? Because I think he was being intellectually dishonest. And
Yes, go ahead. I'll relay the message. Talk to us. Go ahead.
If I had a car, right? And I'm trying to sell you my car. And I say, you know what? Your whole family can help buy this car. Just get 4 of your family members and y'all can buy this car. But the finance company own it. Am I scamming y'all or not? Because y'all really never own this shit.
Yeah, you scam.
But that's what Garvey did with the boat, right?
Yeah.
So what I want to say is that Garvey, and compared to Umar, it's called an affinity scam. And it's kind of, it relays into the whole topic of Pan-Africanism and the whole going back to the beginning, because I've been here since you started the show with the critical thinking, and it's the 3 things that we need to establish a basis for critical thinking. That's rhetoric, grammar, and logic. You have to put these 3 together to form a basis of critical thinking, right? So if you cannot associate the affinity scam You cannot consider yourself a critical thinker, and you cannot at no way, space, or time claim to be intelligent if you can't catch this. That man sold parcels of a boat that he did not own, and he knew he ain't own it. This don't got nothing to do with Herbert Hubert. I mean, not
Hubert
Harrison.
Yeah, that's
no,
my
not
man
Hubert
right there.
Harrison. Hoover.
Oh, you talking J. Hoover? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with Hoover, and it has nothing to do with the government. These is the people that own the boat versus the people that he sold the boat to that came forward. So if you're going to ignore this and you're going to make an excuse for an affinity scam, and that's what it was, an affinity scam that he was committing, you cannot expect me to respect you as a critical thinker, because you left all these things out. You left out the grammar, you left out the rhetoric, and you left out the logic. That's what he did. He sold something that he knew he did not own to people he knew couldn't afford it. And the reason why he did it is because he produced to them an affinity with the continent that they can go back to, and that they can be perceived as bigger people. And we see how this worked out in Monrovia, Liberia. We see how it worked out. It's still working out to this day, where these people don't respect you as coming from America, trying to come and take their shit. I mean, I don't mean to curse and all of that, but basically that's what it is. So you fast forward 100 years to Umar Johnson, he comes on the radio, a big station, and he goes on like, what's that show called? The Breakfast Club. And he talks this affinity. They want to keep you down. The white people this and the white people that, and Africa this, somewhere he's never been himself, on
that's
that
the worst.
of creating something.
That's the worst.
You ain't went there and created anything. You went there and talked, and you went there and took these people money, talking about a school in Africa, a school in, the United States. And Brother Unc, you did a video, what is about 7 years ago, about his affinity scam.
Yeah.
With the St. Paul College. This even before he got to Delaware.
Oh yeah, they forgot all about that, didn't they? I'm always ahead of the scam. See?
Yeah, with the St. Paul College.
See?
It's an affinity scam.
They
That's
forgot
what it's
about the
called.
St. Paul College.
For anybody who don't know, it's called an affinity scam. He's going to come at you with, you black, you deserve this, you deserve that. The white people cheating you out of this, they cheating you out of that. But this is how you can get it. So if you can't honestly call out the affinity scam, you can't expect a person that practices grammar, logic, and rhetoric to see you as intelligent. Some part of your cognitive dissonance is making you ignore the affinity scam. And that's what Garvey, all the way down to Umar Johnson, is doing. It's called an affinity scam. He ain't presented no school the same way Garvey never presented that he owned them papers for that boat. He never owned it.
But he had it. he had it. I don't know. I'm just being petty.
I thought he had a school in Delaware, if I'm not mistaken.
Is it open?
It's abandoned.
I don't think it's open. No,
well, listen,
but
you can wait.
Umar has no school, no functional school anywhere.
Your own research. You have to go and do your own research on this. But if you go and do your own research, I promise you that you will see that those buildings are still on the abandoned property list. Wow. And you can go and look up and see it's 4 parcels that he owned for the school, and you can see the back taxes that he owes on all of them. None of it is paid up. They have no water, they have no lighting. So if you call that a school, and on top of that, it has no staff. The only person that's listed as in his organization is him. And there's a problem with that as far as legally. But you can go and look it up yourself. Don't take my word for it.
No. Affinity, right?
And
which
on
is
top
an
of that, it's in
investment
a
fraud,
brown
right?
zone. The zone that it's in is listed as agriculturally what you call it is designated as what you call it I can't think of the word right now, where contaminated.
Oh man, stop it.
No, for real. Go look for
Oh,
yourself.
wow.
It's
So
in the
yeah,
brown zone.
yeah. So Jackie, absolutely. 7, 8 years ago, I did a video when I actually, I was just trying. We were so excited about the school, right? And I was like, let me call the school and see what the asking price is. And I think they said, what it went down to like 1.2 million or something like that. And I talked to him. I said, well, is the school still for sale? He said, yeah, absolutely. And the prices actually dropped. I say, well, it isn't Omar Johnson came in. I thought somebody was buying the school, right? Omar Johnson, maybe. He said, no, no, no. He said the gentleman just came in and asked, could he film outside the school? Yeah. And I was like, okay, man, that's interesting, right? And so, I was like, wow, man. During that time, I think it was Ben. Ben was like, man, Ben got in touch with somebody I know, right? And they called me on the phone. They were like, yo, why are you saying this about Umar? And I explained to him that I had actually called, I'm a good researcher, but I got enough sense, just simple. I've bought buildings before, properties. You just call the realtor, whatever it is. And then, if it's off the market, they'll let you know. If it's still there, they're gonna give you all you need to know. And I'm telling you, I made the video. I explained the annuities and all that, and how you couldn't possibly run a school, no major university, no school like that of that type, right? Because that's actually a campus could ever operate off of Black people just writing checks, right? You got to have an investment, an annuity, right? That always is invested. All these things in play. We don't understand that. When I made the video, once again, I'm the bad guy. You know how long I've been a bad guy, giving people good sound information? It's funny to me, but I said, I told you so. I'm sitting back and there's still no school. So I don't know, man. So look, I don't even say it no more.
Well, he's been collecting money for that school since 2000 for a school period in 2009. A lady named Maria Lloyd made a video about the affinity scam, even though she didn't name it by what it was called, in 2015. And you think we 8 years away from 2015. He bought those abandoned buildings, I think, in 2018 or 2019. And you think we 3 years away from that. And he has not paid the taxes. He has not got it took him 2-3 years to claim he got the HVAC. He still ain't got the HVAC. He ain't got the roof fixed. He ain't got no windows. He ain't got no water. So how long will people keep donating to him?
Well, he did say
there's no difference between the scam that he's committing and what Marcus Garvey did back 100 years ago. It's called an affinity scam.
Either way, Q Butter has a school. I'm sorry, I'm cutting people off. I just wanted to expound real quick. Q Butter has a school, Execat Institute, actually, and it's funny because Umar had the audacity to call the Popo on Q Butter, a gentleman who actually has a functioning institute with students. So he's been a fraud for years now. I don't know why people still give him the light of day. I don't even know why we mention his name. I understand we're doing it in comparison right now, but let's be realistic. Umar Johnson, whoever.
He did say hold on.
They've been doing these comparison videos for a while, and Q Butter, he made it really clear, maybe about a year or two ago, that he didn't want to even be mentioned, in the same sentence as Umar. So I try to respect what Q Butter has asked for, and I don't try to make a comparison to him in that state, but Aren't you right here in Atlanta with me? We got a whole Du Bois Learning Academy, and it got 2 campuses right here.
I was just shouting out Q Butter School, though, again, and letting people know that they can support a real school.
I just didn't want to
That's what I was doing.
Yeah, I didn't want to mention him with Umar because
and letting people know that Umar liked to call the cops on people on Khalid Muhammad's birthday. So how revolutionary is he with that BS? That's what I was doing.
I feel
okay.
I digress. Thank you.
You know the movie Cotton Comes to Harlem, right? That was actually loosely based on what Marcus Garvey did.
I don't know nothing about that. I'll have to find that on some streaming service when this go off and see. But
it was about a con man
people that try to ignore it.
It was
That's
about
all I
what?
was bringing up.
What was it about?
A con man was selling shares to purchase a Back to Africa movement ship called the Black Beauty. You don't remember that all?
Yeah, I know that was there.
Seen that
Yo,
in the
really?
press. Remember that?
Who's in the movie?
Richard
It's
Pryor.
it's the old dudes, Godfrey Cambridge and
It was a beautiful movie, Eva.
right.
Beautiful
Calvin
movie.
Lockhart played the Reverend.
Oh
Charlatan.
man, they said it was a scam in the
You gotta watch it tonight. Everybody sees Con Comes to Harlem.
I'm gonna go watch that. That's what they was talking about, yo. Hey,
Yeah,
man,
you will
let me
see.
go
You will
through.
see. So it's based off it's actually based on some concepts of the Garvey movement.
Oh man, no way.
Red Fox is in it. Red Fox is there, man.
Yeah.
Calvin Lockhart, man.
Man,
You gotta go see Con Comes to Harlem, and then
how we missed that? Hey, go ahead, G. What's going on, bro?
Hey, Hey,
What's up, man?
how's everything, fam?
Good. Thanks for sliding through, man. Appreciate your unwavering support, man.
All right, no issue, no problem. Hey, I just now, yeah, you know Omar had issue. We all know that, but the brother went on the Breakfast Club saying the school gonna open up this year. So can we just
Give a
wait?
damn.
So
He's
what?
a fraud.
Yo,
I
hold
don't give
on.
a damn.
I let you talk, but you can't cut me off though.
Go ahead, dude. Don't be sensitive. You can continue. Just keep talking
So
over
and
me.
and it was I'm not
Good
talking
Lord.
over you. I let you talk. Can I talk?
I'm saying you can continue to talk over me. Just talk, bro. Don't get distracted.
Okay. What? I ain't gonna get this. So what I'm saying is just let this year go by. You know what I'm saying? And then we could analyze, we could break him down, whatever you want to do. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I mean, come on, man. I hear what you guys saying, but go ahead, bro.
Hold on, let me say this.
See, that's the maturity of that
Straight
woman.
fraud.
I
He's a fraud.
can't be disrespectful like that.
No, you can't be disrespectful, G. Let me say this real quick, G. So if I tell y'all, hey man, I'm trying to buy an Apple computer, right? And I'm getting the one with all the bells and whistles from the community, man. I'm gonna pay $8,000 for it. Y'all say, all right, and y'all give me the money, man, right? And then for 9 years, yo, I go from wanting it for telling y'all I'm getting a big Apple desktop computer with all the bells and whistles, right? Then I break it down to, yo, I'm just gonna get a cell phone, right? At what point do you say, nigga, what the hell wrong with you? You don't even care if I get the damn cell phone 8 years later after 8,000 and all that. Y'all gave me over 8,000. Y'all end up giving me $50,000, $70,000, you know, because you want to see brother Unc win against the pseudos, right? And every year I promise you around this time that I'm gonna get it. Then I break down the purchase. Boy, it's just gonna be a cell phone. And I do this, yo. At the end of that 9, 8 years, yo, y'all wouldn't give a damn. Y'all be like, man, just get something, nigga. That's what we at now. We don't even care. Yo, get a little room or something. Yo, and have a teacher in there and 3 students. We be happy at that point, yo. You know what I'm saying? So it's warranted that we say all that we say. Because right in front of our eyes, 8 years later, right? 8 years later, man, we still waiting, yo. So why we don't gotta wait. We can say it every day until he get there. Y'all can say every day, where is the computer? And then some people gonna say, well, at least he got the phone. Or is it working? It ain't on yet. Come on, yo, it's too much.
I hear what you're saying, but what my response would be: has his donor, right, took him to? Has his donor took him to court? Any of his donors?
No, we ain't taking a man to court.
Okay. So what I'm saying is they.
Can I answer that?
They go ahead, man.
You said has his donors taken him to court. I don't know. It's been a couple of cases where some people have tried to take him to court, but the state of Philadelphia, where I don't know if you noticed or not, but he had 2 different names for the school and 2 different numbers that he was collecting money under. And the state of Pennsylvania shut him down one time, so he opened up another number where he could collect. And when I say number, I'm talking about a tax ID number where he can collect money under. And the state of Pennsylvania has recently caught up with him with that one again, even though the school is in Delaware. So he can no longer, because he's under investigation from the state of Pennsylvania, he can no longer collect money from the P.O. box that he was using for the state of Pennsylvania. So the government is involved. And it had to be, I don't know if it was the government or it was the donors, because he was shut down before from GoFundMe.
So you saying
from the donors.
So you saying 2 states can't come together and get
No,
this
I never
man?
said nothing like that.
So are you saying they working to bring him to justice in
No, I never
Philadelphia?
said nothing like that
So
either.
what are you saying?
I said that the state of Pennsylvania has come against him, and they have a case against him where he can no longer collect money for the school using the P.O. box and the ID number for the state of Pennsylvania. I don't know where you came up with everything else from.
No. So basically, they just letting him. I mean, they just putting a stop to that. So all the money he did collect. Well, what are you saying? What am I saying that was different? Maybe I'm not understanding what you're saying.
No,
am I not understanding what she's saying?
Pennsylvania has come against him with a case where he can no longer collect money under the P.O. box that he was using or the state ID that he was using to collect money through the state of Pennsylvania. The school is in Delaware. When he started off, you have to realize, how long do you think he's been collecting money for this school?
I don't know, ma'am. Apparently you're going to tell me. Apparently you're going to tell me.
How long do you think?
How long, ma'am?
I asked you, how long do you think? I asked you what you know. I asked you what you think.
You are okay. What I think, I say 8 years, 9 years. Am I close?
8 or 9 years. Well, he's been collecting money for the school since 2009.
Okay.
So that would be about
14 years. About 14 years. Okay.
Been since 2009.
Fraud.
Yeah. He also doesn't have a psychology license either. He was paying.
But didn't he go to court for that?
Wait a minute. I don't know about that. I think he really
went to court and he proved
license.
that. He proved he got a psychology license.
You can pull it
I just told you I'm not sure, but I really think he does have one.
No, he doesn't.
I can't prove it.
Yes, he does have one, sir.
I think he do have a degree. Yeah, he do.
I think he does have a psychology license, but I can't prove that.
No.
No.
No, he don't have no license to teach. No, he don't got that. But he does have his degree.
Okay, so that's what I was speaking of, because I think it was in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, where he was paying a fine for that.
Yeah, he definitely can't do that. No, but he does have his doctorate. Yep.
Can we look at the Armor Raw Squad logo real quick?
What about it?
James?
It's just so beautiful.
You can't wait, James.
Could we please look at that logo? I just want to see how it's such a beautiful logo.
Yeah, it's red, black, and green. What's wrong with that?
So why are you associating yourself with that? I'm asking.
That predates.
Let me ask that.
He's doing a Bible thing.
Whoa.
He's doing a Bible thing.
Why do you associate?
You're a symbol dude.
No.
Symbols don't mean nothing. We make what our symbols mean.
Your avatar is red, black, and green. I'm just asking y'all a question. Why y'all getting mad?
Just because it's red, black, and green don't mean
getting mad though.
You're a simple person.
Why are you getting mad for me asking a simple question?
Nothing wrong with RBG, yo.
I'm just trying to
pull the plug on.
Revolutionary but gangster, yo.
Pull the plug on.
You ever heard of RBG, yo? RBG, yo.
No, because those colors represent Pan-Africanism.
I thought RBG,
you made it into a religion, man.
No, I didn't.
You made it into a religion.
This what y'all trying to frame. I'm just trying to find out why y'all have an affinity for the colors as well. I'm just.
You ain't never heard of Dead. You ain't never heard of Dead Prayers, yo, and RBG, yo. You ain't never heard of that, yo.
Yeah, but why would they?
That's red, black, and green, man.
Why would they have an affinity for the red, black, and green?
Man, I don't know why. I'm telling you with the RBG, Revolutionary but Gangster, yo. And I love Africa, yo. And I understand the blood that the Africans lost, yo.
But hey,
I understand the green for the land, yo. And I understand the black for the people, yo, without all that other shit attached to it.
Right. That's what I'm on.
For me. Right.
Hey,
So that don't mean I gotta fall into a cult and a religion.
Yeah, me
hey,
Just because my name Unc don't mean I gotta follow Malachi. That's crazy.
hey,
Yeah, what's up?
Now, RBG got a new acronym. If you type it up,
you don't say.
Yeah, they got that judge who passed away, that Ruth Berry, whatever her name is.
Yeah, I know Ruth Berta Gangbird, whatever her name is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's if you type it up with RBG, they're gonna put her name there. So it's no longer red. It's no longer red, black, and green. If you type that up, it ain't no longer red, black, and green.
Yeah, it is red, black, and green. Don't nobody know who Ruth is.
I'm telling you, type that up. They're gonna pop her name up.
There's no need to type that up. That's a waste of time.
Oh man, that's funny, yo. I tell you.
A black gangster. Red, black, and green.
Somebody trying to ask me a question?
You're not on that.
For trying to ask you a question.
Okay, yeah, what's happening?
What's happening, my brother? How are you?
Peace.
You're a Pan-Africanist?
Yes.
Me too.
And you too, right?
Y'all should be too, but I don't know what happened.
Whoa. But I want to ask you a question. You're a Pan-Africanist, right?
Correct.
And you became one by the internet?
I became. But hold on. Can I answer the question? Hold on. This is what I want to do. Can I answer the question?
I ain't trying to crack. I'm asking a legitimate.
Can I answer the question, please?
Sure you can.
Watch this. Let's share the screen. Share the screen.
It's shared already. We see.
Hold on. Where did it? I think I made that. I passed it. Because y'all is crazy. Where's the 21st century?
We crazy.
Yeah,
We in America. We in America.
Because this is how African people do, right? When technology and shit, we start demonizing that shit. You know what I'm saying? That's how dumb we is. But anyway, watch this. Watch what it say. Hold on. I'm gonna read
what
this.
What part of Africa you from?
Hold on, watch this. It's just a quick paragraph.
Pan-Africanism is an African American concept, though. So
hold on.
Let's
Let me read
clear.
this quick paragraph. It says Pan-Africanism in the 21st century, right? It says social media and the internet. Watch this. It says since the onset of the digital revolution, the internet and other similar medias have facilitated and growth of many core Pan-African principles, more strengthening and increasing connections between peoples across the diaspora. Although internet penetration rates remain below the world average, roughly 43% of the population of Africa uses the internet and social medias with, we already know with the social media. But what I'm saying is, y'all are demonizing demonizing the very fact that we on this platform right now talking. That's what y'all doing. We on this platform right now using the internet, and y'all demonizing how we learn. That's how dumb this is.
You gonna flat like that?
Yeah, that's what it is. Because if you read this, I put this link in the back chat. Read this. Yeah, read that. And then I put the link in the back chat. Y'all read what Pan-Africanism is and tell me y'all disagree with that.
Sneaking. We seen you cheating a little bit there, Mr. J.
How am I cheating? By sourcing up. That's Julanda. That's what Julanda said, dude.
Really, you kind of start reading it.
Oh, you want me to continue?
You start reading it.
Okay. Hold on. Let me share my screen again. My bad.
History. What section was we at?
No, we were just dealing with the 21st century.
When did you ever follow any of my instructions, James?
The brother just asked me. He asked me where did I learn about Pan-Africanism at? So what I'm showing him is the value of how it can help us move along faster with the internet, because now we're globally connected. But he's demonizing that like, oh yeah, you just learned it on the internet like you a fucking dumb.
I didn't.
See, that's what the hell is going on with y'all. But I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. You want me to finish reading this?
I don't think he necessarily was, James, but I think others were trying to. But I wouldn't say Ifa was. Okay.
Okay.
I'm just being
honest. But if you read, I'm just saying, I put the link for everybody to read. Read this. So you can understand what Pan-Africanism is, because y'all don't know.
But James, that's even worse, yo.
What is?
It's even worse because they actually spread misinformation, yo, about the
but if you get watch this. This is what Brother Reggie come in at. He said, what line? He said, what line are you on? I told Reggie I was on the line of Dr. Clark and Dr.
Yo,
Ben.
you not
He
even
told me I
vaccinated.
can't do that. I'm not following
Jack,
Dr. York.
I think it means like, are you connected to like Marxism or anything? See, because they have a line connected to.
Yeah, but I follow Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben. I don't
read all
follow
that. They
nobody
wasn't
else.
doing that. Dr. Ben wasn't doing no Marxism. What you talking about?
I ain't say I was a Marxist though.
He didn't say
I
he
said
was
I
doing
followed
Marxism.
that's
That was
the
the
line
question
I
asked
follow.
by him.
No, I'm saying,
But Dr. Clark say that before Marxism, we were doing it the same thing as Marxism, but they like to call it. They like to call it. What did he say? He said he used the word. He used the word saying that primitive Marxism. It wasn't primitive.
That
He
he
said,
sound crazy, yo.
huh?
Listen,
Man,
all
you
I'm
can go
saying
listen to
is,
what
yo,
he
that
said.
James is sitting on this panel promoting Pan-Africanism and ain't get vaccinated and don't got a reason for why he didn't do it. He's gonna give you a crazy Pan-African
I'm
reason why.
asymptomatic, that's what they told me. I mean, don't get mad at me because my
James,
genetics was
No, don't say
superior.
nothing. Juju,
How
don't
you get
jump
mad
in.
at me because my
Don't
genetics
jump
is
in,
superior
Sure.
and I was
Nobody-
asymptomatic? Like, what's
On
going
the
on?
road.
Like, what's
Tell him, James.
like, what's wrong with you? You know what I'm saying?
Nobody
Like,
say
Just be
nothing.
quiet, James.
James,
Yo,
you gotta
this is
stop
crazy.
right.
Just be quiet, James.
James,
Okay,
you
I'm
realize
my
what you're
bad,
saying.
Just be quiet.
Hey, look, with that, I'm gonna end the show. I'm gonna need
Please.
James said the reason didn't
Pull
get
the plug.
because he is
Pull the plug.
he is asymptomatic. And
Asymptomatic.
Pull the plug.
I am. I mean, that's what they told me.
James, that
They
is
told me the same thing
problematic.
too, Jay.
You gotta be shitting. That's what they told you too?
Yeah, they told
James,
me when
a
I had
lot
the
of
COVID,
people
I'm
are
asymptomatic.
asymptomatic. A lot of people are asymptomatic. That's why
No,
they can
Juju, what are you
transmit
doing?
it.
Juju, what are you doing at this point? This man has proven Pan-Africanism to be crazy at this point.
No, don't
Juju,
do that. That's why I'm
Juju.
trying to correct it. No,
Juju,
No, I didn't.
let him live. Let him
That's
have it.
I'm
us
trying
out
to
when he
save
started talking
him.
about
He's hanging.
vaccination.
Nope,
I understand.
don't talk about it. Nope, let him have it, Juju.
Man,
Oh,
come
God.
on. We genetic.
So now we officially know
No,
all the
see,
Pan-African people that are
this is why I wrote the
asymptomatic, the doctors told them not
the-
to get vaccinated.
No, that ain't what that is. I didn't say that. That ain't
Who
what
the
I
people?
said.
Who is they then? Who is they?
I'm a
I didn't say
Pan-African
that.
and I'm vaccinated.
Who did they?
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. See what I'm saying? Look,
Nah. I was.
I didn't
debating
say that
Pan-African.
that's what they told me. I'm telling you what they told me when I got diagnosed. They said that I was asymptomatic. Bam.
Yeah.
That's what the
told me
let the
same
brother
thing,
talk. What
too.
did they tell you, brother?
But
Yeah,
they
they
got to
told
do with the
Asymptomatic,
vaccine, James.
You can still die, James.
But
If you
here's
catch
the
it
thing,
again,
though.
James.
Okay, I'm not saying that, Julanda, but what I'm saying is I felt like a brand new baby when they told me I had it. There was nothing wrong with me.
No,
Trust me.
James. That's
I was like, I ain't never got sick and never not felt it.
Hey,
no, James.
You know what I'm saying? What kind of shit is that?
And he's laughing.
That's
Yo,
not
let him have
true.
it. And he's
Yeah.
laughing.
Hey, Unc, though, last year, the first year of the new year, I got COVID, right?
Yeah.
And I was saying, man, fuck that. I ain't getting no. Before that, I was saying I ain't getting the vaccine, right? So when they told me I got the COVID, now and they put me in a different room, and they said, "Oh, we had a movie because you have COVID." I said, well, "So what we gonna do?" I said, "What we gonna do?" I said, "What we gonna do?" They said, "Oh no, we gonna hydrate you." And you left. I was talking all that shit about, yo, I ain't gonna get that test, man. Fuck that vaccine shit. No, I'm cool. I'm cool on it. So when they told me I had COVID, they put me in a separate room with this woman, and she was it was like, yeah, we had a movie because you have COVID. I said, so what we gonna do? Are you gonna give me the vaccine? but they told me though. But quit laughing. But they told me that like we cannot give you the vaccine.
Right.
But but we have to we're gonna hydrate you and we gotta send you home. I said, you gonna send me home with the COVID? They said, yeah, you're gonna be all right. And I said, okay. I said, no, I'm not leaving this hospital until you give me something because I feel fucked up. They said, nah, listen, you good. You asystematic, like I had told Jay. You know, and I was like, yo, I don't understand this shit. But if it get worse, you know what I'm saying? I'm coming right back to the hospital. Yo, I went home as the days were, I was like after 3 days, I started feeling a lot better. Though I ain't gonna lie to you.
Did
But
you
they
get
told me
you ever
before,
get vaccinated, yo?
But they told me I can't take the vaccine right until
right
4 to 5 month because they say whatever it's it would be a waste of time to take the vaccine right away.
Right, that was
Yeah, they
early.
say
When
you
was
gotta
that
wait like
during
4 to
the
6.
When was that? What time period was that during the pandemic?
That was last year,
second year,
January, the first day of the new year, January 22nd of 2022.
Yeah, they were still trying to learn about when to give you a vaccine after you caught it. All that, man. So anyway, man, look, that's funny, yo. Y'all funny. I heard a lot of stories. I don't even say nothing, yo. I just sit back and laugh, knowing I was just right. It wasn't me. It was having critical thinking skills, right? I appreciate everybody tuning in, man. We stayed a little long tonight, man. I know y'all was over there watching Tazariak and all that, man. I know that was interesting, right?
Yeah, it was.
Hey, can I say one thing before you roll?
Yeah, you my man. Hey, Ethan, man. Shout out, man, to Hilltop, man. Look, Rogers Avenue, man.
Park Heights.
Glen Avenue, yo. Come on, yo.
Yep.
Come on, yo.
Yeah.
All day.
Hey,
come on, yo.
Pan-Africanism is just mainly an intellectual movement with no substance. That's all I gotta say.
Oh man, look, and with that, man, look, we appreciate it.
I disagree.
Hey, Jackie.
Me
Hey,
too.
Jackie, I'm gonna call you up.
Black
man.
African power.
Indeed.
Super African American.
Appreciate you coming through. Hey, Juju, you just got
All right, cool.
You gotta stop it. Y'all
What I gotta
protected
stop?
Garvey through the whole thing. Then you threw Umar under the bus. What's the difference?
I didn't protect Garvey.
I'm still a Garvey
When
Knight.
did
I
I
don't care
say
what
anything
anybody say.
about Garvey?
Say you're a Garvey Knight. We from Liberia, ain't you, yo? Ain't you from Liberia?
Yep, from Liberia, yes, sir.
Don't
Hey, yeah, let
misrepresent
me ask old
I
girl
don't know
from
enough about Garvey to protect or not protect him. So I didn't say anything. I'm just listening. I was
Yo,
talking
I ain't
about
know they made a movie,
Pan-Africanism. And
Juju, I
Garvey
ain't
is
know they
not the
made a
only
movie. I ain't know
Pan-Africanist.
Cotton come to Harlem, yo, was talking about Garvey, yo.
Umar's a fraud, though. I know that. I don't know what Garvey did, but I know Umar's a fraud. I will say
Hey,
that.
Look, man, whatever it is.
So,
Man,
I ain't even
call
gonna
it what
say
you want.
that. I'm not gonna say that because I'm smart enough to know that I don't know what I don't know. I'm not gonna say he a fraud, but it's a lot of damn evidence out there that you can't ignore that says that he is practicing an affinity fraud or affinity scam. I'm not gonna say put that on him, but it's man, how long ago you made
When
that
you
video?
take people's money and don't
I
deliver a
made that video
product,
8
that's
years
fraud
ago.
to me.
I'm gonna play it.
And that's what Umar's done. So we know that for a fact.
If you can see that video, it's a video a lady named Maria Lloyd made when she was under Boyce Watkins. If you can see that, and that was in 2015, she laid the whole shit out. And I can't believe that even now to this day, and the reason why I'm saying this is because that this whole show started off on critical thinking. And to me, when it comes to critical thinking, thanks to you, brother Ankh, I ain't gonna leave you out. You taught me all of this. Critical thinking involves investigation without bias. So if you investigate without bias, and I'm just gonna stick with him as an example, and it was something that you wanted to know, you had to run across her video at some point in time. And it's just weird that everything she said in that video it's been going on this whole time. And that was 8 years ago. And he's been collecting money since 2009. So,
what is your critical, what is your critical thinking about? I heard you mention about Liberia. What you throwing like, what you said we did? You said a Liberian did what?
Have you ever studied Monrovia? Or I've never been there, but have you ever studied Monrovia?
Liberia.
Yeah.
Yeah, Monrovia is a city. Go ahead.
I asked you, have you ever studied it? I asked you if you knew what it was.
You from Liberia?
I'm a Liberian.
I don't know that. I don't know you.
Now you know. Yes, ma'am.
So you know in Monrovia, because you from there, right?
Liberia.
Well, let me ask you, because I don't know. I don't know.
You said that's a city.
Is there a difference between Americans that came back and the Liberians that was already there? Is there a connection or is there a disconnect?
You say that again, ma'am.
When it comes to the Americans because it was two. I know it was two
He's
different
speaking
times.
good English, yo. You can hear his good English.
It was
Be
two
quiet,
different
no
times where they
accent.
sent Americans back to Monrovia. The first time they like kind of like had a big
Hey
war.
Jackie, the man don't got no accent, yo.
Oh
Nah,
my
but
God, I'm
but
done. I'm
but
crying.
nah,
Hey
because I
G,
bet yeah,
hey
nah,
G, hey G,
yes, sir.
you got generations of that American English.
Well, you know
Yeah,
that there's
yeah.
we know this, and I'm not gonna pretend not to know it. If you tell me I'm wrong, okay, because I ain't never been there. But if you tell me I'm wrong, I'm okay. I'll deal with that. But we know that there
Actually, tell
is
him.
not a connection between Americans from America that came back and resettled in Monrovia
And
and the
Liberia, god damn.
Liberians that were already in
Nairobi is
Monrovia.
the city, Liberia is the country. Come on, yo.
This political.
Now, but what you to answer your question, ma'am, yes, free American slave
Uh-oh.
founded Liberia and Sierra Leone. What the British give Sierra Leone, the free American slaves that fought against America during the Civil War, they give it to Sierra Leone, and
Well, Sierra
America
Leone was
give.
settled by the British.
Say that again.
Sierra Leone was settled by the British. They sent their people to Sierra Leone, right?
Yeah, when they had a civil war, who fought the blacks that fought on the British
But we
side.
talking about Liberia, not Sierra Leone.
I mean, I was just giving you a rundown. That's all I was doing, man. I don't want
Okay,
to argue
cool.
with you. So, all right, you saying what about Liberia? I
Oh
mean,
my
you saying
God.
Liberia did what?
I
You
said
mentioned
that
Liberia.
was there a connection between the free Americans that were sent back the second time to Monrovia, Liberia, and the people in Liberia, the upper class in Liberia at the time? Did they connect or did they form two separate political parties? It's a yes or no question.
This is a no question. Because you gotta understand, Liberia, not only free American slaves from America went to Liberia, but you also had the West Indies, like people from Barbados, people from
That's still North
small
America.
islands. Yes, they went there also. If I'm answering your question correctly.
I mean, not only there, we had a free settlement in Canada where they also sent
Yeah,
to Sierra
Nasa Grossa,
Leone.
whatever. Yeah, Nova
Yes.
Grossa. Yeah, Nova
And
Grossa. But I
these
can't.
people formed
Nova
two.
Scotia?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
Nova
was.
Scotia.
Yeah, it was nothing
Yeah.
but. Yeah, it was black. It was a black.
I think they named one of their towns after President Monroe too. But anyway, these people they created two separate political parties that still exist to this day. So when you go and you look at Monrovia, like for instance, you'll have like Charles Taylor, who was set free by the American government in
Yeah.
Clinton,
Okay.
Ohio.
Yeah.
You get like
Okay.
General Butt Naked,
What?
who's in
Okay.
charge of the child what you call them, killers. I'm just gonna call them killers.
Yeah,
Child
eating
killers.
hearts and all of that. Eating hearts. That's
Hey,
that.
Yeah.
all right, let's do this, man. I
So
dropped
can
that
I
cash.
ask G? Can I ask G a
No,
question?
you can't. No, right? Nope. Hold on. I just dropped that cash app for the first time today. I know I did, man. Hit the cash app, man. All right, support that. Do that. Support that. Appreciate it.
Support Bobby Banger and the due diligence of the scholarship and spreading scientific literacy amongst the super African American community.
At least
Yes,
being
ma'am.
ahead. At least being ahead of the curve.
At
Doing a lot of
least.
stuff. How about that?
That's right.
Yep. So Reggie, what you want to ask me?
Hey G, how you doing, man?
My great teacher, how you been, boss?
Oh, gee, man, I'm in the struggle. I've been whitelisted like man. Major channels have threw us in the ashes and you know, in the pseudos, the super
I
African.
asked that question, Ray. It's the last question, yo. I'm tapped out. It's 2:00. It's too
Okay,
late.
so G, have you listened to Sekou, who
I
is
have.
countryman of yours, right?
I have. Yes.
Can you give me a quick intelligence, right?
Right.
Analysis of this super African?
Yo,
I need some intelligence. I need some African Liberian intelligence.
I'm around with Unc and you guys, man. Yeah.
Can you break it down? He's are you a Muslim?
Nah, man, nah.
Okay, he's a Muslim. Can you break down the Muslims in Liberia?
Sure. Well, my grandmother, her people, her mother, father are all Muslim. My father's a Christian. I'm not religious at all.
Okay.
But what about the Muslim you talking about?
Yeah, I want to know their class. I want to know how they operate in Liberia. Because he said he's middle class, Unc. I don't live in a car. I got houses and stuff in Liberia, right?
Well, the Mandingos, I don't know if he's Mandingo or not, but they known for being real big in the business per se, especially the females. Females real big in that type
What's
of
their relationship to the indigenous or the indigenous and Christian Africans? What is their history?
What, the Mandingos? Oh, you mean just Muslim?
Yeah, just Muslim. How they operate in Liberia?
Well, you gotta understand that it's not like how it is in Nigeria, like that. It's no war against. It's not a religious thing. You have your Christian, you have your Muslim. They all, to me, I feel like they all get along per se. You understand what I'm saying? It's not like what I'm hearing in Nigeria. I don't know if it's that crazy how the media is making it to be in Nigeria.
Okay, I'll get back to you because my questions is running out because Ankh is tapped out. Okay. What is your total analysis on this guy, G? What do you get from him?
I feel like he's bringing old materials about this can work if it was like 50, 60, 7 years ago. But we living in a new reality, new time period. We don't manufacture no weapons. We don't make no guns. And you talking, it's and we don't have in this modern day time as we speak, like when I'm talking about like revolutionary who really want to go and kill motherfuckers.
Right, but do you think he's talking to us like we're stupid, like we don't know it's old information, and or is he just trying to be like charismatic? And
I think it's more the charismatic side of things. I don't think he actually believed what his ass saying. I really don't believe he felt. I just think he, and it's not new material. Then you could say, oh shit, let's build off of his knowledge. You know what I'm saying? It's shit that we heard.
And it didn't work.
It didn't. Yeah, it did not work.
It didn't take on.
Come on, man. With the shit, Malcolm. None of that shit worked, man. We still. No disrespect to Malcolm and those, because they
killed people for trying to accomplish that. Though
they killed, but
I'm talking to him.
We all on the platform, Reggie. So I don't understand. That's what I'm just trying to state a fact that that's what happens when you really try to exclude real Pan-Africanism and get killed. But anyway, I'm out.
Yeah, we out of here, man.
All right, fam.
All right, hey G, I want to hey G, hey
African power.
When you get some time, when you're laying down, think this out. I want to build an intelligence jacket on this dude, man.
Pan-African.
I feel you. All right, Uncle, holler at you, fam.
Hey, my pleasure, bro.
Man.
Hey, Reggie too. All right, one.
Hey, one, man. Appreciate
Pan-African power.
Great job. Hey, yo, hit that cash app for Uncle Keck, man.
Yeah, hit the cash app.
Hey, it's all right. Hey, Pan-Africanism. James, here, Uncle, take your money.
Yeah. Now, you know what, though? I do realize that African Americans can advocate and can support the ancestral burial grounds of their ancestors, yo. We can definitely do that all day, every day. We can do, matter of fact, we can do more than one thing at the same damn time. So, Yeah, y'all know what it is, man. We putting in work, and we ain't got to put a particular name on it or grab a particular ideology. I think just our tireless work in North America, it shows improved, right? We ain't gonna always talk about what we don't do. Sometimes, most times, you need to focus on what you do. With that, man.